Armageddon fashion.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Hey, 1 second move!
He's gonna fly!
Oh my god!
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
I was muted, Robert. That's how early we are for the broadcast here. Welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com Global Championship. My name is Levi Rosman. I'm joined today by Robert Hess. If you were here for yesterday's coverage, we might look a little bit familiar. And a bonus, we will have the prophet, none other than Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, joining a little bit later as well. Super exciting stuff in the knockouts thus far, with some brackets, in fact, all brackets being destroyed as of yesterday. But we will be getting into the fantasy contest a little bit later. Let's go over some logistics of the event. So first things first, excuse me, we have the format. If you are just getting here a little bit late, you know that this is a single elimination knockout. Players will play 4 games, 3 or 4 games. It's a best of 4 in rapid, 15-minute with 2-second bonus time. And it's obviously first to 2.5. Should it be 2-2 in the rapids, then they will play an Armageddon with a bidding system to determine how many minutes they get on the clock to play with the black pieces and draw odds. I don't think we're ever going to get a more savage one than Vichy 7 minutes, Robert.
I was going to say, Levy, that's the thing we learned best yesterday, is that 7 minutes is too few to play an Armageddon game. Vishwanathan Anand, the legendary world champion, eliminated based on, well, his bet was not good enough, and Pavel Pankratov made him pay.
Yes, he did. Speaking of Pavel, we have the field here. We don't have Pavel listed, but it's just a description. 64 players, although actually now it's quite a bit less. We are not exactly done with the round of 64, but probably about 46 players remaining. 32 qualified, 32 were invited, obviously, preceding. We've got, well, we're going to have to update this graphic. We used to have a handful of world champions, but actually many were eliminated in yesterday's Group F matchups, but we have Hikaru, Duda, Wesley So. Well, you see them there, Caruana, Nepo, Shigiri, Ding, and Aronian. Let's take a look specifically at today's matchup and today's, focus of the morning broadcast. We've got the entirety of Group E, but some of these matches will start a little bit later, and that is when actually Daniel Naroditsky will slot in for myself. We've got Arjun Erigaisi, though, kicking off the morning round with David Paravian and Timur Radjabov taking on Hou Yifan. And then we have a Group B matchup, which is Shahriar Mamedyarov, Vladislav Kolev, Yan Nepomuchy, Mohamed Muradli, and Peter Svidler versus Alexei Shirov. Robert, I feel like that's a match you would see in some Tata Steel 1995 or something, these guys.
Yeah, it's like a candidates zonal between Svidler and Shirov. It's great to see fire on the board come back. And Svidler, he's playing in the Champions 960 event in St. Louis. He was just commentating the Sinkful Cup. So he has had his hands full, and he will have his hands full with one of the most aggressive players of all time.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our prizes. Prizes, obviously, $1 million. You heard Daniel Naroditsky there say it in the B-roll. And yes, the prizes are enormous. 5,000 just for making it to the round of 64. You could play the worst chess of your life and still walk away with a nice paycheck. But 10 is what it goes up to making it to the round of 32. And beyond that, it just gets higher and higher with a total of $200,000 going to the champion. And it even gets a little fancy asterisk next to it that tells you it's the largest first place prize in pro chess this year. So there you go. Look at that. I think we have the brackets in overall format here for you just to see what's going to happen. So the winners of Yan Nepomuchy and Mohamed Muradli will take on Peter Svidler, the winner, I should say, of Peter Svidler and Alexei Shirov. Arjun Erigaisi, David Paravian, the winner, will take on the winner of Timur Radjabov versus Hou Yifan. Robert, who did you pick to emerge out of this group? It's very hard to go against Yan Nepomuchy, but do you think it's going to be against Erigaisi?
Yes, I have Jan against Arjun Erigaisi in the finals of this particular group. And I don't even remember who I picked. I struggle with this one the most of all because Jan Nepomuchy, he has been Well, in the words of Mugatu, he's so hot right now. He's the hottest player on the planet. He's won the candidates twice in a row. Seems like every event he plays in, he does well. But Arjun Erigaisi, by performance rating, he's right up there. He's now into the 2730s. He's a teenager. We've known about him for years. Now he's showing his stuff in classical chess as well at the Olympiad and other events. But he can't even look past his first round opponent, Levy. That's how strong this field is. David Paravian made about $20,000 in the Rapid Chess Championship. He played every single week. He made 8 KOs. He was a force to be reckoned with. So I don't think Arjun is thinking, oh, let me go and play Jan in this brackets final. No, he's thinking, how do I get past David today?
Yes, absolutely. But he might also very much be thinking not of just playing Jan in the final and it's a hard stop and he'll be satisfied. Arjun Erigaisi is a silent killer. Like, honestly, he is so confident and yet so calm and collected in all of his interviews. I do think that will be the final matchup, but we still have intriguing chess to be played. A couple of last logistical things for all of you. We originally had a perfect bracket contest where if you submitted a perfect bracket, then you would have received a $100,000 prize. That is no longer possible because a couple of chess players decided to beat a couple of other chess players, so you have to blame those chess players. Of course, the biggest one being Pavel Pankratov, who probably messed up, I don't know, something like 80 to 85% of brackets. And yesterday, or rather 2 days ago, Eric Hansen defeated Lequang Liang, and that was obviously a very significant result as well. But we do still have a fantasy contest, and the top 20 finishers, based on percentage of accuracy, will win certain merch prizes, and maybe if we convince the higher ups, they will still grant some other, cash prizes as well. Maybe we'll do our best. But that's all about our bracket contest. Definitely make sure to get involved. And I think last but not least, we have a little bio of Hou Yifan. She's currently 28 years of age. She is, Robert, is it like being a president in chess? Like, if you were the world champion, do they call you a world champion forever? Or does she just get is she professor? Like, what is the title that Hou Yifan receives with her accomplished career on and off the board?
It's a great question because we've seen Vladimir Krumnik, Viswanathan Anand, and I feel like we always say former champion, but I think we can just call them champs for life because Hou Yifan is just that. She's a professor. She had a Rhodes Scholarship. She's doing so many things off the chessboard, but it's great to see her back, Levy. I mean, she's playing in the Chinese Chess League. She's trying to get back at the board when she can. And this matchup, Radjabov, Hou Yifan, what is this, like Beal 2013 or something? Like, this feels like a great matchup that we've seen in years past. These are two players who maybe some would say their primes are behind them, but I think that today they're going to showcase excellent chess.
Yeah, absolutely. Having said that, Radjabov is an extremely active player. Their game has been... Oh, are we following? Oh, you were following a different game. You got me spooked there. That was just the chessboard. That wasn't their game getting aborted. You can see they're both kind of going through their pregame routine. If chess had an announcement system like Bruce Buffer weighing in at 175 pounds, they're both kind of like getting into game shape and whatnot. As I was saying, though, I mean, Radjabov he is the favorite in this matchup. He is extremely, extremely active as of late. I think he's back in his native Baku currently, where he probably has some sort of decadent chess palace. It seems like the more plain the room behind you, the better you play. We saw that with Nordjurbeck yesterday. Radjabov almost has absolutely nothing behind him.
Well, Radjabov is somebody who everyone has cast aside. When he played the candidates, they're like, oh, you haven't won a game since 2019. He's like, I barely played since 2019, except for a tournament here and there. And so I think Radjabov, we know how strong he is. We know the kind of offbeat openings that he made even more popular and just the aggressive play he used to have. At the end of the candidates, Levy, I mean, you were covering that action as well. He was able to score 5 out of 7 in the back half of the tournament. He beat Dingley Ren with black.
Yep.
Clearly the guy can still play top-level chess.
Yeah, I think for this game, we're either going to see c5 or e6. It seems the meta at all levels now is to play a Queen's Gambit decline type of setup. I'm very fascinated the players are thinking this much in the first move or two. And that probably has to do with the fact that the ready is one of the most annoying openings to face because you truly have no idea what your opponent is trying to play. Look at Hou Yifan. She knows theory. Okay, she's not remembering theory. She's deciding what she's going to play because she doesn't know. Is Radjabov looking for d4? Is he looking for e3 at some point? Or I don't know. She's battling connection issues, but I really don't think that's the case.
No, her connection seems fine right now. She might just be doing that because every time two top players sit at the board, they can play anything, right? These players have been competing at this high level for so long that they've faced every opening under the sun. So, as you said, when you see c4, is there going to be an early d4? Is there going to be g3 and a fianchetto over here? And she, in fact, plays b6. So, you're right, Levy. You called it. She was just trying to figure out what move order does she want, and she's fianchettoing her bishop first.
That's a very unique move order. Now White has a couple of approaches. White can play d4, but that kind of will play into Black's plan of e6 bishop b4 and give Black just a very comfortable kind of Queen's Indian style position, because Black really doesn't necessarily want the knight on c3. Sorry, White doesn't want the knight on c3, but Radjabov unconcerned. Will he play a3 here, or will he play just, he will not care about the pin? Okay, he doesn't care.
He doesn't at all. And g3, just a fianchetto, saying, I understand that you're going to play bishop b4, knight e4, these kind of things. And you often want to follow that up with f5. That's one of those big ideas for Black to control the e4 square. I think Yifan should go for it. She can also play for d5. This is a standard move in most positions. It does shut down your bishop, which is why I don't love it, but it's a very solid approach.
In some ways, this is just obviously White has done nothing wrong, but in some ways this setup doesn't make a whole lot of sense by White, because the move order that White employs to play a Queen's Indian would have had a bishop on g2 instead of a knight on c3. And when the bishop went to b4, White would have put something on d2. That's what White would have done. They would have gone bishop d2 or knight d2. This is not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not the main idea because White has less chances for advantage. I'm actually very surprised she didn't put a knight on e4, but she can do it basically at any point.
And the big question, and she answers that question immediately, is, well, will she do just that? So this is funny, Levy, right? This is like something that newer players and even quite experienced players who are in the intermediate phase think, what in the world is bishop to e4? You were just talking about knight e4. Both moves are options. Knight e4 is more powerful when there's a pin on the c3 knight. But bishop e4, the point is that you can now develop your knight to c6, play moves like d5, and you still... Ooh, that's wrong. This is right. Here we go. We still have tension between the bishops on the light square diagonal.
Yeah, bishop e4 just probably looks absurd to 99% of viewers. Like, it seems much more natural to put a knight on e4 and then attack a weak pawn on c3. But bishop e4 is a very strong move. And White oftentimes in these positions will play bishop h3. I've even seen this before. I've played like this, I think against Emilio Cordova, like in some games some years ago. And then I tried to move my knight so that we don't trade light-squared bishops, because if White trades light-squared bishops, White doesn't really get a whole lot of anything. But if White can push e4, then White is very happy. And yeah, that's why we see Radjabov thinking. Yeah,
and bishop h3, rook e1, knight d2, as you're saying, and then push e4. That's a way to just control the entire center. And White would love to get the pair of bishops against two knights. So bishop h3, if you do actually take on f3, White is quite happy, even with the ruined pawn structure. So Radjabov puts his bishop on a3. We'll see Yifan either slide the rook over or play the move d6. But d6 gives White sometimes this option of c5, and this is where things get messy, Levy. I mean, the pawn on c4 is supposed to be a target, and it doesn't solve all your problems to push the pawn to c5, but it may make Radjabov feel a little bit more comfortable later in the game.
By the way, bishop h3 on the board. Yeah, very, very confused there why Machine was like somewhat unhappy with the move that was played, that with the d6 move. I guess it preferred some sort of rook e8, but it just seems very natural. D6 and then put a knight on d7, c7, c5. I feel like this is the way Black used to play chess in the Queen's Indian maybe 20, 30 years ago. Like before Engine just decided that the Queen's Indian is garbage for Black and completely refuted it from existence. I just feel like that this is how they used to grind down players with the white pieces. Like they would just play, these positions against the double pawns. And they say, "What? Two bishops? Who cares? Two bishops? What else?" And but it's not the case anymore. Chess has sort of moved on from the Queen's Indian.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly what people want: c5, bring the knight over to a5, and just go after the c4 pawn. But somehow, with the bishop on h3, knight d2, which attacks the bishop, also protects the pawn c4, and White is just storming forward with e4. So these players, are moving more slowly than we typically see. So why don't we go to the opening of Arjun and Paravian here, because they're just getting underway. And great timing for that, Levy. H4 is the choice of Arjun Erigaisi.
Yes, this has an amazing history. This H4 move. It was Jobava London, so it was probably D4 knight F6. I wonder, Robert, can we go back? Can we see how they got here? I don't think Erigaisi set out to play this. I think it was G6 on the second move. Yeah. Because Erigaisi would not have played knight C3 if the move D5 had happened. But this is a nice advantageous move order. It's one of the best weapons for intermediate and beginner players, in my opinion. The problem is that at the high level, I think, Robert, you are more than familiar with the theory here. It's sort of been totally neutralized. But there's these weird move orders, Queen D2, and you can mess around with your opponent in otherwise completely equal positions.
Yeah, these top players, especially the top players, they've studied this so thoroughly. And David Paravian, he is a 2,600 plus grandmaster. You don't see him necessarily in the round robins like Tata Steel and all those events, but he played in all 25 Rapid Chess Championship events. He played in the RCC finals. He earned his way here to the Global Championship. So he studies chess often. He plays regularly. He's really good at rapid format. So I bring that to everyone's attention because he is familiar with many different types of openings. And you see the eval bar off the side saying that black is slightly better. Ignore that for now. Both players, it's early stages. Levy, one of the common plans, F3, G4. Let's make use of the fact that this pawn is a hook on H5 because white's king will likely go in castle queenside. But that said, black is ready because C5 isn't played. Black is ready for an attack of his own.
Yeah, exactly right. I actually think I had this exact position against Nicholas Theodorou a few months ago. So Criari, as he's known, now he's a grandmaster. In fact, he got his grandmaster norm by beating me, not in that game, but in a separate one. I've had many meetings over the board with Theodorou, it seems, over the last year. We had this position, and I think he played knight C6, and we very quickly traded a lot of the pieces. The position here can liquidate quite quickly if white is not careful. So I am a little bit perplexed by the opening choice just because I thought that there was nothing left here. It felt like for a while that the top players just took all the fruit off the tree and no fruit was growing anymore. If black kind of knew the opening, there was going to be absolutely no problems. But that's why it's always interesting when a really strong player like Erigaisi shows up with an opening that we thought was dead, because maybe he's going to introduce some new idea, or it will be a hole in Paravian's repertoire.
Yeah, and Paravian, he took quite a bit of time to come up with the solution of capturing on D4 first, then playing knight C6. This is all good stuff, but Erigaisi, he has a simple plan. And I think he senses that Paravian doesn't feel comfortable because Paravian is a bit of a system player. Now, that's often used in a derogatory way that, he can only play this, that, and the other thing. We've seen Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in many ways a system player, and yet he became 2,800 plus. So that's not an insult at all. It means he's very well versed at maybe a more narrow repertoire. So Paravian here, he's not twirling his hair out. So I think for now he's feeling quite fine.
He's feeling all right. He's looking like a fashion model. He's got the sweater popping. Erigaisi chilling in his hoodie. You know what's an interesting fact about Paravian is the fact that his FIDE rapid rating is his highest rating. So his classical is something like 2570, 2580, but his FIDE rapid is 2650. It's actually his best format, which is rare, I think. I mean, rapid and blitz fluctuate more. The rating change factor is double what it is in classical chess, but still, that's very impressive. Now, Erigaisi, you'll notice, is not going G4 yet, but I do have to tell you, Robert, your plan looks really good. The only reason he's not rushing it is because his knight in the center is destabilized by the black knight on C6, but if he takes that knight with his bishop and plays G4, not right away, but in the future, it could be very unpleasant for black.
And look at Arjun. I mean, the guy is just chilling right here. He's had a lot of experience, which is a strange thing to say for a teenager, but he's won the Junior Speed Chess Championship, which means we'll see him in the main event later this year, and that's going to be awesome, seeing Arjun Erigaisi duke it out with the likes of Anish Giri and Caruana and those guys. But he also has shown that he is a tremendous force in classical chess. So there's no weakness in Arjun Erigaisi's game, at least in terms of time controls. And as you said about Paravian, he is actually better relative to his classical strength at rapid. And he also studies very hard. And I know he's friends with some of those top Russian grandmasters like Dubov. And so, we'll see how that pays off for him. But he is deep in the think tank right now. I feel like Arjun just invokes fear in his opponents these days because the guy just seems unstoppable.
Yeah, he does. He definitely does. I will also say Erigaisi suffers from the opposite effect. A lot of young, talented Indian players only play classical chess, and they do not play rapid and blitz. They don't play a whole lot of those events. And so Erigaisi's rapid rating is 2450, which is obviously not his playing strength. His playing strength is obviously probably 300 points higher than that. But for a while, there was a lot of talented Indian players who were 2700 in classical, but 1800 rapid. So it's kind of like the chat, 1,000 points higher rated on their puzzle rating. It's except for these guys who was in this slightly different rating category.
It's funny because FIDE is changing the rules for that. I'm sure you saw that. And it's because of all these players. When Pragnanda was 1,800 in rapid and beating people in the Tata Steel India rapid and blitz events, kind of like, all right, it's not fair that drawing Pragnanda played his sister, who was a very strong player, international master Vaishali. They drew, and she lost rating because his rapid rating was so low.
And that's why they changed it, because she was like, I don't want to lose points to my little brother.
Well, Paravian, he doesn't want to lose any points in this event, and he's really deep in the think tank, Levy. He doesn't know what to do because you made mention of bishop takes c6. That is Arjun's idea, because what Black would like to do is increase pressure here in the center and go for a potential queenside attack. The move knight b4, I think a lot of people would go for that, just simply attacking this pawn on c2. But then this bishop can drop back to a4, where it defends that pawn, and then the knight will be kicked out of b4 on the next turn. So it's like a one-move threat that looks very appealing, but as soon as white parries that threat, it's kind of like, what was the point of that knight jump?
The really interesting thing about this position, actually, after... Let me just make sure I have the right spot here. Yeah, bishop b5. This is why Paravian is thinking, because actually... in the database, up until that move, Black is doing okay. Like, this whole plan of bishop f5 seems to be quite stable for Black. But believe it or not, the position that we are currently in, White is scoring very, very well. And the last time it was played over the board at a high level was Rakhmanov Antipov. And that was last year in the Russian higher league. And White won that game. Then you go back in 2021. This was played in late 2021. It was played in Sitges in the tournament in Spain, and a 24-20 with White drew a 26-30 with Black. So it's not some lifetime accomplishment, but White is doing quite well. White is getting a good position, and this has only been reached a few times. And if it's in any indication already, Erigaisi has spent no time whatsoever, and I don't think he doesn't know the next 5 to 7 moves in multiple branches. Like, I'm pretty sure he knows everything. This is a really bad spot for David in game one.
It's horrible. And one thing one tactical point, I'll just show this line briefly here, if we can bring up an analysis board, is the move rook c8 looks like the most logical way to defend this knight. There's often this trick where after it takes bishop a6, this rook gets trapped. But you can see, and this is what I was going to mention, that this is not a good decision here. Because the point is that if you go like this, the rook is trapped in the corner with an inability to get out. The bishops are covering the squares. But the big problem that White is facing here is that this b2 pawn is loose. You're not castled. So even if you make a move like rook to b8 and we get this position, you're going to drop b2 and you're going to drop c2. There's also checks that you have to worry about over here. So you're actually getting yourself in huge trouble in a position like this where the rook can join on c8 and queen takes b2, and you can already see Black is winning.
Yep. It's very, very ridiculous. It looks like you're winning the exchange, but in reality, the position gets completely reversed. Let's check in on Hou Yifan if we can.
Okay.
Just want to see what ended up happening in that opening and how the time management is going. I for a moment I thought the clocks were similar. Okay, so this game, wow, this looks like a dream position for Black.
Yeah, you mean the fact that the pawn's on d5 and you have these permanent issues on c3 and c4, and Black maybe can play f5 at some point. You like all that?
Yeah, and also Black's queen is a permanent problem going to a4. The white queen sort of has to stay home. Like if the white queen goes to like e2, for example, queen a4 might come in. Very, very unpleasant, it seems. Having said that, these top players, it's never over. Just because their position is unpleasant doesn't mean you win the game at all. And That's probably my biggest weakness as a player. I just get complacent, and when it comes time to actually pushing the issue and maybe taking the initiative in the position, I'm not so good at that. And I mean, she plays f6, so she's kind of slow playing it. And we could have similar thing we had yesterday in the game between Ju and Jun and Anish, where it was deadlocked and nobody was going to give her away, and they just kind of shuffle and make a draw. Which for her in game one, effortless draw with black, fantastic.
She'll definitely take that, but I don't think she's playing for a draw. I'm not, thinking that you said that either. But f6, rook f7, rook f8. What's this rook doing on c8? You know why the rook went to c8? We'll go back a few moves, bring up an analysis board, and show you why this rook is on c8. Because in this game, right around here, she played rook c8, rook c1, and the point was that at some moment there was going to be a capture on d4, and the c4 pawn is going to be in trouble. So then Radjabov closed the center with d5, and that's why the rook is here. But it's no longer needed. So as we continue down the path the game took, this rook would like to be on the opening file. And what's that file going to be? The f file. This knight will hop back, things like that. And finally, black, who controls the pawn breaks in the position, will happily push to f5.
This is seriously unpleasant the more I look at it. Maybe white has a plan to counteract an f5 at some point with f4 himself, especially if she plays knight g7, because knight g7 will remove the knight from the f4 square, controlling it at least. But other than that, I am really not sure. I feel like the position here is only in black's favor, basically. If black wants to push, they can. If not, I don't exactly know how white is going to push the position.
And that is the biggest struggle. I find that when I play games, like, look at this, the eval is 0. So if Radjabov knew with certainty it is 0, he'd probably feel more at ease. But when you're playing a game, practically speaking, it is so uncomfortable to be like, I see 4 different options for my opponent and precisely none for myself. Because what is white's plan? I can't think of even a single one, honestly.
Yep. Honestly, I don't know. Rook f1, f4 doesn't make. To be honest, like, you can convince yourself that it's a decent plan. The thing is, if white can play f4 and then f5, like in torpedo chess, which is a legitimate variant, by the way, available only at chess.com/variants. Everybody should check it out. Rook f1, f5 would be sick. The problem is that that's not possible. But you know, Robert, the more I look at that, I'm starting to convince myself it's not so bad. How is black going to deal with rook f1?
That's a good question, because the rook's not doing anything on e1, so rook f1 trying to play for f4. The eval bar says, yeah, neutral move. I like it. And you actually have come up with the plan. So especially if this knight does hop back to g7, the f4 push is available. And this configuration of pieces, I'll put them in green because they're actually pretty decent, protecting c4 and e4. So it's not like bringing a rook to e8 will be threatening in the slightest. So f4 does become available. Now, it's a double-edged sword. You push your f-pawn, your king becomes a little bit less safe. But I don't see an attack brewing for black. So I think that Yifan, she'll have to figure out how to meet this kind of idea. But Radjabov, he plays knight to b3. So is he giving up the c4 pawn? I mean, I think you can get away with capturing it.
Wow, if he can successfully get away with getting rid of that pawn, that would be incredible. That would be that would be huge.
Is he trying for like knights? I'll just put this quickly on the board and go back. Like, is he trying for something like this to provoke b5? Because after it takes, there's like knight a5 and knight c6 and things of this nature.
I think there's definitely possibility for him to create counterplay with the knight that he just sent out, because otherwise you just lose a pawn. The good thing for white is you have another pawn. You have another pawn that would happily take the rank of the current c4 pawn, and maybe black is just totally unable to capture, which really makes me wonder then, what is the best move here for black? If you can't, is it something like queen a4 and try to get back on a5? Was it knight b7? And I don't want to play knight b7, but
it does have serious merit. I mean, you're just avoiding the trade, and then you can play on the king side. But it's such a weird position because black's pieces, while they're putting pressure on c4, and she does in fact take the pawn, they would be offside if you're playing knight b7 moves. So knight takes a5. Bishop takes d3 will be played, and there's no useful knight jump to, gain the tempo so you could take back. So what we'd likely see there is just a trade of all minor pieces, and I guess Yifan's claiming, I'm not worse here.
The real question is, what does White's move right this second? Is it queen a6? Is it queen b5? Is it neither of those moves? Is it c4? Okay, it's queen a6, and the computer isn't. It's fine. Its position is. I mean, the bar likes to go low depth bounce, and then it kind of regroups. But yeah, exactly. Queen a5, rook b7, all these different ideas. You know, Robert, if this is a blitz game, you just play like queen h3, f5.
Yeah, right, and go for checkmate.
Oh, but I mean, you lose your d6 pawn, so.
I think Black's best move is f6 to f7, like close your 7th rank, and it makes your king feel a little bit safer. But at the same time, it's like White has pieces to attack with. You can bring your bishop to h6. It's a 1-move threat. Doesn't exactly threaten checkmate. So
yes,
I feel like Yifan, she's hanging in there very well, and on the clock as well as on the board. Just should we go to the other game? I just noticed that it looks like Arjun is trying to checkmate his opponent. So we're going to switch games here. Go to the one between Arjun Erigaisi and David Paravian, and there is a okay. We just have to quickly go through the last few moves. Knight takes e5.
Yeah.
Giving up this pawn on d5 for the pawn e5, and Arjun says, "Yeah, I don't want your pawn.
Yeah.
Let me just go bring all my pieces into the party and go for bishop h6."
Yeah, this is so brutal. Like I said, Erigaisi obviously familiar with the ideas, and this is really the problem of when you get caught in preparation. You spend all this time conjuring up a defense, and none of it happens. It's the worst feeling in the world. You spend all this time analyzing your opponent's responses, and none of them come true because they know all of the moves in the position. So, it just sucks.
You know, all the moves are needed here for White to continue his attack because Black currently has a couple pawns for the unsafe king. So how does he deliver the checkmate? That's the big question for Arjun right now. Is obviously his position looks menacing. He's going right after that king on g8, but where's the knockout?
FG, bishop g4, knight e4.
So
is that it?
Is
it? That's my guess. Is that right?
It is good.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. And Levy is saying that you can take the knight on e4, but you lose your queen on d8. And after something like this, well, we can see the eval sky high for White. By the look of it, Levy, it doesn't seem completely lost for Black. It obviously looks not great, but it doesn't look totally hopeless.
Yeah, that was actually going to be my concern here. Like when I first suggested this, I'm like, I win a queen, I'm winning. But you can't end your thoughts after, I'm up a queen, I'm winning. Because you're also down 2 pawns, a knight, and a rook. Actually, you have less material. Technically, it's 10-9 for the other guy. I guess rook g1, h5, yeah.
Yeah, this king just can't get out of here. And you can always take this knight on c6 if that's going to bother you. But you get rook g1, h5, and the king is in ruin. So instead, he plays h5 right away. And that's an inaccuracy. I understand why he did it. He's just going straight for the king. But this king is being saved by the queen coming over to a square like g7. This could be bad news for all the Indian fans and for Arjun Erigaisi in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very, very dangerous stuff because if his attack burns out, then he's just going to be down material with nothing to show for it. If the queens get off the board, this is a much better position for Black. It's a completely winning position for Black, frankly, because the structure is so solid. Black has really done nothing wrong. Black is just sort of relaxing, and White is just going bananas and throwing everything forward. So White's got to give mate. White has absolutely no alternative. There's no bailout here. I really wonder what the best move here is. It's probably still FG, but I don't know.
Yeah, you can take on g6 just to open up more lines. By the way, I'm only first noticing this. David Paravian is 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So if he is able to play quickly, maybe there's a chance to survive. But if every single defensive move takes him a while to calculate, he'll have no shot. And f takes g played by Arjun, best move, suggested by you. Oh my goodness.
That's savage. HG is an idea after bishop takes d1. This is the issue with the position, is that one inaccuracy will not sink the ship. Black has absolutely zero time to react. And this is very stressful.
Probably knight e5 just to defend this bishop over here. It also defends the g6 square, but that's a difficult move to play because after knight e5, there's rook e1, there's rook f1. You have so many things to calculate.
So many things to calculate is right. 90 seconds now for Black. At some point, David is going to start getting more and more How to say it, like animated on camera. It's going to start with hair twirls. It's going to start with, yeah, now he's talking to himself. He's sort of like, I think he understands that he probably is not getting blown off the board. The problem is he has a minute. Like, you have to move. You can't just claim you're not losing. You have to make moves. And every move you're risking making something worse. 95. Wow, I think that was the best move.
It looks like it, and he took too long to play it. That's the only issue with the move 95. It took him a minute to play. He's a great bullet player, by the way. So there's the 2-second increment. He has a full minute on the clock, but he's also playing one of the best speed chess players on the one of the best players on the planet, and then particularly one of the best speed chess. He beat Nihal Sarin in the speed chess championship finals. So Arjun Erigaisi needs little introduction these days, and look at him on screen here. He's just like chilling. He's like, okay.
Yeah, so some of these guys are just unbelievably relaxed. Even over the board, he looks like that, and it's just fascinating. He makes moves with like no time on the clock, super fast. Yeah, Rook E1 is a great move, keeping the tension. Knight F3 does look like a fork, but it probably loses after Rook G4, and then Knight E1 and HG. There's no checks by some ridiculous geometry.
Oh my gosh.
He has 39 seconds. Yeah, it's tough.
Even if we reverse the clocks, I still think White could win this game, right? Like the king on G8 is really in a world of hurt here, and the rooks are not doing anything for Black. I really don't see a move right now.
Yes, the only thing is that if White had 40 seconds, I think he would be much more inclined to suffer in a tiny bit worse endgame. He would just, when you have 40 seconds, your brain's like, you got to simplify. Time trouble makes you do ridiculous things. In this case, man, I mean...
Best move.
Best move, but he has 16 seconds. Like every best move has eaten 70% of his clock time.
I'm with you, buddy. I mean, it's just Queen F4 attacking Knight. Wow, Knight C6. All right, he's understanding the position better. That's why he spent all that time, is so he could find the resources needed just to survive, and he's doing that for now. But oh my gosh, more pressure here, there, everywhere.
Yes, but no threats.
Knight. It's just confusing.
Yeah, but I don't think White wants to lose the knight. Wow, Queen D4. Yeah, but see, the guy with no time is looking to simplify the position. And see, now this might come back. Like, I don't know what the best move here. Maybe it's Queen H6, Queen G7, Queen D2, something like that. Like, something like that. But,
yeah, no, I think Arjun doesn't need to find the best moves right now. He just needs to find the tricky moves.
Yep. You never trade queens here. I mean, it's also just not a good move, but regardless, you just never take the queen. Ever.
Unless you're winning a full piece, yeah, you are. No chance Arjun Erigaisi is thinking about that. But
yeah.
You raise a good point that sometimes you want to bring the queen in to lure the black queen back. So I could see Queen H6 being the move, Queen F3, Queen D2, all sorts of moves here. But if you're not careful, Black will take on D3, play Knight B4, and sort of survive by attacking in a way. But with the king on G8 here and H6, G6 on tap, it's looking still so difficult.
I mean, how are you gonna play this position with 9 seconds on the clock? It's rough. To be honest with you, this is how I lose to David Paravian in Title Tuesday. I might have a position that's balanced, and he might be attacking me, but I have 9 seconds, and he has 2.5 minutes, and I'm telling you, it's a disgusting feeling. Like, it's just, you feel terrible. But Robert, you get into time trouble. How would you survive this position with 9 seconds?
Well, I'm just distracted by Paravian's hair twirling. He's in his best shape there. He is just picking his hair off of his head. But how do you survive a position like this? Honestly, what he's doing has been great thus far. He's creating threats of his own. So the queen trade is not, he's not going to be on the board. But it's like, okay, his bishop takes d3, something I need to worry about. Is this knight going to come back to e5? If I take on g6 and the bishop isn't on f5, can Black push with f5 himself? I'm just going to, okay, queen g3. I don't even have time to show anything, but queen g3 makes sense, going for g6, and here's knight b4, going after this d3 pawn. He is creating counter threats here, and now he's over 10 seconds. He's doing so quickly.
Yeah, but hg, knight d3,
queen f4.
Oh, that's so filthy, Robert Hess.
Queen f4, I think.
King b1? King b1?
Yeah, that's trade queens.
Yeah, but I get like rook g3 with some g-pawn. Because I want to go...
we'll just show that. HG, queen f4 check is my idea, because if takes, we take on d3, and as you see, Black gets the queen back with interest. So, yeah, this is a big moment for Arjun here.
Oh, Queen F4 is so gross. I thought I might still have a little something after missing Queen F4, but
King D2. What a move by
wow.
Arjun Erigaisi, and now
he
it's
lost.
over.
He just lost immediately. Yeah.
There's too many problems here.
Wow, King D2 was incredible, and you see, I'm not sure Paravian expected it. I just you see him shaking his head. It's just that's it.
Oh, but it's not the forcing checkmate that I thought it was. You can actually blunder here because the queen covers the G1 square. So if they're here and takes, I thought this king would have to like run back and take this pawn, but you don't have rook G1. I'm drawing a lot of arrows. I'll show it after the game, but with Paravian having 3 seconds, I don't think
what if White just starts with A3?
Oh my gosh, that would be such a nasty move in your opponent's time trouble.
Yeah, that's just not nice. You might also just have rook H1, rook H8, queen C7 somehow. Do you have
Also,
queen C7 and rook E6? Maybe.
That's what I was thinking about, but I wasn't sure I checkmate the black king, and that made me a little nervous. But
Yeah, he does not need to do that unless he absolutely is sure he has mate.
He can also play rook takes E6 right away.
Oh, Robert, rook H1, rook H8, queen C7, king F6, rook E6, king E6, queen F7, king D6, knight B5.
Oh, we will show all. Levy very intelligently, drag this rook away so he gets queen to F7. But rook E6, there has to be a checkmate, right?
I mean, rook E6 is much simpler, but
where's the rook E7 check?
uh-huh.
King has to go to G8 because if you go up here, there's queen G5 mate.
Just play a move that just queen H. Queen, yeah.
Trickiness.
I guess queen H3, and then you somehow aren't, mated. I don't know. Thank God I don't have to finish this off. Can you imagine losing this with White? Oh my God, you would probably throw the whole laptop against the computer, against the wall.
You were calling Arjun Erigaisi very calm. Yeah, if he loses this game, wastes 5 minutes to 3.5 seconds and a winning attack, yeah, you just break everything. What?
Maybe even rook F7.
Wait, no, it's checkmate.
Oh, it's just made one. Yeah.
Paravian laughed. You see him? He's like, yeah, I can't play like this. Having 4 seconds. There's also checkmate with queen D6. Like he walked into checkmate 2 different ways here.
Oh yeah, the king F6 was just like visually, I did not even like look at this move at all. I just
All right. Well, this moment here, right? Apparently, the game was still possible to defend here. Maybe he needed to just bring his queen back. I say just as if that's an easy choice, but you're going to have this capture on G6 anyway. Your king is going to be attacked regardless. So yeah. Okay, and we're getting word that Hou Yifan's game against Timur Radjabov has also concluded. That game finished in a draw. So, Levy, the other game maybe not quite as exciting in terms of tactics, but a great result for Yifan.
Yeah, very, very solid result. And this is quite a position, by the way, to agree to a draw. It seems like there's still a bit of life, honestly, but okay, draw is a very decent result, and Arjun Erigaisi could not have asked for a better start. I mean, he spent 4 minutes basically on the clock that game. It felt like truly he blitzed out a ton of preparation. He got a really solid position, and now he has the opportunity to repeat the exact same opening in the next game that he has with White. Like when you find a weakness, you absolutely go and exploit it. So these are our current, I guess, scores after just the first rapid game. Hou Yifan now will take the white pieces when in game 2 against Timur Radjabov, and David Paravian is going to have to basically forget that game ever happened, Robert.
Yeah, that's easier said than done. It's got to be a goldfish, make Ted Lasso proud. But right now, Levy, I think we're going to head to a quick break, and we'll return more here from these matches in the opening round of the Chess.com Global Championship.
open to anyone, all around the world. The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best. And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
There it is.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Eric Hansen!
This is crazy.
Eric Hansen moves on to the round of 32 in Armageddon fashion.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Hey, 1 second move! Oh my God!
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first-place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Chess.com Global Championship. Today is our third day of action, and we are covering the games of the round of 64. We just finished the first rapid game of the best of 4 in 2 matchups. The matchup between Timur Radjabov and Hou Yifan, as well as Arjun Erigaisi versus David Paravian. But a little bit later in the show, we're going to have Yan Nepomniachtchi versus Mohamed Muradli from Azerbaijan. We're going to have another player from Azerbaijan. We've got a stacked Azerbaijan card here. We're going to have Shahryar Mamedyarov taking on Vladislav Kovalev, and we also have Peter Svidler taking on Alexei Shirov. We have all of Group E, and as we like to do in these knockout rounds, we like to sprinkle in a little bit of dessert there. Group B, one matchup from Group B, and Group B will be finishing, I believe it is tomorrow, and if it's not tomorrow, then it's later today. So, Robert, what are your impressions so far of the first 2 rapid games that we saw?
Well, you couldn't ask for a better start from Arjun Erigaisi. He gets an opening that he knows extremely well, and he has David Paravian on his back foot. So even more important than the win, perhaps, is the way he won. It's like Paravian probably felt like he had no chance, and that's a really good sign for the higher-rated player. And in the matchup that's starting right now, we have Yifan and Radjabov getting into Game 2. I think that Yifan should be thrilled. She put a very solid game with the black pieces. Radjabov never had an ounce of an advantage. And so she gets white in Game 2, and we get an anti-Berlin. So,
yeah,
okay,
wow.
No Berlin.
I actually did anticipate that Radjabov would be playing Berlin, but I didn't know. I thought maybe Raja will have some sort of mildly offbeat weapon in the Rui Lopez that he might kind of bust out. But no, he's a kind of a very consistent guy. Also kind of like Hikaru. Like Hikaru, if you're going to play Rui and he just wants to stabilize and play white, he will play Berlin. He's not going to change anything because Berlin is unbreakable. But this D3, C3 stuff has become ultra trendy. Ooh, D5. Yeah, this move is very popular right now.
It is. And well, when you say right now, that's the key words in your sentence to me, because how much does Yifan know? Like, is she keeping up with all the chess? I did mention she's playing in the Chinese Chess League, but sometimes you have to play some obligations. You play in a tournament, but you haven't really studied up. So she plays Knight D2, which is the principle of reply. But does she know the ins and outs of these positions? Because some of the top players have found themselves in a world of trouble in venturing into these variations.
Yeah, especially venturing into D5, I would imagine, which is ultra sharp. What is your? I know basically nothing here theoretically. So what? I know the general ideas, but is Knight BD2 the main line?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a very popular move here, and Black often takes on E4. So there are 2 paths this kind of variation can go down. It can go down one of those lines where it's just pretty calm and you're just shuffling your pieces, trying to find the optimal squares. But D5 is so committal because if this knight on C6 is captured at some moment, then this pawn on E5 will be loose. So oftentimes Black will take on E4, protect this pawn on D6 and just play a very standard way. But you don't have to be so concerned about bishop takes C6, even though it doubles your pawns, because having the pair of bishops will be advantageous for Black. So there's all these little nuances that go into this. And Levy, what do you make of the fact that Radjabov is the one who played D5 and now is thinking after knight b to d2.
That's really strange. I mean, if knight bd2 is the most common move, he must just be deciding which way to take the position, because a guy like Radjabov knows and can talk about the popular responses for black after knight bd2 for hours. He can be like, oh yeah, there was a game recently here and there. And a lot of these top players don't just follow their colleagues' games, they follow games of 25 and 2600s, because players at that level are more than capable of coming to the table with some very, very nice theoretical ideas in these random open tournaments. a5. Okay, so to my untrained eye, that move stops white from playing the move b4. And it also frees up the a7 square for the bishop or the knight. But is that theory? Because that move looks super weird. It might be theory, but
I can't remember if this is the game between Radjabov as white against Hikaru. It looks kind of similar in the sense that at some point this bishop dropped back to a7 and Radjabov stole the a5 pawn and won that game. I don't think it's the exact same line though, but either way, this pawn a5, it's one of those moves that does look appealing. I get the reason why. And in that game with Hikaru, this knight went back to a7 and then ventured back towards c6. But Radjabov, different variation, different game, but queen e7 was his choice. And I tend to like these positions for white. I think it's just the maneuvering is pretty natural, and you have no weaknesses to speak of.
You are completely correct. That absolutely was the game Radjabov Nakamura from the candidates. The move a5 was the move that Hikaru played. He's actually played it many times. He's played it 5 times. And Vidit Gujarati has also played it a lot of times. So, but you know what's amazing about this line? After the move a5, my database shows 82 games, right? But not a single player over 2,500 played this until about 5-6 years ago, which is wild.
Wow.
And yeah, and one of the first kind of top guys to play it was Vladimir Kramnik.
Okay.
So, amazing.
No wonder it became trendy. Kramnik plays it, everyone wants to play it. He's making fetch happen. So,
I know.
And then we have Vladimir back. He won his first match in the Global Championship. He defeated Hrant Melkumian 3-0. It was a clean sweep. So great to see Vladimir back at the chessboard, or on the online chessboard.
Yeah, not quite the chessboard, but listen, I think World Rapid and Blitz or something, he will definitely play. He is a force to be reckoned with. He gives me the vibe of a potentially retired athlete who just shows up to the basketball gym and is dunking, shooting threes, posting up. He got that retired man strength. I guess he's not completely retired from over the board play, but I think, who said it about Kramnik that we've been playing his opening ideas for decades now? Somebody said that. I might have been Anand, but I don't want to put words into anybody's mouth. But I mean, Kramnik left such a lasting impact on the world of chess, and evidently continues to this day. 2017 was the first time that this was played at an elite level.
Yeah, no, he's an absolute legend in the game, and it's true. All these top players, they gain so many insights from Kramnik, and oftentimes it's not even what you see over the board. Like, let's say an opening is played one time, then people start studying it and realize, oh, there's all this underlying theory and concepts that I can learn from, and just the first person to play it is the person who gives it to everyone else. So, by the way, Bishop A4 was just played by Hou Yifan, and it seems like a strange move, but I think she wants to play Knight C4, and a turn ago, had she done that, there's Knight A7, and this Bishop is trapped, because if you go Bishop A4, there's B5. So I think she started with Bishop A4, so she could bring her Knight out at some point.
Yeah, and then maybe Knight E3, Bishop E3, and so on. We're going to let them have a moment here to digest the middle game. We have our second matchup, which is David Paravian versus Arjun Erigaisi. This one is a Slav defense by, is he going to play semi, or is he going to keep it open with DC? Semi-Slav.
And what's interesting is Paravian spent 27 seconds to play Knight C3. So he was in time trouble a game ago. It's still very early here. He's got plenty of time, obviously, and he was just trying to figure out which variation to go down. But I'm looking at every move of his, like, you got to keep pace with Arjun. And look at Arjun playing this triangle variation where the bishop on c8 is pretty much useless for the time being. White has a lead in development, but in the long term, with the bishop pair, that's where black is trying to make his mark.
Yeah, exactly. I've played this a few times myself with white. It looks really nice visually, but it's a very tough position to crack open. And the thing is that you gave black the two bishops, so black is always very happy with moves like dc4, c5, e5, just in some capacity, some sort of pawn breaks. And black could even turn this completely around on white and play g5, g4. Not right now, but it's definitely an idea. Like white has knight e4 here. Black has bishop b4 check to get out of that situation. Yeah, queen e7. Paravian's going to have to put his foot down. He's like, I'm not going to get bullied, because that first game was Arjun being a juggernaut. That was one of the most convincing games I think we've seen. It was, at least in my 2 days of commentary. We saw Nojarbek win a very beautiful game yesterday against Boris Gelfand, but Arjun used the clock, and, you know, clock is a piece. So we'll see if Paravian can strike back in this game, but he's already down 1 minute.
Yeah, and I think I really like the way you framed that. Arjun is a juggernaut, and he did bully Paravian. And Paravian, he knows he's in a normal position. He probably recognizes should be a slight edge. But the problem at this top level is, if you don't maximize immediately, your opponent neutralizes, and then you have no advantage. So when Paravian's looking at this, he goes, okay, is e5 about to happen? And if that's the case, some trades, will that help black? Is c5 going to happen? He plays the move a3, which is a good move, by the way. Does he want to play b4? Probably not. That would play into black's hands, but it's a very calm move. It allows the bishop to retreat to a2 in the event it's attacked. So I like the starting move a3 from him. But what is his plan, Levy? You said you've played this type of position before. What is white supposed to do here?
That's a really good question. I mean, obviously, if black has taken on c4, you always are considering the e4, e5 advance. The thing about lazy moves and kind of like queen c2, bringing rooks to the center, is that at some point, if you haven't set your pieces up the right way quietly, e4 is not going to work. And also black will successfully strike back in the center with something like e5. So David has to make sure that he's setting up the right way here for the long term. Of course, black doesn't have a knight on f6, so rotating the bishop around and getting it behind the queen and checkmating the guy on h7 is a vague possibility, maybe if you cut their ratings in half. In this case, it's not going to happen. And you obviously see Erigaisi already plays e5. So before Paravian even plays the move e4, there's e5. Now e4 for white probably doesn't even make as much sense. What do you think? I mean, I'd rather put a knight there or something else.
Yeah, it is a type of position where a lot of people would be tempted to capture on e5. But after e takes d4, white can even play e takes d4. I know we tend to hate isolated pawns, but that opens up the e file, and rooks win stare downs against queens. So e takes d4, not the most threatening of options. I would not play e4, that's for sure. From white's perspective, I think I would just bring a rook towards the center, probably a rook to d1. Rook e1 is too obvious. I'm not going to take. If you play rook e1, I'm not going to take you on d4 because I see exactly what you're planning. You want to gain some time against this queen, but I think rook d1 makes perfect sense because maybe in the future you play d5.
Rook a d1 or rook f d1? What are you thinking?
I think rook a d1 just to leave the e1 square available to the f1 rook if black does in fact take on d4. But I don't know if. What's black's next move? I think that's the question we should ask.
It's a great question. It might be knight f6, and then he just doesn't care about trading his dark squared bishop away on the e5 square.
Interesting.
But I'm not sure. Other than that, I'm really not sure what his next move is.
Because knight f6 is also a temptation to play knight h4, because I can't play it now, but imagine queen takes h4 is not possible, so we'll just pretend that's illegal. I'm threatening knight g6 and knight f5. That's why this bishop on c4 is so strong. But of course, I gave away a knight. So I'm saying if you cannot legally take this knight on h4, then that would be a good move. So anyway, knight e4 was played, and now Arjun, does he care? Does he care about knight takes d6?
It's a great question. My first instinct was to go king h8 and try to play for f5, but that might be way too much. And also, I think white can play knight g3 there, which gets to the f5 square before you have a chance to play f5.
There's also knight h4. Like if I had a free move.
Oh yeah, you really want to get knight h4.
And now it makes sense because it distracts the queen from this bishop. Of course, I have to deal with this capture. Knight takes d4 possible here, but I still like e takes d4 and rook to e1.
Yeah, e d4 looks very smart. But if black gets like 2 more moves to consolidate, he will never be worse. So David's got to make some questions get answered right now. I'm not sure though.
And he doesn't.
I'm not sure.
He had the hair twirling starting earlier in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there's another option, which is to play like rook ad1 now, or knight takes d6, and then rook ad1, just sort of try to... But black's next move is knight f6 or knight e5, and getting the bishop out. Not only are you getting the knight out, you're also getting the bishop out. I'm sinking lower into my chair just trying to make this work for black. Like, I just don't know. I mean, for white.
It's such a frustrating position because black has no weaknesses. And that's what you were indicating, right? That if black just gets these two moves to get all the pieces out, where is white going to seize an initiative from? And the answer might be nowhere. And he does take on d6 quickly, and he can take on d4. He can play your rook d1 move. Both look pretty tempting, but as you also mentioned, knight e5 will offer some more traits.
Exactly. I don't know what's next here for David. What is the Stockfish evaluation, by the way? I can't quite see it. It looks balanced, but it looks like it slightly prefers white.
Yeah, 0.3. So a whole lot of nothing is how the top jams would, Arjun's like, yeah, that's nothing. I'll equalize in a few moves.
Yeah, 0.3 is kind of, it's a vanity number. You just like, I'm plus 0.3. Show it.
Or as people in the chat would say, white is winning.
Yes, exactly. Wow, he blundered. What a bad opening by Arjun. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, should we check in on our other game?
Let's do it. Let's see if that one is getting more excited. We're going to go with the Hou Yifan game against Timur Radjabov, and here we go. Uh-oh is potentially right.
Feels like white is like... It feels like black got more moves in this game than white did.
Well, that's what happens when you play bishop a4, rook e1. Oh. Wait. Oh, bishop
c5. Wow. I mean, bishop f2.
Oh, I was like, what is that? That's a free pawn, but it's a trick. Takes.
Yeah.
And queen c5 check. Picking up this bishop.
Wow. Look at listen, they don't call him Timur Tactics Radjabov for nothing. I think I just gave him that nickname, but b5, look at that move. You're completely right. Like, the bishop moved multiple times. 4 times. Oh my god. It's moved 4 times.
And it moved 4 times in a 6-move window. So that's or 3 times in a 5-move window, I should say. So yeah, now the knight is infiltrating. Knight g3 is annoying, so that's why the knight came back to f1. Covering f4 and g3, this bishop can come to a6, but white can parry that with bishop to c4. So it's not like white is losing despite the -1 evaluation. I actually think this is the type of position where if you're not really accurate and playing actively, you lose your entire advantage in a few moves.
Is knight f4 the best move here for black?
Very well could be, although I would be a bit nervous to make that move because you allow white to take it and then play rook d1 and things like that, and then later in the game black could just be worse because you have a double pawn there.
Yeah, it's really a question of does getting a black pawn there from e5 to f4 restrict the f1 knight sufficiently to compensate for having the double pawns, or did you just rush and were you not supposed to do that? I don't know. There might be some other absurd ideas here, like rook to the 6th rank and rotating over to g6. That's a frequent idea in some of these positions, like rook d6, rook a6. I don't know.
The biggest problem that black has is sort of what you were mentioning with the pawn f4. Is this knight is dominated by this pawn on c3, and look at that. Radjabov makes one very natural move, attacking the queen with his bishop, and his entire advantage, according to the evaluation bar, is gone.
But bishop c4. Like, what is his plan after bishop c4?
Oh, is there bishop f2 there? No, there's not, because knight e3 at the end. I think there's no... This looks like a tempting option. I'll just bring up the analysis board. And bishop takes f2 check would be good if not for this knight on f1. So bishop f2. You can't take with the queen because... Wait, it says equal. What? I was like, wait, this can't work. So king takes, queen c5, knight to e3.
Knight f4?
Knight f4. Oh, it continues. It looks like it's
Wait.
Is it bishop takes a6?
Oh, white has to... No.
But this also doesn't look clear at all. 3 pieces for a queen.
Yeah, what?
Chess is hard. This is happening. This is all happening.
Bishop f2?
Yes.
Wow. Oh, knight d3. Ooh.
What's the material count? Black has 1 pawn for the piece. This queen is going to look like Danny Wrench and Robert Hess against the Chess Bros in a second. And then the c3 pawn can be captured. The e4 pawn is loose. All of it seems to be a bit problematic.
Wow. What an epic idea from Radjabov. Look at that. Just computer-like play, to be honest. Just sacrificing a piece for tempo on restricting a queen to the corner of the board, followed by just like a recapture of a pawn and just winning a pawn and just saying, yeah, my position's better. Wow.
How much do you believe in it? Like, I'm into it right now, but I'm always nervous of these kind of sacrifices because I feel like, you know, I make one just casual looking move and then suddenly I'm down a piece for just a couple pawns. I
don't like where white's queen is going. I'm really bad at untangling from positions like this with white, but just visually speaking, I would hate to play white here just because, like, how do you move? What do you move and how do you move? Will white have to play king g3 at some point? King
I think
h2?
so. Yeah, I think that's why the queen should go to g1, just to put the queens in the same diagonal. If you're going to be up a piece for some pawns, queen g1, king g3, and then a knight move is threatened. So Yifan is thinking here, what could possibly be the benefit of queen h1 over queen g1?
Maybe king g1, king h2. Maybe she doesn't want to go to g3. I'm not sure.
That's funny. that would be a very sad queen for a bunch of moves. And maybe bishop takes e4 is just not the threat. Maybe there is b takes c3 as you mentioned, followed by queen takes c3, but there's bishop d2 at the end of those positions to save the rook.
Could she possibly be considering rook e2?
Oh. Maybe.
I don't think so, but what else could you possibly spend time on here?
Nah, I don't have an answer to that. Like, my instinct is queen g1. It might be a terrible instinct, but I'm just trying to go like this and say, I have a piece. Go.
Yeah, but as we know, it's much easier to move your pieces of the games you're spectating.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'll probably lose the game, but that's where I'm going. And also, your rook d6, rook g6 idea is not out the window, right? There's a king on g3, so
no, it's
inviting that.
It's anything but out the window. At the end of the day, white does have more pieces that can do things. Like white has 6 of them, 2 knights, bishop, and then rook, 2 rooks, and the queen. But slowly, pawns will fall. I really don't want to leave and go check on the other game. This game is exciting. All right, she does play queen g1. I don't like the hesitancy. I would have loved to see if she just blitzed it out and was like, yeah. You think you're gonna just sacrifice a piece?
She's the problem. 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's tough. And like, I don't think she's come up with a move here. She knew bishop e4. Oh, Robert.
Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at this position. And I see the eval. I think I'm more nervous for black than I am for white. Like, I don't see a checkmate. I don't see a way to gain back a ton of material. Knight g4 is the next move, which offers a queen trade, attacks this bishop, puts pressure on e5. I'm not saying that black is actually worse, but it's just the type of position where down the line, black is the one who could be in more trouble than white.
Can we just we should pat ourselves on the back here for finding queen g1, king g3. Honestly, I'm very excited. We both kind of agreed that you have to line the queens up so that way you can trade them off, and it's better than putting the queen in the corner. King g3 is such a savage move. But somehow it came a bit naturally there. Like, it's the move that you're supposed to, you have to play that move. Because you got to get your king to safety, but you also need to trade queens with black. And she found it. And I think Radjabov is probably like, really? Like,
he has that facial expression on. Look at him. He's like, wait, is that really what's happening here? The king's on g3. I can't do anything about it?
Yeah. I mean, if black plays f5, you just play king h2 and you're down a piece, bozo. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what the best move is here for Radjabov. Like, I would play f5, and then I would probably go on to lose the game. It's a very, very tough position. I'm not sure. Yeah,
he's probably thinking about, do I get to capture on c3? Then I get 3 pawns for the piece, right? So 3 pawns is about the equivalent of a piece. And if you take on c3, white can take back, of course, on c3 as well. You could consider knight g4. So there's so many different variations to work out here because, sorry, that was me just didn't realize just click on the piece. This kind of position doesn't look great because my idea with bishop d2, you can just capture this on d2 and you get a lot of pieces for. So what do you have here? You have at the end of this. What is this? A knight? Sorry, a bishop and 3 pawns for a rook. No, I can't count. That's right.
Yeah. Bishop and 3 pawns for a rook.
Too much. Black is better. So that's why you wouldn't recapture on c3 for white. But if you make a move like knight g4, all of a sudden we see the position says zeros. It's anything but just a dead draw. A lot going on here, and the queen trade might be unavoidable.
Yeah, but after knight g4, what happens if we trade queens and I take on b2 and play f? There's a bishop hanging in the center of the board.
Yeah, I think I was gonna take this way.
Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, I was gonna take on f3 and play f6.
Right, and just be extra solid. But and you don't have this tactic with bishop g2 because rook d2 check looks like it wins back your piece, but that's what the knight on g1 is doing, protecting the e2 square. So
what an absurd position. I mean, Radjabov just came to fight in this game with black.
He did, but I mean, if I'm reading into their body language correctly, like Yifan's like, "Ooh, I'm curious about this. This is interesting." And Radjabov's like, "Wait, what the heck happened? Like, this should be really good for me."
Yep. Absolutely. He's probably very. I mean, look at his time. He had 6.5 minutes. He's burned more than 50% of his clock time on this very move, and he's only getting closer to the webcam.
Yeah, he's very concentrated right now. Both players are great to see these two slugging it out because in recent years they haven't played that much, and when they do play, look at the games we get. There's a king on g3.
Yep. There's a king on g3.
I wonder if he'll play f5, but this king just runs away. No. F5.
He does play f5. It is a very natural move. The problem is I don't know what's next. Okay, well, I think we know what's next for white. King h2, right? I mean, there's nothing else.
There could be a knight move of some sort as well. Like
where? Knight c2? Knight f1?
Knight d1, something like that. But I would say the big issue is that what Levy was highlighting. What?
She just gives back the knight. Oh.
How many knight moves? Knight takes, knight takes, knight takes, 2 different knights. But what's the material? It's even material. h6 is loose, e5 is isolated. And the king on g3, it's safe.
Yeah, wow. Can we go back? Was that the best move? Or was king h2 also possible? Just keeping the piece and...
Let's see. So
after
f5... Oops, sorry. I went too far ahead. So after f5, knight f1 is apparently the best move, but it says not too slight. We see 0.3 for white. So the knight move backwards seems to have been an option that would have left white a little bit ahead. But how can you blame her? There's no risk here. And a mistake from Radjabov, and suddenly she's just better.
Yeah. Why she's just he's it's very, very tough to say where he was supposed to move his bishop. I mean, I don't understand. Maybe he was supposed to move it to like f5 to keep or d5 and keep the g file open, like king h7, rook g8. Oh, that seems exactly what he should have done.
But she always had bishop g5 and h4, right?
h4,
The thing is, rook d3 check doesn't even win this pawn because of rook e3. So now she's just up a pawn.
Yep. That was an insane position, man. That was an extremely complicated position. Wow.
And what Radjabov is counting on now is the fact that they're opposite colored bishops, but there are knights on the board, rooks. You can't just say opposite colored bishop draw. No. White also has 2 on none here. White is up a pawn overall, but it's like white's up 2 pawns on the king side and black is up 1 pawn in the center. So that's the dynamic that we have.
Yeah, exactly right. And she's playing for a win. I mean, she's just, of course, probably most likely result is draw, but she is definitely pushing for a win here. You wanna just very briefly check in on Paravian and Erigaisi? I feel like we've sort of let them handle their business this round, but
here, well, yeah, Paravian maybe slightly better. If Bobby Fischer were around, Fischer, Taimanov, some vibes here, right? With this pawn structure, light square bishop, this king will need to dart over to the b5 square at some point, but I don't think Arjun has any ideas to let that happen.
Yeah, he doesn't. But of course, white is for choice there. Bishop can control the knight quite nicely. Black can very quickly get into a worse endgame by just like lazily moving the knight to e6 and potentially getting the pawn structure ruined. But yeah, that one is probably going to be relaxed. Let's go see the Hou Yifan game for sure. I also have the bad feeling Radjabov's experience is now going to kick in. And, well, it's always kicked in. But I just mean that he was going to play fast and solid. And Hou Yifan has to not be okay settling for a draw. Yeah, so her time right now she's up 90 seconds, but that evaporates so quickly, especially as you're kind of trying to find the right plan forward. If we saw Magnus here with white, it's just the Magnus effect. You would just immediately be like, oh, time for Magnus to go to work. But in this case, it's a question of will Radjabov hold, right? And if it was Magnus's, it's a matter of not if, it's a matter of when Magnus is going to break through. So A4 apparently not preferred there by Stockfish, although it looks completely reasonable. I don't know.
Stockfish is doing some weightlifting. The more depth it gets, the more it changes mind, but it's still hovering around the same area. We get the point. He wants to go after this A2 pawn at some point. He also has given his knight access into C4, but E4 is such a committal move, Levy, where now your bishop and pawn are tethered to each other in a way that you might not want.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe 91 or H5. I really want to play King F2 G4. It feels like when you get the pawns on G and H together, that's a serious indication that black has a problem. But
right. I guess white has some tactical problems. Bishop B1 followed by E4 is already a threat.
By the way, she's about to go under 2 minutes. So yeah. I listen, I said what I said because I know the feeling. I've never been a world champion. I'm not a Rhodes Scholar. I don't exactly know what that feels like, but I do know what it feels like to be better and have time rapidly winding down. She's only up 20 seconds now.
Right. And Radjabov, he's a speedy player, right? He has a lot of experience. King F2 play, the advantage is dwindling. That doesn't mean that the game will be to a draw. And I think, honestly, both sides have chances here because with the time the way it is, even though she should never lose this game, blunders happen, especially when there are things happening on the middle and the flanks.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, with almost no time on the clock, knights on the board, they're gonna be forks blundered and who knows what else. Okay, that time advantage is now 20 seconds.
I wonder if C4 is an option here.
Mm-hmm. C4, rook C5, A3, and just, try to.
Yeah, you don't want to allow knight A5 to C4. You don't want to allow this knight to start forking your pieces. The E5 pawn, I guess, is hanging, so there's no immediate knight jump. So maybe you can just put a calm A3. But she's down to a minute. Yep,
she's now lower than Radjabov. See, this is why they put us in for the commentary because it's because we can predict the future. She might be getting in her own head.
At some point soon, I might recommend just making the immediate draw. Like C4, bishop C3, take the pawn. I don't care if everything gets traded and you make a draw, but would not want to lose if I'm Yifan. And E4 played, she gives up the pawn. Oh, Radjabov playing for more. He could have just grabbed the pawn on D4 with takes and takes, but now there's C5 coming. There's knight C4, knight D3. Radjabov's trying to win this game.
That's crazy. That's hilarious that he's playing for a win down a pawn, but it sort of makes sense. It makes sense. He's seeing the trend of the game and experience is kicking in. He's going to try to make every move in less than 5 seconds. And this is an extremely tactical endgame. There is no theory here whatsoever. And knight D3 coming, maybe? Maybe knight C4?
Going after that A3 pawn. She could take C7, but then down goes A3. And that is why Timur put this pawn on A4. That's a runner.
Yep. And a track star. But of course, white is also close. It takes white 2 moves, and suddenly the pawn is two moves away from queening. So, bishop C1. The good thing is white's position is resilient. C5.
This rook can land on D1, but the knight and bishop are coordinated. And H5, H6, that's about to happen as well.
Yes, rook D1 is definitely a thing. But then H5, bishop D3, H6, bishop E2, H7.
Keep going.
Yeah, wow. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. That knight on C4 is a killer. What? Oh, he's giving up the E pawn. Oh, this is terrifying for white.
Oh, goodness. She's got to take it, though, right?
7 seconds on the clock. Bishop e3. Yup.
Well, great move, I think. That's a really good move in time trouble. You'll take c5 next.
Will you? What if black plays c4?
Well, then at least your bishop gets around to stop that a pawn.
Okay. I mean, human move feels like bishop g5. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to double my pawns.
I'm so scared of this pawn running.
Me too. Knight c1, knight b3.
Oh, good call. Really, really good call. The knight's gonna hide in a1.
Oh, that's so funny. Wow. and then white can play c3, c4, and the bishop will control the whole diagonal.
And bishop e3 could be the next move because if you take, well, good luck getting this knight on a1 with the light square bishop.
Yeah, in an Armageddon here, you always play for a flag, but well, she has 6 seconds. I mean, she's got to do something. Bishop e3, there it is.
And the king can even go out to f4. The king will likely go back. And remember, this is a light square bishop and a2 pawn. All white needs to do is sacrifice.
2 seconds. Sorry, Robert.
Bishop e2, bishop e2, bishop e2, go! But then c4, and her knight's trapped. So she goes back here.
This is so stressful. c4 now from black, probably. Maybe king e6, king d5. Okay, he takes. What?
Oh, she couldn't take. There's knight e4 as a fork. So she actually saw that.
Wow, very sharp.
She's pushing her pawns, but the c pawn's about to join.
This is crazy. This is
G6?
crazy. G6.
Bishop d4.
Yeah, you got to play that move. Bishop d4 and g7. You got to throw in g7. You got to throw in g7. Yep.
Bishop h7. Okay, king h7 played. Okay. She has this. This is a great configuration. Bishop b2 only move.
Oh my gosh.
And the knight and bishop can't really move very easily because then the king gets in.
Yeah, king f2.
But then bishop, there's nowhere for the bishop to go.
Yeah, I guess she's gonna get back in time. And is she gonna be like almost playing for a win there with king d2, knight c2?
I guess there's bishop e6, king takes h6, right?
Yes, very, very well done by Tamor. Oh,
just take this pawn.
And I guess knight f5.
What a game by these two.
Yeah, wow, what a game. King b3 and
play a1. You should play a1, hoping for like some kind of pre-move, you know?
Wow, what a game. What a hard-fought draw.
They deserve a huge round of applause. Like, I know the end position, just bishop versus knight, but that was so tricky for both of them. And Timur, he, as you were calling Levy, so, you were spot on. He recognized the trend of the game and that he could try to play for a win because she was kind of wavering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she definitely was. She had 3 minutes versus 120, but that was a very complicated game. Very, very complicated game. And, they both clutched it out toward the end. Here we see tale as old as time. We see David Paravian with 20 seconds on the clock, 3.5 minutes for his opponent, and his opponent has a horse. And David is like, he feels compelled and he feels like it is necessary to win this game. But okay, I think FE4 actually alleviates some of the pressure, but I don't know, Robert. I'm not totally convinced.
I'm actually a bit worried that rook c3 check could leave black with like a slightly better ending.
Mm-hmm.
So rook c3 or actually just rook c4.
Rook c4. Yep.
Oh,
David blundered.
No, there's no way he's surviving this. He's about to lose a pawn. It's gonna be 2 passers. White has no hope on the king side.
And Erigaisi looks absolutely thrilled. He is jumping out of his seat now that David has blundered the pawn.
Oh gosh, I might blunder a piece. The bishop was hanging.
Erigaisi with a fist pump. You can see him cursing on camera there.
It's funny because you said that and I immediately looked like, no way. And you were just messing around. The knight d4 followed by rook b3. Rook b3 is, I think, game over.
I feel like he'll play a5. But yeah, rook b3, professional. Hey, I would be scared that somehow my knight and 2 pawns wouldn't be good enough. But in this case, I think there's no way the bishop can stop them. Wow.
Breaking news. Arjun Erigaisi is great at chess.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's really got to, I feel like if he wants to be respected at the top level, he's got to really relax with these reactions. Okay, I'm going to stop. Erigaisi just looks completely over the moon to win this game. And just it's funny because if I would ever be David Paravian with black, I would probably just not play chess for a week. I would just celebrate and, Wow, what a convincing game. By the way, didn't we kind of predict this? This is something that we said, if David is not able to put together a winning plan fast, he's going to get into time trouble. And Erigaisi he's just too good, man. He's just too good. He's so good at every phase of the game.
And he's phenomenal. He just spots those tactics. When there's a hanging pawn available, he'll go win it. And that sounds like, of course, all top players do that. But no, they don't, especially not in speed chess, right? We miss things. top players miss things all the time. And so, to find those little moments, that's what makes the difference between a Paravian and an Erigaisi in this match.
Yeah, that's exactly right. King f5, maybe. King g4 after bishop e4, and just... That's it. That is it. Wow, Erigaisi 2-0. And that's... he's not going to lose with white, let's put it this way. So it would take a massive, massive comeback from Paravian to win after 2-0. But it's possible.
Anything is possible, but as you said, not probable at all. Knight takes f4. Give me another pawn. Don't want this one as well. Knight g2 and chop over here.
Yeah, Paravian just not happy, not thrilled with his play. And
yeah, how do you do that with his hair?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just one strand now. It was like multiple at first, and then I feel bad for the guy. The poor guy is battling just a guy who's probably going to be 2,800 in a few years, like a top 3 candidate for world champion, after Magnus is done with the era, and and his opponent is a very, very good player, but we just keep focusing on his hair, man.
Well, he's a hair twirler, but in all seriousness, he's such an amazing player, David Paravian. He's performed g4, can't stop both pawns, g4, g3, knight f3, and that's game. But for Paravian, we were complimenting his performance in the Rapid Chess Championship, and this is what's going to happen. He's going to play bishop d5. Oh, he's going to knight f3, and then done, or this is going to... Oh, gosh.
Yep.
It's precision.
White king is just too far, and the bishop will be booted. Yep, and that's it.
And he can't believe it. He's like, I had a slightly better position. He's such a strong grandmaster, and Arjun just like taking a swig of water. And he's like, yep, cool. Game 2 in the books. And whoa. It's frustrating, as you said. Super frustrating.
Is he wearing a t-shirt hoodie?
I think so.
What a savage. Oh my goodness. I got to evolve to that point, man. I got to wear tank top hoodies. That's what I need. What an exciting 2 rounds thus far. So Timur Radjabov and Hou Yifan have battled it out to 2 draws, and I know that might not sound exciting, but that second game was like the Hunger Games. Literally every single piece was looking for shelter under the battle of all the others. But Arjun Erigaisi is proving today why both Robert and I picked him to win, not necessarily the group, because he has a very monumental task up ahead against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but at least this matchup. I mean, you have to remember when we make brackets, it's not a knock on any player to select another player to win the match. It's the fact that over the last 3 to 4 years in chess, Arjun Erigaisi probably has the first or the second highest rise. He received all his IM and GM norms in the span of like 3 or 4 months. And since then, he hasn't stopped. And every event that he's invited to, he gets wins against all of the best players in the world. And he's on full display in the first 2 games here against David Paravian, Robert, like opening, middle game, end game, and time management. He's winning in every single department.
Yeah, honestly, he is a great example of why the ELO system is outdated for chess, because if you look at the top 10 players in the world, Arjun Erigaisi's name should be there based on performance over the last couple of years. But we have the system we have. Maybe FIDE's listening. They might want to do something about that. But regardless, we're in the midst of the Chess.com Global Championship and 2 great matches.
Open to anyone, all around the world. The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best. And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
There it is.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Eric Hansen!
This
Eric Hansen moves on to the round of 32 in Armageddon fashion.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Hey, 1 second move! Oh my God!
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. And we just want to preview a match that's going to be starting in about an hour here between Peter Svidler and Alexei Shirov. This is a matchup as old as time. Like, honestly, if I went to ChessGames.com right now and I looked at the history and the amount of times that these two individuals have played each other, it's probably a staggering amount of times. Robert, I don't know if you're about to do that, but aren't you excited for this one? I feel like this is going to be a super fun match. Both these guys come to fight. They have watched theory develop for maybe 30 years, 30 years. They both contributed massively to the game. It's a super exciting matchup.
So I did go to chessgames.com, and the first game these two played, according to the site, is 1991. So
wow,
30 years ago, 31 years ago, these two played in the Arnold Cup, and Shirov won that first game. Shirov also won the second game in Tilburg, of all places.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, honestly, these guys are legends. It's a shame that they were paired against each other in this first round, and one of them has to knock the other out. But can we pull up the bracket for Group E just to kind of show what the scouting report is and what the future holds for the players in the event? The winner of Peter Svidler versus Alexei Shirov will, in all likelihood, have to take on Jan Nepo. Now, that is not a knock against Mohamed Muradli, who I believe is a strong junior, also recently receiving Grandmaster title. And just like we've seen, in many, even my dog is excited. I don't know if you can hear that, but my dog is also excited for that potential matchup. But yeah, Nepo and Muradli will definitely, I mean, it's a tough one, right, Robert? We're in a tough spot because at the end of the day, Jan has won 2 candidates in a row. It seems like every single time that he plays, he wins the tournament. How do you I picked Jan to win the entire event. Like, what? I got to be honest with the audience. I can't lie, right?
I do appreciate your honesty. Muradli did win the Beal tournament, the Open tournament. So, he has some recent successes to his name. He is a junior player, as you said, and he's about 25-50. So he's on the way up. And what I was just mentioning before the break, FIDE ratings don't always reflect current strength, right? In tennis, you have to win events and gain points to have a higher ranking. In chess, it's your historical performance. And because he's a junior, there was a pandemic, he hasn't the opportunity to play in all the events. He probably is stronger than his 25-50 current rating. That said, Jan Nepomniachtchi is 2,800 approximately, has won the candidates twice in a row. So if you're not named Magnus Carlsen, you're probably not a big favorite or a favorite at all against Jan Nepomniachtchi, I should say. So the matchup that I think everyone has their eyes on is this Svidler matchup against Shirov, just because it's a battle of legends. And not just legends in the past. These two both, to this day, are still great chess players. It's not like they can't compete. Svidler, I looked up his recent over-the-board rapid tournaments, Levy. He's performed at like 2750 in his recent, like over the last couple of years when he's played in Grand Chess Tour events.
That 2750 is incredible. I mean, that's awesome. And Peter oftentimes himself is like, I don't want to play this and that. That's not a repeat game, right? They're they're basically repeating the same line, minus knight c3.
Right. And so I think Radjabov, he took a lesson from the internet's chess teacher, that's you, and he did not bring his knight to c3 so early because of this e6, bishop b4 stuff. So instead, he fianchettos quickly, and that eliminates some of Black's options.
Yeah, exactly. There's no knight c3. So now if he plays d4 a little bit later, and he doesn't have the knight on c3, by the way, for all that, Black just played e7, e6 in the first game, but in this game, she's going for a double fianchetto, which is, that's exotic. That is it's a very good rapid and blitz line, but I'm just not sure. I mean, every time I see it played sometimes at like this GM level, it can get very bad very quickly for White if White is not careful.
Yeah, this type of position with the double fianchetto, it's just odd, but it makes sense because where was this bishop going to go on the f8, a3 diagonal? I mean, after e6, it would have just been sitting on e7, so instead it fianchettos, and so d4 is played, unlike the previous position, the previous game, I should say, where the bishop sat on e4. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever because the knight gets to go to c3 and kick that bishop out immediately. So it's just a totally different dynamic despite a similar looking position. And for Yifan, she has to decide if she wants a castle right now. Oftentimes, if knight c3 is played, it's met by the response knight to e4. So Yifan, she's doing a Hikaru here, staring off to the side, trying to remember or consider what she should do here. And Levy, I mean, it's a kind of a big moment in the game for her coming up because she'll have to decide, does she want to play d5? Does she want to play c5? Now, how exactly is she going to develop an initiative?
Yeah, e6, d5 is one of the plans. There's also d6 and c5. I used to play the double fianchetto quite a lot, actually, and yes, there's this knight e4 move. I used to play this a lot with Black, and it can be fun, but for a long time, people were just sort of punishing me for playing like this. White can play bishop d2, queen c2, and d4, d5, and just try to expand into your position. It really also depends if Black plays f7, f5. Wow, Radjabov just doing it like this. I've never seen this. Bishop g5. Wow, this is new stuff to me.
Queen c8 looks quite reasonable, and maybe queen to b7, just trying to join the bishop on the long diagonal. F6, I was about to say, it's not out of the question. Now, I know Ben Feingold is somewhere shaking his head, but because Black's typical plan is to play f5, stopping on f6 just to get the bishop out of there and then playing f5, it does make perfect sense. There's no rush for f5. You don't need to control the e4 square anymore. You have a bishop there that can't be kicked very easily. And if you play bishop to h3, well, then g5, f5, g4, things like that are not going to be super fun to meet.
Yeah, queen c8, queen b7, like to fight on the diagonal. I actually kind of feel like Radjabov is bluffing. Like I've never seen this before, right? There's a couple of ways to take advantage of the position for White because Black played a double fianchetto and Black has a very strange pawn structure, but somehow, but I don't know. we're about to find out. Okay, she plays f5. Robert, you made a good point. G5 looked, and just that whole plan, like now f5, dark squares are a bit weak.
If we go back, she could have played g5 and then g4 and traded the bishops off by force, right?
Yeah.
So she would never have to worry about these bishop h3 and knight moving around ideas, but she could have gone for that if she so chose. But I get why you don't play this very easily in rapid. You don't want to expose your king and create some problems over there. But f5, while it's thematic, it does cede control over some important dark squares.
Yes, the question is, what does Radjabov do to take advantage? Maybe h4?
I like the look of that.
Yeah, h4, try to play h5. The attack and then play itself. You can also play a4, a5. Might as well just push on every pawn. b4, a4, and h4. There you go.
Pick your poison. And f5, it makes a lot of sense. You can't really fault Yifan for going for this move. But she is down in terms of development and time, right? There's knight on b8, rook on 8. The queen side's not playing. White has 2 pawns on the 4th rank, and Black only has 1 pawn on her 4th rank, which is the 5th rank. So it just feels like White has a little bit better control. But there's not clear plans for either side. I actually don't see I see some moves, but I don't see like an 8-step plan.
Rook fd1 is also a strange move, but I guess he's trying to play d5, and maybe he's trying to play knight e1. Other than that, I'm really not so sure. Rook fd1. This whole game is kind of confusing. It seems like both of them are just sort of trying to make something happen, but she's going to play maybe d6, knight d7, knight f6. I would much rather have a knight on e4 if I was playing black, but I get that the bishop stands there, and I get it's doing a good job. Have Paravian and Erigaisi started, by the way?
They have not started yet, no.
Oh.
They will start shortly, I presume.
Yeah, okay. Okay, then that is... Did they finish much later than these two?
No, but it's possible, during the break, because one of the players left, got food or something, but I'm asking and verifying when that game will start. I think it's a slight stagger as well.
Yeah.
So
that does make sense. Well, in that case, let's try to predict black's next move. Let's see. D6, knight c6, queen e7.
All reasonable plans. A5, not out of the question. Sometimes you just want to gain space for yourself over here. But the reason why A5 is a bit risky is because white might just play rook c1 and c5 and just use this bishop to great effect. So.
Queen e7, by the way, I was thinking bishop c7, d6 traps the bishop, but you can take the knight, which is really embarrassing. That would be kind of funny. Okay. I think we have an opening in the other game.
All right, let's check it out. Catch the start of that one. Whoa. Oh, sorry. It's a Petra. I was like, I saw pawns on d5 and e5. This is the position I saw, but I didn't realize that. I was like, how did this happen? But of course, it just was black's last one was d5. So to go back in time, just to get the start here, it was a Petrov. And Levy, when you're playing a game that you have to win, I'm not sure the Petrov is necessarily the opening of choice.
Yeah, very strange decision. Maybe he's just trying to be solid and hope that Erigaisi pulls up on Kratov and just sort of, in a spot where he has to just draw, just goes a little bit crazy in the position. But if I'm going to bet on a guy to be cool, calm, and collected, I think it's going to be Erigaisi. But anything is possible.
You mean the guy who doesn't react at literally anything?
Yeah, nothing. And his interviews are also so funny. They're so relaxed. He's just like, yeah, well, Is there... 27-30.
Oh, Levy, you'll like this. I might need to revoke my own GM title. I thought that you could take a knight. Let's just bring up an analysis board real quick.
I know what you're going to,
Yeah, I was like, oh, wait, this looks like a huge blunder. And, well, I'll just show it on this board then. Takes, queen takes here. If I could play bishop takes h7 check, I win your queen. But knight c3, knight takes c3. I forgot the knight defended the queen. So like, haha, gotcha. And then I really got myself because this queen is defended.
That's okay. It happens. Maybe the person playing with black also would have forgotten,
Just press resign.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. They just resign after bishop takes h7. They're like, oh, my God, I've plundered another tactic.
Has it ever happened to you that someone has resigned in a non-losing position against you?
Not over the board, but yeah, for sure. I think like in Blitz, especially when you attack. I mean, you just should never resign. I'm on both sides of the argument. I always make fun of people for not resigning for a long time against me, and then I also make fun of subscribers who resign way too early. I
had a game against Timur Graev 13 years ago at this point. But I had king and rook, and he had king and knight, and he resigned. But his king was on the side of the board, but it was still a draw. And I think he really resigned because he was completely winning for a large majority of the game. And then to have that position, and he was just frustrated and probably just stopped thinking. And yeah, he resigned in a drawn position.
You know what that reminds me of?
Do tell.
That reminds me of our game.
Oh yeah.
I thought for sure you were gonna beat me with king and rook versus king and knight. We had a long 5-hour battle that ultimately ended with you having king and rook versus king and knight. And I was like, I know this is a draw, but luck is not on my side. And I think I offered a draw and you accepted. And I was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, right, you did.
You should have beat me, man. You should have just.
No. I mean, that game,
my origin villain story.
That game was ridiculous, in every way possible. But yeah, you did offer a draw, and I was like, yep, nope, that seems like the right time. But you are right that if you're on the better side of a draw, or you're worse, you should not resign. You shouldn't accept the draw. I should have played out 50 moves, but I was hungry, and I knew you were gonna survive it. So, whoa, okay. Okay.
Now queen b5, there very much is bishop h7.
But you have to give Paravian credit here. At least he's like mixed the game up here. It's not just a symmetrical position where Arjun can make a draw any which way. Now there's going to be an isolated pawn on d5. White has the pair of bishops, but black has these knights and has the better pawn structure. So I feel this. I'm into this a little bit.
This is a good... I feel like there's better ways to kill off lines in the Petrov, but who knows? Maybe Paravian was going to play Stafford Gambit. I don't know. Erigaisi did play 3d4.
Stafford Gambit. I know.
I was going to ask you, you think like all these guys know the top engine lines because you have to?
You don't have to know anything against it. Don't make me hate on the Stafford Gambit. I know how many Eric Rosen fans are out there. You're trying to get me into like a little quarrel with our boy Eric. The Stafford Gambit is terrible. It is objectively a horrible opening.
The craziest thing is I think it might even be objectively worse than the England Gambit according to Stockfish, but it's very close. But
it's so bad, and all the chat is about to go hate on me. I get it, it's fine, but there's a reason that I can't possibly look at the Stafford Gambit and do anything but shake my head. Yeah.
The funniest way to play against the Stafford is just to play d4 after knight c6 and just be like completely it's probably the best solution. I mean, that reminds me, maybe we'll just make a video about it. Just then we'll start some real beef with Eric. There we go. Have you? I know you teach. I don't know if you still teach as much chess as you did, but have your students been influenced by YouTube and they're like, I play this Gambit now, because I watch this bozo on camera, me, Eric, whatever. Have you experienced that with kids or adults?
So I'm not really teaching very much these days, so thankfully I don't have to deal with it. But I think thankfully the people were coaching, they end up listening to me more than people on the internet. So that's good advice for everybody. Talk to your friends. Don't trust random Reddit threads, right? It's like
yes.
Yeah. Not saying that you are a random Reddit thread while we switch games to the Radjabov Yifan game, but I'm just saying that for everyone out there looking for some life advice that was completely unsolicited, just trying to help you out.
Yes, exactly. Your coach, your personal trainer, just like in the gym, they know you better, so they know how to point you in the right direction, or they don't. If you might have a terrible coach, but so those of you with a good coach, semi-decent coach, you're probably getting pointed in the right direction. You know what's not getting pointed in the right direction, Robert?
The evaluation bar here for Yifan.
Yeah, White's going to play d6 and b4 and f4. I don't know yet in which order, but in some order. Or c5, by the way. Oh, my God.
Choose which dark square you want to put a pawn on, and they're all good. And you can just tell by her body language that she's like already thinking about resigning, essentially.
Yep. I don't understand why she played g6. I just really don't. I was sort of very confused when I saw it originally, because it's not like she was blown off the board in the first game. She effortlessly drew with black. Why not just play e6, right? This is just such an offbeat system. The double fianchetto, no pawns in the center. It just really doesn't work. We kind of see it happening. Now, having said that, if she hadn't played f5, it might have worked. But then she would have had to play like really cagey chess, like g5. It's like not how the top players like to play. Especially if you're not a dynamic player, you're not inclined to this. Give Report this position, he's going to play g5 in 2 seconds.
Yeah, he would have played g5 3 moves ago, even when he didn't.
Probably would have played a move 1.
Yeah, he's such a fun player. But this is where it went wrong. f5. My coach Miran Shah used to say that mistakes come in pairs, and then knight c6. So first f5, not the best, and then knight c6 is where it started going wrong for her, because her knight goes to a5. And could you ask for a more natural thematic setup for white? And what's your knight doing over here? Why do you have no space with your pawns as black? It's like everything went wrong for her in this game. And the one time she gained space, Radjabov was trying. Oh, huge mistake, apparently, based on the evaluation. Rookie won such a logical move, but apparently a huge inaccuracy.
What was wrong with b4 c5?
Nothing. Yeah, precisely nothing.
Why did he not do this?
Maybe he felt bad for how little space Yifan had and was like, okay, you'll gain a little something here, but no, this is just overwhelming. You can play c6. You could take on b6, land a rook on c7. You can play d6 and f. As we were saying, any dark square pawn push is going to be a good one.
Maybe sometimes you just don't really quite grasp how good your position is. You just want to improve everything slowly. But there was no need. Maybe he didn't like f4. Something like f4 for black, trying to trap the bishop somehow. f4 and h6, some stuff like that.
Yeah, I can see that happening, right? You cut off the queen and bishop on the same diagonal. Of course, now f4 can be captured by the bishop, but so knight b7 was Yifan's choice. And now b4, there's always a5, at least something to consider, because you're opening up the line for your rook. That gives black some counterplay.
Maybe he didn't like that. Maybe he thought his attack wasn't fast enough and black was going to be able to play a5. Oh my, he's worse now.
That's...
f4? Is that why? Or bishop h6, f4?
Yeah, f4 bishop takes, but bishop takes, queen takes.
Oh, yeah.
But this is just not a good piece, this bishop on g2.
Right, exactly. Yep.
She takes, and maybe she just play d6 and just protect her e5 pawn and then bring her queen over, maybe try to trade queens. What just happened?
I don't know. I mean, Radjabov, that was so strange. Yeah, he just had to be a killer. But you know, like this is not the candidates, but even though he had an excellent run in the candidates, I think for the first half, players even close to Timur, like Anish Giri, for example, we're talking about like the killer instinct mentality, right? Like you have to smell blood and just like, that's it, b4, c5, executed, you know, d6, c6, breakthrough. He's trying to kind of play it slowly, but he's lost the benefit of the position. The one benefit, the one advantage that White had in this game, in case anybody's confused, like why does White get such an advantage from an equal position, is time. You have time on your side to create an attack. And not only does White no longer have that time, White also just straight up has worse quality pieces. So Yifan is going to, exactly like you said, he's going to play queen g7 and that's it, a5, knight c5, and black's better probably, like objectively.
Yeah, actually, if Timur doesn't find a concrete solution here, he will be worse. And this bishop, this is what happens. And this is what, when players are developing, they're getting stronger. Speaking of coaches teaching you things, that you look at the prospects of your pieces. And maybe there was no one better at this in history than Bobby Fischer. He always seemed to know which pieces he should trade because he could visualize a position 15 moves from now and see what would benefit him. And so right now, this knight on b7, the knight was on a5, was terrible. Now it's on b7. It's going to go to c5. You'll push your pawn to a5 here. And it's going to be much better than this bishop on g2, which has zero prospects whatsoever. So I think Yifan now, she shouldn't even think, how do I make a draw? That's typically what strong GMs do with black, is make a draw with black, win with white, at least attempt to. She's a great position, Levy.
Yeah, she does. She has an amazing position. If she gets to play a5 and then knight c5, White will not even be able to play a3, b4. That's kind of the major concern that black would have with putting the knight on c5, is that it would get booted. But by then, black would have moved the a pawn far enough so it would stop that advancement. Now, I guess White wants to break in the center. So White's plan is to double the rooks and then play f4. And when black closes everything with e4, well, sucks to suck, White has another f-pawn. Now, I don't know if sucks to suck are the words that are going through Timur's mind. I think they're probably more sophisticated, but the point still stands. I don't like knight d6.
Well, she's giving Radjabov the option, but I actually think taking is just losing for White, right? If you get the situation, we'll just put this here. I guess it's not. It looks losing. Like, honestly, when I look at this position, I think black should just win the game.
Yeah.
But apparently it's better for White.
Yeah, it looks really... I mean, I guess White will play f4, bishop f3, and... Oh, h4, h5 is always going to be a problem.
Yes.
But there's knight f7.
There's all sorts of stuff here, right? Like,
yeah.
This just seems like a position... I mean, I'm completely incorrect. I'll accept that, and I own that. It's fine. I think for me, being a commentator, I have to be willing to be wrong, and I am. But when I see rook takes e5, and Yifan's doing the same exact intuitive calculation, she's like, take on e5, yeah, I'm good as black, because this bishop is useless, or so it seems, and I don't see an attack against my king.
Yeah. Is rook e5 the only way that White gets advantage here?
I would imagine have to be the case. So this knight is just coming to f7, and this queen's... Yeah, there it goes.
Wow.
Wow, that's so counterintuitive that rook takes e5 is good for White.
Uh-huh. That is shocking. That is so strange.
Even with that eval, I think in a game between just strong players, I think Black wins that position like a large percentage of the time. I'm still confused how that's good for White.
I probably White has a way of getting all of the attack and the king safety, but it's definitely a tough one for sure. And the thing is, in the long run, the knight on d6 is if White doesn't end up taking on e5, if the knight doesn't actually get to c4, I still am a little bit hesitant about where it is because I feel like White can h4, like b3, h4, maybe bishop h3, h5. She just has to not fall into the same trap like last time. So right now she's down 2 minutes. Last time she started up 90 seconds. So if she's going to be down 2 minutes and all of a sudden down 4 minutes, and Timur keeps enough pieces on the board, he's going to quickly become the favorite.
Yeah, no, and he's trying to play c5. And I just looked at the other game between Arjun Erigaisi and De Paravian. Let's go over there. That one is looking very level. It's bishops of opposite color. Paravian's giving it his all. Levy, I think, as we dissect the position on the board, it should be a draw pretty much with most margin.
Yeah. I think so. I don't think it's possible to win this game with, frankly, either color. But never say never. And also, for the first time, we see Arjun does not hold a commanding time advantage, which is important.
Yeah. And actually, I think maybe the start of this should be queen takes e5. After queen takes a7, play c5, c4 as quickly as possible. Like, just try to get yourself something to have an advantage with. And the passed pawn is running quickly. Now, it's not going anywhere because White will just go rook c1 and bishop c3 and all that. But you need some kind of imbalance, and that's the best I can come up with here.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to come down to the pawns. I think of all the games, this one, I don't know. They're both kind of very, very stable right now. I feel like both games are right at that moment where it's mutual chances for both sides. And ultimately, it will come down to probably the next 5 or 7 moves to determine whether one side slips up, gives the initiative to the other. I guess particularly for this game, Paravian's not looking for the best moves. He's looking for the best chances to win. Right. Sometimes that is the best moves, but in some cases it's not.
Yeah, he's going to take risks because a draw is equivalent to a loss here. He's got to win. So if that involves some kind of sacrifice that is just a terrible decision, it doesn't matter because he needs to try something. Otherwise, Arjun will just make an easy draw. So we'll keep an eye out on this game. It's not super exciting right now. So let's go back to the other one because Yifan has just met Radjabov's c5 push with the move d6. So dark square domination for Black. I mean, she's playing checkers while he's playing chess. Usually that's an insult, but here it feels like a compliment because it's a light square bishop against all these pawns in the dark squares. So, Levy, when you look at this and how things are developing here, whose chances do you like more?
I like White's chances. I like Black's chances a lot more. I think h5, g5, knight h6, g4 is like going to play itself. You have to be a little bit careful, of course, with your c7 pawn, your a7 pawn, but your base of operations there seems to be very well protected. If Black can get the a7 pawn to capture on b6, that would be a dream situation, but although cb also doesn't look that unreasonable. What I'm very confused about is why she looks so frustrated. She's like visibly shaking her head, and I don't understand why. She worried about bishop h3, e6, because that's not even concerning at all, because knight g5.
Yeah, knight g5, clutch move.
What is she so upset about? I just don't know. And yeah, like Radjabov might go astray as well.
Yeah, it's a position without real clarity here. I mean, Black obviously playing the dark squares. At some point, bishop h3 could be a huge problem for Black, but with knight g5 always available, it's not happening anytime soon. So your h5 move looks very appealing to me because you can even play h4 and just try to barrel down on this g3 pawn over here. And rook e7, I think, just is a preemptive type of move. But maybe queen a3, Levy. Maybe that's something that Timur is trying to aim for. Let me just tickle your pawn a7.
Yeah, that might be why she's showing signs of frustration. But I even wonder if Black can play something like a5. and just sack the pawn completely, give like a structural solidity to the pawn on c7, and just still go for an attack. Like I mean, I would do it in blitz. Of course, it's completely different to do it here. But yeah, I agree. Queen a3. What is the plan? Is the plan?
I think it's what you said. No, I'm going to show that because it's very instructive. Like, let's say you get a position even like this where white steals a pawn. This knight, if it gets to c5 or d4, I mean, it's just devastation for white. But the point is that you up a pawn, it's isolated. Black's rooks have gained some activity. This bishop is terrible. Black just controls all the dark squares, and I think it's open files to counter with, and black should not complain.
I'm actually shocked. Wow, that's actually a major confidence boost for my chess understanding. I thought it was speculative, but that might, wow, a5, huh? A5. I just sort of thought the position was a bit stronger there for black, but okay, well, I'm proud of myself. I can feel good. You have to understand, I'm not a Nereditsky. I'm not 2640. I'm not expected to go 100% on this. Oh, you never want to play a move like Rook A8 though. It's not a bad move, but it's just no.
Although it kept the balance completely.
Yes,
She doesn't have to give up any material for it, and it's very clear what she's lining up.
No, you got to give the pawn away. I mean, well, she also can play a5 now, and it's actually not losing a pawn anymore. So, but then there might be cb and like b5 and white. Oh, yeah, actually, a5, cb, cb, b5. Is that just crushing for?
I think she'll throw an a takes b4, but otherwise, yeah, that would be a problem. So Levy's point is that if you take back here, she does, but
oh, that's terrible. No, you can't do that. She really didn't want to lose a pawn.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, she's such a strong player. Obviously, that doesn't need to be said, but strong players typically don't mind giving up a pawn if it means they get more activity. She is being a little bit too material conscious, and now she's much, much worse because this rook can go to c6 even if the knight can take. Like, there's an automatic exchange sacrifice to get a passed pawn, but the knight can't even get there in time. So
yeah. I think that's what a lot of people don't understand here is it doesn't really matter if the black knight can stop rook c6. It's not stopping anything because you take and the pawn is 2 squares from queening, and now bishop h3 is a completely different story. The bishop on h3 becomes just a savage. It's disappointing. She really didn't want to lose a pawn, and it's a really nice lesson in material is not as important as piece activity. And, well, I guess in this case, it really is just piece activity, but also just sort of future prospects. She's kind of tied herself down, and now she's got a minute left. And yeah.
She goes rook e8, so rook c6. Is she trying to play some kind of e4 move and open up the f file?
I know, but if she wanted to attack, she could have a long time ago just parted with the pawns. Now she has to get kind of desperate here, and we saw it's on the board, but it's apparently not the best move. But we saw Paravian play like this as well against Erigaisi in the first game, the first rapid game. But the problem is he left himself no time. And okay, she can play a couple of really nice counter-attacking measures, but she has 5 seconds at the end. It's not going to work. So she needs to play faster.
Yeah, she's trying to get her knight into e5 and cause problems down the f file, take here. So I see the counterplay. Like, if I didn't have the evaluation bar off the side of the screen, I'd say this feels like it's a bit desperate, but I can sense that it could be a difficult time for white. But I think queen takes g3 here, covering the f2 pawn, because knight e5 doesn't come with a threat if the queen's already on g3.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, queen g3, I agree completely. I wonder if fg3, rook f1, but maybe you don't want to weaken your king. Queen g3, queen d4, queen e3, I guess.
Whoa.
Why? Why did he do that?
Just rook back to c2? Is he
f4?
Oh my gosh, that actually might hurt.
I wonder if f4 was a good move. I mean, it seemed a little bit too much, but...
Oops, sorry. Yeah, still better for white.
I guess Stockfish is a scumbag. It's like, sacrifice the rook and just win the endgame. Wow.
No, so it's much better for white. It says, well over +1. So rook c7 check, still keeping it in that territory, but it was +2 point something. So rook c7 check. Don't give checks just because you can, and now she's fair what to do with her king.
Yep. But she has 30 seconds.
I mean, I would be tempted to go on a dark square, but there's no bishop check, so king g8 also makes sense. She's got to move, though. She's taking way too much time.
Yeah, way too much time. Way too much time. I mean, yeah, rook e7 and...
No, but okay, if you're playing rook e7 trading pieces after you gave him a pawn, that's obviously not what you want.
Take, f4 is probably quite strong.
You need this rook on c5, like, now.
Just jump over multiple pieces. Yeah, rook e7 and probably even queen e3 is not unreasonable there because it's really tough to defend the b6 pawn.
Yeah, don't like this position one bit for black, but the good news for her, if there's any, is that Radjabov is also nearing 1 minute, and that's when chaos ensues. So f4 played.
Yep, f4 is played. I was a bit worried that, you know, Radjabov would look for a bit more of a solid move. Yeah, and he would be a bit more concerned, but, you know, queen c3, also e5. Also just like bishop h3 at some point, and the knight has to get out.
No, this is done. If you get e5 in,
yeah, black is too slow here, and I mean, honestly, she lost this game because she just respected her pawns a little bit too much. That's she hasn't lost yet, but
she's gonna lose.
I think so. Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock, unless Radjabov blunders something completely ridiculous. His pawn is also going probably to e6, but also queen c3 is super strong. Rook e2.
I said she's going to lose, but something about the way Radjabov is doing this and how much time he's spending per move, I'm not completely convinced it's over anymore.
We're about to find out. Yeah, there's queen c3, king g8, don't even think about it.
Right. King says that, queen c6, okay.
What is he? Why? Oh, he wants to Nope.
He just wanted to play bishop g4 when the knight came here?
Yeah, he has some ED move, like right now.
Oh, that's nasty.
But now the rook is defended on the back rank.
Right,
but
it's such a cool tactic to note.
Yeah.
Going after
now he still has... Oh, no, ED was check on d5. Yeah, his position is so strong.
Yeah, she's trying to get like some h4 thing in, but it's way too slow, it feels like.
Well, bishop f3, knight f5, and if the time situation was reversed, I wouldn't put it past white to mess something up. This is so wild.
Oh.
E6 though. A67 is crushing.
Has to be, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he blundered a piece!
Oh, he blundered a piece!
Oh my goodness, he blundered a piece! This rook is hanging with check.
That's completely unreal.
And
oh my goodness.
Now it's completely anyone's game. And don't ignore the evaluation bar. Yeah, it's going to go up and down. It's a seesaw.
Yeah, both sides are now going to completely panic because Hou Yifan's going to be like, oh my god, I'm winning. And Timur's going to be like, oh my god, I'm losing. He's trying to get queen c8, rook c7, but I'm not even sure that works.
Great move, queen b7. Hitting both d5 and b6. 93 check if you move the queen to c7.
Yep. And queen d3, queen d5.
Oh my gosh. Can't stop queen d5 unless it's the rook d2. But that's a sad move. 4 seconds. Gotta go, Timur.
4 seconds.
Queen f6.
Queen f6. Queen d5's got to be winning.
Queen d5. King h2. This queen. Oh, she just goes to take the rook.
Oh, and she has queen g7. She's completely winning.
She's queen g7 at the end. Oh gosh, cutting the queen off. Check. Queen f5.
Queen f5. Queen f5.
Apparently that was a mistake. Oh, because the b7 pawn. b7, b8.
Oh my. Oh, she hung the rook.
Oh, but just
oh my gosh.
Oh, what a move by Radjabov.
What a move. And he's going to get that is queen e5 and that's it. Oh my gosh, Robert.
I can't take it. And look at them both. She hits her head. He shakes his head. They're both kind of laughing at what a wild affair that one was.
That was unbelievable. Radjabov not only lost a piece, he then went on to lose the rook as well. Obviously, it was deliberate with the intention of playing e7 and cutting everything off. Let's go back to that position. That was unreal. I had a very bad feeling that was still going to happen. You know why it happened? Because she left herself with no time. And that, like, if she had even 5 more seconds, maybe she would have held her cool. But wow, Radjabov losing the bishop here was crazy.
Loose pieces drop off. So instead of taking this rook, because queen takes e2 check, and the king can't escape the check. So if you bring your queen back here, this queen can just come back and win the pawn. So instead of all this, he wanted to win. So he takes on a5. But he was playing to win while also playing to lose, because queen b7 was a great choice. And all right, we'll come back to this 1 second. The other game still is going on. Time trouble ensuing. Well, 3 seconds for Paravian, and I mean, this is the end game. So I don't think that Paravian has even the slightest chance of winning here, though his pawn structure is better.
Yeah, this one's over. I don't know why we... this one's going to end right now. So, okay, let's quickly summarize again what went wrong and what went right in that ridiculous scramble between Radjabov and Hou Yifan. This match will be over, so Erigaisi will move on to the round of 32. I guess, okay, we still have... I don't know what the plan... I want to look at that game. I want to look at that game more than I want to see the conclusion of this one, because this one's over. This one's just...
Yeah, it seems like here, good setup for Arjun. If this king could walk up the board because the white king is cut, then black would have some chances, right? But that's a long journey. This rook can also come to c7. If the king goes up, goes to c6 and f6 and things like that. And well, let's see what Paravian has, because he only has 5 seconds. Do you think he...
No. No. This one's over. Erigaisi just ultra convincing. And, you know, some players play more intensely when they're closer to the monitor. Erigaisi wants to be as far as possible. I don't even know. Is Erigaisi making moves telepathically?
He has a text-to-speech on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's just like back here, you know, just like, I'll just commentate the games from back. Like, it's all good. I mean, like, it is what it is. Oh, gosh.
He is really far back.
I don't know how he's moving. Like, does he have the longest arms of all time?
He's like Michael Jordan in Space Jam.
Robert, you have way more sophisticated references than me. I don't know a whole lot about stuff.
Wait, but you've seen Space Jam, right?
When I was like 3 or like in elementary school.
God, you're forgiven then.
Yeah, I wanted to pretend I knew what you were talking about, but I had a split-second decision where I like could have lied, and like, you know, I don't lie to the audience, so I don't know, man. Does Neraditsky get your references?
Never, almost never. Yeah, okay. Don't worry.
Okay, I feel like I know a little bit more than Danya, and you know, Danya will be here later. He's gonna take over for the Sig Bozo on stream, but there's E6, and who knows, we might get a win for Erigaisi somehow. If the pawn gets to e7 and e8.
So he just trades, and
he just trades, yeah.
2-on-1. This is an easy hold. Just don't trade rooks. Sometimes you can trade rooks and still draw, but the way to hold this game, and you're told when you're down material, probably don't trade. Yeah, this rook is just going to stay on the 6th rank for white.
You know, I've seen many GMs just straight up agree to draws in 3-on-2 endgames. It's really funny. I can imagine it really confuses the audience. They're like, why are they doing this? But it's because... well, they know it's a draw. This position will be drawn via Philidor technique. Unless, of course, white completely loses the pawn, in which case black will be winning. But, you know, rook endgames are drawn even sometimes when there are 2 extra pawns.
Yes.
FH and, yeah.
But here, it's the defensive task is so simple for white. Just keep this rook on the 6th rank.
Don't trade.
Don't trade.
Might still be a draw, no?
There are positions where you definitely can trade. But it's easier just to go like this.
Yeah, don't. There's no need.
H5 would be the move. And you have to be a little bit careful now, because the one thing you can't afford is to have this rook to H3 with this pawn to H5. So just something to note.
Yep.
But Arjun, he's too strong.
This is a riveting endgame here. Probably one of the most exciting chess games I have ever commentated.
Can't wait to see it in your recap video.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, of all the games from the round of 64, this is definitely the one that's making it in. Yeah, and here it was, they played 75 more moves and delayed our break. But, you know.
Did you see that on Drake and Checkmate yesterday?
No.
Oh, that's going to be in your recap for sure. Game 3 from his match against Aram Hakobian. Sick checkmate at the end.
I left the broadcast yesterday, and then I slept and drank hot liquids the entire day.
Sounds smart.
But I will make sure to tune in. Robert, you have a long day. I don't know how you do this stuff for like 6 hours, 7 hours.
Well, I'm just energized by the chess. Even end games like this energize me, Levy. Just love me a good 2-on-1, same side of the board. Definitely, tons of chances for the side pressing.
I mean, listen, Erigaisi has lost a minute of clock time. Paravian's time has stayed the same. Paravian is on the grind here.
Yeah, Paravian needs all the wins he can get. So cutting into the time deficit is a good start.
All right, rook d6. King f5.
Mm-hmm. Rook back. Anywhere. The thing that white can't do is allow this black king in. And the black king is going the wrong way, so king f4. We've had this position before.
Robert, you got any plans today?
I do. I think I'm getting dinner with a friend later. That is if I'm not commentating all the way up until dinner, because it seems like there are endless supply of matches today, which is great because we have some fantastic ones ahead. I'm really excited for Svidler against Shirov.
Yes, that one's going to start very soon, in about 15 minutes, as players have woken up in St. Louis. Actually, more than half of our matchups that are coming up are playing in the Chess 960 event, which is being held at the St. Louis Chess Club. So they woke up, probably got a coffee, hopefully ate some better food than Hotel Buffet, and are now going to play this event and then go shower. And they're going to play this event, followed by the St. Louis one.
Yeah, and Mamajarov's in first place, tied with Firouzja there. So he's going to play in the Global Championship, then maybe get a little bit of rest and go play 960. The good thing about playing 960, though, is there's no preparation. So it's not like he needs to go sit at his computer for hours and study lines. No, he has no idea what he's going to get. So that's cool. He'll at least get some chess in, and then he'll get to play against all the big guys.
Rook b3 here, there's absolutely no way forward, and Erigaisi knows it, and well, he's just sitting there and as full of emotion as he ever is. It's literally been his face for like 3 hours.
He has 30 more moves to make until the draw. So the one thing he can't afford is the internet to go out, but he seems to be stable for now.
Yep. d3, rook d5. How many moves?
We still have 28 more moves.
Okay, terrific.
What about you? Do you have any plans for today? For the weekend?
Oh no. No, just recovering and hoping that sore throat doesn't get any worse. But what better way to spend my day recovering than watching some chess? What the hell is that? What did our graphics team just make? Well, Arjun is now sitting much closer, but apparently we actually have an action shot from inside the Arjun Erigaisi room. This is cursed, man.
That's freaking me out a little bit.
Wow.
Oh gosh, he's defending very accurately here. 3 seconds for Paravian.
I'm sorry, I would have. Oh, well, if anybody's confused why we just photoshopped extremely long arms onto Arjun Erigaisi, it's because about 10 minutes ago he was sitting extremely far back, and he looked like he was way too far from the monitor to actually be making the moves on the board. And we said he probably has the world's longest arms. This is the way we have to amuse ourselves while players are playing 350 move games.
Also, like, having to explain your joke is just, it's just taxing. Play rookie one. Go for checkmate.
Yeah. No, mate.
Paravian actually almost lost in time, by the way. He had 0.8 seconds left when he made that move.
I mean, draw or loss is the same result, so he might as well just go out with a bang.
Yeah.
Oh, rook g4? Doesn't matter. Makes no difference, though, right?
Good move. Yeah, no, Arjun's too strong to blunder. Check again.
Also, you could take g6. I think Arjun doesn't want to take on g6 because he wants the 50 move rule. Nope. Now he does. What is going? Is David actually unironically going to play? He's got to
play it out.
Right? He's got to play.
He's playing this out forever.
No,
Come on, David.
There it is.
Yes. Play it out, David.
Can I leave? Like, can I just be the first co-host in history to just walk off just for the content? This is absurd, man.
chess these days is all about withdrawing. So, you should maybe go do your thing.
Yeah, okay. I've decided to withdraw from commentary. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. So, yeah.
Uh-oh, there he goes. And now it's just me. I have the floor. He can't even hear me. He took his headphones off. So that Levy guy, oh gosh, that YouTube channel. Nobody should go follow Gotham Chess. Why would you? Just stirring the pot, trying to have a good time. Only recapping the world's most important chess games. And there it is. There's a draw. 128 moves later, this game is drawn. Arjun Erigaisi, the guy is not even reacting. So he just moves on here at the Chess.com Global Championship. And, well, I guess it's time to move on because Radjabov and Hou Yifan, they have to play their fourth and final game. And we'll be back for more from the Chess.com Global Championship in just a few.
open to anyone, all around the world. The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best. And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
There it is.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Eric Hansen!
This is crazy.
Eric Hansen moves on to the round of 32 in Armageddon fashion.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Hey, 1 second move!
He's gonna fly!
Oh my God!
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. And here, welcome back to our coverage of the Chess.com Global Championship. And we've got on screen here Timur Radjabov and Hou Yifan. They just played an insane game, just absolutely wild game. Their third rapid game. And Robert, I think we're going to jump in and just kind of briefly take a look at it and all of those final key moments. I don't know where you want to start, man. Probably right around here, right?
Yeah, I mean, White was completely winning. That was Radjabov. And this is what happens when you're in time trouble. He started spending his time. At first, I thought it was completely losing for Yifan, but then he makes his move Queen B6 and Levy. That was the first of many blunders to come.
Yeah, Queen B6, Rook D7. I mean, okay. Queen F6 was the major question, right? When Radjabov played this move. This was all in. This was the gamble right here. So where was the win? So Queen D5, was that the win? The simpler win, or was 93 completely fine?
I think 93 and all this was good, but the problem was at this point, she went Queen F5, which I was clamoring for. So I'm equally at fault. I mean, I don't have the game in the balance here, but maybe it was just the
Queen E8.
calm Queen E8 defending this pawn and keeping the rook defend. That's a hard move to play because Queen F5 is so tempting. But the issue now is that the rook is hanging, so you have to spend another turn. This B pawn is going up the board, and well, then she lost everything because 93. It looks like Black is about to give a checkmate on G2 if White promotes, but that's why Timur threw in the wonderful move Queen H8. I love moves like that.
Yep.
It's always so fun.
Yeah, very, very nice move. Queen E8, Queen D6, Rook B7 would have been what would have been the win there after Queen E8, Queen D6, yeah, Rook B7.
Yeah, Rook B7. I mean, you can even bring the knight back, maybe 93 or 94 to stop Queen E6 check. So the knight can join the defensive task and everything is tied together for Black.
So now she's going to have to bounce back. That's actually completely nuts. She almost won with Black to be up 2-1, and all she would have needed is a draw with the white pieces. And considering that Timur's repertoire in that second game was the Berlin, he would have had to really mix it up to try to do something else, but he is the winner. He was the favorite, of course, in the matchup, but who would have expected that? That's as close of a nail-biter as it would have been. They begin. Ooh. This is my favorite opening.
You want some Vienna here?
Yeah, if knight f6, I want to see f4. I don't want to see none of this bishop c4 d3 stuff, but I want to see a nice Vienna gambit. What's Radjabov going to play? I really like the move bishop c5 here by Black, by the way. It's a really nice move order to throw in d6. f4?
Oh, let's see some f4. You think she has your course?
No, she probably has, I don't know, G3. Yeah, G3 is another way to play, though. It's still called the Vienna, but this has a different name, right? Is this like the Gleck or something?
It says the Falkbeer Mises variation.
Yeah, whatever. But I'm pretty sure it's called the Gleck. Like, I think, let's see, Gleck chess. Oh, Igor Gleck. Let's see.
Yeah.
Or maybe Gleck is the 4 knights with G3, something like that. I don't know.
I don't know openings. I don't know names of openings, so I'm not the person to ask. But either way, she's just playing this kind of a position without tension, right? There's no trades being offered. I think she's trying to play for the long run here. She is spending time after the move knight to c6. I don't think she's thinking about taking on c6. That would probably not be very good.
I don't think so either. But it's a nice opening. You get imbalance, and that's what you need right now. You need to play knight e2, castles. Okay, knight f3 is also reasonable. I thought knight e2 was quite logical as well, but I guess she's doing it this way. Radjabov is not going to play f5. He's not going to play bishop g4. He has to not lose, so he doesn't care about aggression. Rook b1 as well. Maybe it's also a good idea to remind the audience that we have a bunch of other matches starting in the next maybe 5 to 30 minutes. I don't know if we have a graphic that we can just quickly throw on, but we've got a bunch of Group E matchups today that are just amazing. And those matchups are Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Mohamed Muradli, Shahryar Mamedyarov versus Vladislav Kovalev, and Peter Svidler versus Alexei Shirov. So as Timur and Hou Yifan are going to finish their final rapid game, or potentially in Armageddon, I should say, that's what we have coming up as well.
Yeah, no, we're going to have some great matchups. I see the game between Mamedyarov and Kovalev just beginning. We will stay here. We'll focus our attention in this game because it is potentially the last game of this match, a must-win for Hou Yifan. And Radjabov seems to know what he's doing here. He's not spending much time. He played the move rook to b8. That way his bishop is free to develop along the diagonal. He doesn't have to worry about the pawn. He could play b6, bishop b7 as well, if that's where he prefers to have his bishop. But how does Yifan do something of note? How does she create a threat? Where do her pieces belong? Levy, I don't really know how she just gets a win out of thin air.
Yeah, it's a very good question, if I'm being honest. Because she can only make so many improving moves, and then at some point she's going to have to move her pawns. So she's going to have to play d4, a4, c4, maybe move the knight and play f4. Of course, now she could consider knight to d2 just for starters, with the threat of bishop takes c6, which I don't believe that Timur Radjabov is going to miss. But then after that, she might have to play knight c4, knight e4, maybe play f2, f4. As I'm speaking, I'm convincing myself that knight d2 is maybe the best move, after rook e1 and whatnot, but we'll see.
Yeah, it just feels like black is incredibly solid. Knight d2, as you mentioned, the knight c6 is hanging. You don't want to blunder that. So the bishop can just go out to d7. And maybe you're right. Maybe the knight does, in fact, go to c4. But yeah, I'm not sold on this, especially based on her clock management.
Yes, exactly. And it seems like she's sort of improvising. But, okay, I mean, you play an opening like this, you probably do have to improvise, because this is not something that we are seeing at top level a whole lot. Black will just play d5 and get a very, very reasonable position. I don't know if we want to check in on the Svidler-Shirov game. I believe that just started.
I mean, how could you not want to check in on Peter Svidler and Alexei Shirov?
Because Shirov doesn't know it's his move. And okay, there we go. Sicilian. Here we go. How much theory are we going to get?
Well, it actually is. I was going to say shocking sarcastically, but it is somewhat surprising to see the move c5 from Shirov, because he plays a lot of e5. He plays the Archangels. How do you pronounce that correctly?
I think that's right. But if you want to sound really cool, you can say Arkhangelsk.
Exactly that, and those really sharp lines on the black side of the Spanish. But he chooses the Sicilian against Svidler, and maybe it's because Svidler is so wrapped up in 960 that he'll forget how to play chess with the normal starting position.
Yeah, he's sort of wobbling the head. I mean, the amount of theory that is inside of Peter Svidler's brain about chess. There's a very famous saying, he's forgotten more than I could ever remember. It's one of those situations. Shirov coming in with the invitation to play probably what was going to be a knight off, bishop b5 check, and Peter Svidler looks terrifying. Okay, he looks like the Undertaker. It looks like he's showing up with the urn with the name. He's going to do the whole walkout. I mean, he just looks. The lighting is facing in the opposite direction, it feels like, but it's giving me a really cool effect.
Well, and Shirov is he's blinded by the sun, and does that make him Kane if Svidler is the Undertaker?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it does, honestly. C4 is a super sideline, by the way. I think that's maybe.
This is Sam Sevian's like pet line now. He's been playing this a lot. Yeah, the C4 move.
In these online events?
And yeah, he's played in the Rapid Chess Championship. He's played the C4 move for sure, and he's scored some nice victories.
Yeah, bishop takes d7 has been played about 40,000 times to 1,000 of the move c4. The move bishop takes b5, cb5 scores 70% for white. So it's just important to kind of show like why that's even the case. Why is this so good? It's just very restricting for black.
Right. And white can develop, play d4, just play your sort of standard moves. And black is going to lack development. This knight on b8. If you want to put it to c6, you have to play a6 or something first. It's time consuming.
Yes, exactly. And white can even just play d4 at some point and just get a really nice open Sicilian kind of position. And you see Shirov taking some time because c4 is very modern style theory. And curious, like, you know, maybe Svidler reviewed some of his files prior and decided to go for it.
I think the clearest thing of all, though, is Svidler does not want to get into a tactical skirmish, at least not from the outset with Shirov, because when you've the author of Fire on Board, well, these two have been going at it for over 30 years. So I think he knows Shirov's style very well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you go to, let me see their head-to-head score. So in classical chess, Svidler had a 5-4 lead with 12 draws. In Rapid and Exhibition, it was 6-5. So these guys are right. I mean, they're just so close to each other. Wow. In terms of chess skills, separated by just one game, extremely close matchup.
Also, quite a many decisive games in their head-to-head, because usually you see like 20 draws and then one win apiece. At least in modern chess, those two were slugging it out. So let's go to the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Mohamed Muradli, because Jan is the top player in his side of the bracket. So we're going to bring up Jan Nepomniachtchi's game here. He is playing Muradli, and all right, this kind of stuff is very standard fare these days, taking over the C file.
Yep. Rook FC1, and was this a Catalan? Yeah, Nepo's been playing a lot of Catalans as of late, probably inspired by the World Championship, and also just, I think the whole process of elevating his game to number 1, number 2 in the world status from just top 5 or just top 10. I think adding the Catalan has been very, very nice for him. Was he much of a Catalan guy prior? I think he was like an E4 guy. He was.
Yes, he was an E4 guy. He was not a Catalan player, but he started dabbling, and he's had great success in the variations. And I think it's really helpful for him because sometimes he was criticized for being impulsive as a player, moving too quickly, just trying to be a little bit too aggressive. Look at this position. There's nothing you can do that is too outside the norm, but you can try to just claim your advantages along the C file, bring queen to A4, just try to capitalize on having the better knight, the knight on C3 versus the knight on D7. That is why he took on D5 when he did. First of all, it was under attack, but second of all, there's no knight to C6 coming your way. So the knight is already committed to a bad square because the pawn 3 squares away from it completely controls it.
It's a very specific type of strategy that only exists when the black knight has already moved to d7, and that is when you are going to make that trade. Now, in terms of game plans from this point, after rook fc1, what?
Love it. Love
Just it. H4 at any given moment, huh? Anytime, any place, anywhere. Doesn't matter.
That's chess for you these days, right? Just throwing it. So just H4, it's probably one of the top 3 moves.
Yeah, H4, it just seems like it's possible anywhere in the Catalan. I basically feel like Jan took all his Catalan prep and was like, can I play H4 here? Okay. Can I play H4 here? Okay. Like, I'm just going to play H4. What are they going to do? And by the way, H4 for white is significantly better than H5 by black. It's not the same thing at all. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just true. In
some ways, H4 is a waiting move, and it also creates luft for the king on G1. So if there's ever some problem in the back rank, but it's like it lets you start an initiative, because this bishop on G2 not really doing that much. It's going to change diagonals, and it's not out of the question that you change to this one and play G4, G5 as well, especially if black put the pawn H6. So B5 is the choice of Muradli. He's not going to sit around and wait for Jan to show his cards. He said, maybe I'll play B4. Maybe I get the knight to B6, rook to C8, all this kind of stuff. So he's going for stuff. So let's maybe head on back to the Yifan game, just because that's the 4th and final game of regulation in their match. So, oh gosh. Well, yeah. Not surprising, right, Levy?
Yeah, not surprising. Nearly a 4-minute time advantage for Radjabov, who's sitting there focused, stoic, like a boss. He looks like he's attending a UN conference. He's just like listening to all the, I feel like everybody who attends the UN conference, they look like that. They're just focused. They have the little thing on their ear that might be translating, and then they just look stone faced, and he looks super focused. And I don't think he wants to create another dramatic moment on the board like we had at the end of the last game.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good way of putting it. He does look like he's at a conference, and right now, I think that Yifan's looking at his position like, what in the world can I do here? Like, it's an uncomfortable position to be in, to have to win from move one, especially when you're playing a 2750 a player like Radjabov, who just showed some excellent form in the second half of the candidates. And now you have weak squares. C completely under black's control. A4, hanging pawn, great bishops, and the queen placement for black. So there's not a single thing wrong in black's position, and Radjabov has the better pawn structure. So this is just a nightmare for Yifan.
Absolutely. The A pawn's now just going to fall, I guess. What, is there a knight G5 trick? Is that what I don't know.
That's what she's hoping for. But, I mean, you can just look at her, right? She's got her hand on her head. She's not happy about this whatsoever.
I still find it incredible. She was just 1 or 2 clutch moves away in time trouble from potentially moving on to the round of 32. It would have, if your brackets weren't demolished already, after that would have ravaged a few more percentage points of accuracy. He just plays queen c6.
I actually really like that decision because you're protecting everything. No knight g5 tricks. You're putting pressure down the diagonal. And you're just trying to trade pieces. With your knight on f3 hanging, you might have to move your bishop to d2, and the knight comes into c4. So, I mean, Radjabov, he knows how to handle himself in such a dynamic, and I mean, I don't want to say she has no chance of winning this game, but she has no chance of winning this game.
Yeah, she really doesn't. The difference in the last game was you kind of felt it tilting a little bit in the favor of Hou Yifan. She was putting up defenses, but it felt like Radjabov wasn't executing the game plan to finish the game off. Here, it really feels like the next punch that White throws is going to be countered so viciously, it's just going to be over. And the problem is White has to do that. White has to do something. And I don't really know what that something is. Because knight h4, I mean, yeah.
Just trade some pieces. a4 still hanging, by the way, over here. So we'll go back a second because she was bishop b2. Queen takes a4. This was Yifan's one hope, and you see the evaluation actually go up in her favor. Knight g5 threatens a checkmating attack over here. So to show you that bishop takes bishop is terrible because you get in this position. Oh, sorry, I'm in.
What?
My bad. Move the bishop first, I guess, and then
okay. I was also like, what? Oh, I guess okay, yeah, bishop f4.
Yeah, this is why you don't just check for the sake of checking. The king would run away. So, yeah, you can't take on g2, so you take on g5, and then this position is exactly what Yifan would want. Not just because the engine says better for her, but this attack looks a little bit more legitimate. g5 is hanging. There's an imbalance that actually is nice for her to work with.
Let's check in on Shahryar Mamedyarov versus Vladislav Kovalev. That game is very solid. Petrov? Or what was this? D4. Wow.
Wait, how did it get to where we are? Oh, they just start trading things like this.
Yeah, they traded everything. His line is, wow, ED4. Not knight D4, but ED4. What?
Mamedyarov still, he's warming up to regular chess again. He's winning the Champions Showdown in St. Louis, the 960 event. So knight takes d4, like a very standard move. He said, nah, let's take with the pawn. I agree with you, though. The symmetrical position here is not really that appetizing.
It's really funny how we just have 3 people competing at the moment that are all like maybe staying in the same building. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is when players travel from abroad to play in the St. Louis tournament, but as long as, if they don't live there, but they're staying at a fancy hotel. It's sort of interesting. They're all maybe they're in the same suite, just in different rooms. Maybe they get a big suite.
They get their own rooms there. Although Svidler's been there for so long that he might be staying in one of the chess houses because he was commentating for a while. But Kovalev here, he's doing the real chess player thing where your head gets cut off because it's the forehead cam.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is an epic shot. Look at this. This is right. This is how you know you're watching a chess event. I mean, you know what I think would be cool? I think if sponsors considered forehead real estate for logos, like my forehead is enormous. It's way bigger than Kovalev's. I could easily fit on the entire screen, and they could slap a couple of those bad boys on there. And I mean, listen, I'll happily take the commission.
Yeah, it seems like you really do need more sponsorship deals these days. If coffee companies and crypto and whatever it is, I guess there's always room for more.
Listen, Robert, in 5 to 10 years, nobody might be playing chess ever again. If companies are going to pay me to have a logo up on something, I will happily do it. You know what I'm saying? Like who wouldn't? You know what I mean? I mean, what do these guys like to put in their body? Food, water. Sparkling water. I've learned over the last few years that the categories of advertising are split, and there's multiple things that you separate things into. You know what would actually be a really good chess sponsor?
What?
A webcam that people could use to not have their face smushed up against the screen. I feel like they would do super well.
Like a webcam that adjusts to where your placement is, like auto adjusts.
The next CGC or whatever can be sponsored by bleh. And then all the players would receive one and it would look perfectly cropped. And they'd be like, yeah, those presentations they do, here's the problem, here's the solution. So
all right.
Problem is
you coming up with ideas. What would Czech call you? 5-head? Is that right?
Yes. 5-head? Is that's an emote?
I don't ever pay attention to chat, so I think that's a thing.
He's lying. Chat, Robert chat loves you. You can't say that.
I don't care what they think, though. It's a one-way thing.
It's an abusive relationship, but they just keep coming back. You know what I mean? It's just absolutely beloved. I think this game might just be a draw very soon. I don't know. I don't know how Mamizirov's going to try to win this one, but symmetrical structure, bishop pair. He has a couple of things going for him, but that knight on h4 is.
I think Yifan just blundered. So let's go over to her game because that one is wrapping up this match. Yeah, she did blunder. I saw it off the side of the screen. She would rook b5, and if her knight takes d2, she takes with the queen, she loses the knight. She takes with the knight, she loses the bishop. So how is this game even still going?
Well, evidently, it doesn't matter if one of the players is down a piece, as we saw in the last scramble. Admittedly, right now they have a lot more time. This was tough, yeah. This was a tough game. Always going to be tough to win with white on demand, particularly when your opponent is a candidate, right? Like, how do you beat these guys ever? How do you beat them on demand?
You don't, for the most part, unless you're like Ding Liren winning the final round of the candidates. But he had the white pieces, so that's a big difference. But yeah, this is bishop takes f3 seems pretty good. Maybe d5 will be her response, just to not lose a piece directly.
Yeah, potentially. Potentially, yeah. Yes, potentially. I'm trying to
maybe.
Oh, a6 though?
Oh my gosh, a6 is the
95, yeah, 95.
If a6 is the best move, that would just be wild. Just like one of these calm moves that.
Okay, he does take. She plays b5. I mean d5. I wonder if there's a queen sack somewhere. I don't know where, but maybe some rook e1.
Chess just that simple. Why is this -4?
I guess he just takes on a4. Takes on e1, takes on a4. Yep.
This is -4. It's amazing how good these NNUE stockfishes are.
Yeah, I also am a little bit perplexed, I must say. Maybe it's rook e1, queen c2. Maybe that losing that pawn is substantial enough. I don't know. I feel like there's something significantly worse here.
But it's just also like, even if it's not completely winning, there's just no chance for white to win. That's the problem.
Yep.
As you were saying with the Paravian game, like it's worth taking risks. It's worth having a losing position if you actually have some optimism regarding your winning chances. But here it's just terrible.
He just takes on a4. And All right. Well, I think it's not unsafe to say that we think that Timur Radjabov will make it to the round of 32 after a extremely dramatic third game, but a relatively smooth match overall. Let's go take a look at some of our later matchups that have begun. Maybe Svidler and Shirov, please.
Yeah, let's go back there.
What the hell? What happened? You know why this happened? This happened because Shirov played bishop takes b5. He didn't play it after c4, but at some point he played bishop b5. And this structure is crushing for white. It like I said, oh my gosh, he just blundered a. Yeah, this is a very common mistake. Even like newer players make. They have a little bit of a blind spot for just advancements in the center that attack their knight. Shirov doesn't have that blind spot. He probably just kind of underestimated this, right? That must have been what happened. He kind of just saw this and was like, it's not a big deal, but it is.
This looks horrible for black. Like you get to keep this pawn. Your knight needed defense because h3 would have come at any moment and you would capture on h6. So now at least the rook defends. But look at Svidler. He just pushed his pawn up to a6.
Yeah, I know.
It kind of looks like a 960 position.
It honestly does. It looks like black started the game with a chess 960 position. Yeah. Wow, Svidler just tip-top shape here. Knight d2, knight c4. Looks like the best positional game just ever. Knight c4 is coming. h3 is the next move. And okay, well, I think Shirov is never going to take the bishop on b5 ever again.
Lesson learned.
It really goes to show, excuse me, really goes to show you though, knowing sidelines and the venom in them, even on the fourth move, that was a move 4 sideline that has been played less than 3% of games ever, right? Like that whole idea of c4, right? I mean, it just shows you the power. Shirov is an incredible player, but if you're unfamiliar with sidelines in an opening as sharp as the Sicilian, you can't just play the Sicilian on field. And okay, you obviously also can't play it on field with 15 minutes on the clock instead of 90. But man, I mean, these openings are just brutal. Like we saw Radjabov play that a5 idea that's barely been played before, that was played in the candidates. Now we see the c4, knight c3 idea. Chess has many, many more years to develop. I think it's far from dead. Yeah, just don't take on f6.
Take on f6. It's how you lose a great position. Although actually, there's so many pieces staring at this e5 pawn that maybe Shirov's not completely helpless here.
Maybe.
He's looking like he's going to grab that one.
Is there f4?
Yeah, there's also maybe f3 first because you encourage this capture and then try to go for f4 at some point. I don't know if it works right now.
Knight c4, queen c4 looks really good. I really don't want to let black castle. Right, but maybe it's fine. Maybe I don't want to hang on to that too much because maybe it's completely okay. I'm just going to psych myself out.
But f4 also looks very good.
Yes.
After fe, you can play h3 there and kick this knight away.
Yes. Svidler just has 4 minutes to work this out and not overthink it. Because if he overthinks it, he's going to mess up.
But if he underthinks it, he might also mess up.
Well, you know, Robert, then we are in a catch-22, and maybe Svidler just won't move at all. He'll just... Maybe his time will hit 0, but he won't even flag because time is a social construct. I don't know, man.
I'm also looking at queen e4, by the way.
Yes, of course, queen e4, and then I don't know, king f7. Knight d6 doesn't quite work, but
well, I do want to drag your king to f7 because then e6 will hang with check in many of those positions. But yeah, it is sharper than I gave credit for. A common idea in these types of positions is just like go queen to b7.
Yeah, and that's it.
Just plays f4. Now he takes your advice and he plays calmly. He doesn't need to take any risks here. He is a strategically winning position.
Completely. And should he get his a6 pawn to b7, he also has knight b6 whenever he wants it. So it's a very, very bad position for Shirov. Shirov, if the queens came off the board, he would resign. Like he would not even, I mean, he would not pull a Paravian, although of course Paravian was trying to play and, you know, save his chances. But I don't like the fact that Peter Svidler only has 3 minutes on the clock. He might also not like that. At the same time, 3 minutes is more than enough here to sort of... By the way, can we just pull up the players on the big screen? What is this crop? This is not our production team. This is just two chess players who are playing chess online. This is an epic photo. They're about to pull it up on the screen for all of you. I'm seeing it here in our loading screen. I mean, this is terrifying. Svidler looks like he's gonna follow you home in an alleyway.
And Shirov looks like he's ready for the challenge. Like, you gonna come for me, bro?
Yeah, this looks. This is crazy. It's like we got yin and yang here, right here. It's good lord. I mean, somebody wrote something hilarious in the chat. They wrote, "It's incredible that Peter Svidler has been playing moves so well without even having his monitor on." Just staring at a completely black screen.
Yeah, Arjun's actually playing for him from India with those long arms.
Oh my! I know. It's what. This is just so fun. You know, it's like mini storylines of all the player cams. We're gonna have a little. What are those called? Compilations when the event is over. And then we're gonna have somebody complaining that it's disrespectful to the players and whatnot.
Yeah, they're also both big dudes.
Oh, Svidler's a tall guy. Yeah. I know Shirov's a big guy.
Yeah, they're both tall guys.
So maybe in the future we can have a chess boxing exhibition. What do you think?
I think that they've had too prestigious of a careers to have that moral degradation.
But what if they were each paid 7 figures?
Yeah, no, maybe now we're talking.
Yeah,
also,
I mean the moral degradation. You know.
Are we talking about a potential mating attack, or is this just completely a bluff? It looks like
it looks like a bluff for sure, but anything is possible. We've seen crazier things. That queen on c7 is totally out of commission. I think we've been instructed to just quickly switch over to the final moves of the Hou Yifan game. She is down a few pawns and she's trying to play it out, but there's nothing here. I think she will be resigning in the next 5 moves, probably. 1. Let's count them. 2.
It's just sad when you have to win and you're completely lost, but you can't resign because the match is over.
Yeah. 4? Was that the 4th or the 3rd? I think that was the 4th.
I kind of stopped counting, and I think she's about to resign.
Levy called it. Well, yeah. Massive congratulations to Timur Radjabov. Smooth sailing for about 98% of this match, right, Robert? But it got real dicey toward the end of game 3. He just wanted, he's streamed before. He knows what it means to excite the fans.
Yeah, the first 2 games of the match were completely level. Like, I felt like we had 2 evenly matched players. And then game 3, she had a pretty good position at some point after a terrible opening, right? That went completely wrong for her. But then Radjabov didn't seem to fully maximizing. Then it was perhaps even worse, but she kept that pawn. Then it got wild, and Radjabov ultimately is the one who made his way through. So let's go to actually the Mamedyarov game, because I looked at the clocks, and Kovalov's at 25 seconds. Yeah,
that's another really tough thing about playing a guy like Mamedyarov is he's going to play very fast, even in equal positions. It's the same thing we saw Radjabov do, and I think Mamedyarov and MVL might be 2 of the fastest players. What do you think about that claim?
And Jan.
Yes, yeah, of course, yeah, and Jan. Levon is also quite fast, but I feel like he gets into time trouble a lot as well. So like Levon will sometimes play super fast, but also super slow. It's like a big mix. But those 3 are probably the 3 fastest players, even in positions where you can do nothing. They're just very good at doing nothing, but very quickly.
Speed demons, that bunch. And right here, the last move was knight f5. That knight has been stuck on the side of the board for a while. White has a pass pawn. Black has an extra pawn if you cut the board in half from the E to the H file. I like Mamedyarov's position at first glance, but the problem is if he takes on E4, once the queen trade happens over here, Black is going to win back this pawn on D5. So just to show that quickly, if we get this position here, takes, rook D4, I'm going to get D5. F5 will be just even material. It's an even game. So I think that Kovalev is doing everything you could ask of him. I am worried about his clock, but if he can manage that, then he'll be in good shape with this knight going to blockade the pass pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. But I gotta tell you, if Black holds that E4 pawn sturdy, I kind of trust the horse. I mean, I know bishop is better than knight in the endgame, but somehow, I don't know. Knights are very tricky.
I agree with you. The 96 will be a very powerful pony. So perhaps Mamedyarev's thinking, do I just trade? Let's just trade off the pieces in that position I just showed. So that if he realizes too much risk, then, oh, wait, he's just worse now. Like, he's obviously worse.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. It's going to be the pawns are coming. F5, king F7, king F6.
He's playing for Kovalev's time trouble. It's going to backfire.
Yeah. Does Kovalev have a bar missing?
I see 4 bars.
What about Mamedyarov?
4 bars.
Oh, then my shading on my screen is slightly incorrect. Okay, I thought Mamedyarov had 2 bars with the hotel Wi-Fi. What is Mamedyarov doing? He's gone mad.
He's gone completely.
Rook C8?
Give me that open file. F4 check. King up to E5 as well.
Okay, apparently Rook C8 was not the right move. I don't understand anything about chess, but...
No, but you understood that allowing black to blockade the pawn would just be good news for Kovalev here. Are they somehow at a standstill? Is that why this is claiming equality or close to it?
Yeah, I guess instead of taking the file, he had to get his king faster to the center. I still like black's chances a lot. I don't understand how Mamedyarov is going to try to break out of this.
I don't know what he was thinking. Like, why?
7 seconds. Oh, B6 Rook C5 maybe. But even then, what's the plan?
I don't see a plan. Yeah, thankfully for white, Mamedyarov has all these squares under control, and C1 included. So the rook can't exactly do much damage in the open file. And is F3. Do you want to take this pawn? The knight takes.
Mamedyarov is getting a little bit naughty here. He's actually trying to play this for a win, which is crazy. Fe, he has some rook F1, king E5. Like, it's... Okay, there's knight E4. Uh-oh.
B3. Starting to get good for white. 5 seconds. Got to go. Kovalev, you got to move.
Yeah, he's got to move. Got to move 1 second.
And bishop D3. Now there's knight C5. So that covers the E6 square.
Is there B4 here?
Oh my gosh, I actually love the thought of B4. But that's a good move as well. And his opponent's time trouble, really good move to play.
Bishop C6.
And then king C4, king B5. Now Mamedyarov is winning. Oh, 0.3 seconds where that move was played.
Yeah, Kovalev knows that he's messed it up. Mamedyarov, nonstop pressure in this game. Yeah, just cheat.
What a bold decision.
Yeah.
Whoa. Knight is loose in C5.
Yeah. I thought for a second there was no king before knight D3, but that's it. The pawns have joined. You can probably even take, but just no need. B7. B7, knight E5, king B3, right? Easy.
Right. Just take this pawn, and now you're up. Essentially 2 pawns, because black's pawns are double over here, and rook E8 should... Oh, rook E8's a blunder. Because once the trade happens, knight C5 takes B7.
Rook E3, and this is just such a Mamedyarov-esque game. You know, grinding them down in a potentially equal position, taking some calculated risk. The only time this backfires for Shakhriyar is at the highest level. Like if you try to mess around maybe against a really good defender like MVL or even against Magnus, they will immediately switch the whole tempo on you. But in this case, online, opponent has 10 seconds. Mamedyarov doing Mamedyarov things. We're just seeing the level, right? Ultimately, we are seeing the level. Every matchup has a favorite. And there we go. Mamedyarov wins.
Huge win there for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. We also have 2 other games going. The one, oh my gosh, Shirov is about to get mated while Svidler's pawn promotes. That's nasty. Also, somehow Shirov is a pawn in G2 as well.
Yeah, both guys here are creating queens, except one guy is getting mated and the other guy's not.
And there it is. Svidler wins game 1. Big victory for Peter. Let's go to the last game still in progress. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Mohamed Muradli. And Muradli in a losing position right now. White can just take this pawn and go up a pawn. There's a pin over here. That rook's like nearly trapped after knight A5, but there is rook D7. And okay, Jan's winning it with the knight.
Yeah, rook D7, knight F5. And Jan, by the way, winning the same way.
You know what kind of way he's winning? The Arjun Erigaisi way.
No, Jan's winning the Jan way. All right, Jan pioneered the way of playing 4 minutes ahead and just crushing people. And yeah, Jan's going to win. So all the favorites have won their matchup. Although in the matchup, who was the favorite, by the way? Was there a vote between Svidler and Shirov? What people thought?
Oh yeah, I can pull up that data to see. It looks like 56% of people chose Svidler, and as Nepomniachtchi wins his first game, but
Yep.
56% had Svidler over Shirov. That's, I think, the closest predictions we've had this far.
That concludes the first rapid game in 3 of our matches that have a slightly later start today. Yan Nepomniachtchi versus Mohamed Muradli, Shahryar Mamedyarov versus Vladislav Kovalev, and Peter Svidler versus Alexei Shirov. A decisive game was won by the white pieces in every single game. In the Nepo game and the Svidler game, it was basically start to finish advantage. But in the Mamedyarov game, it was topsy-turvy, and he tried to, squeeze, I don't know, the juice from the fruit for quite a long time, almost got himself into a little bit of trouble. And obviously from the top matchups that you see there, Erigaisi moves on and Radjabov moves on. Robert, before we go full cam, maybe we want to take a look at the bracket just real quick, just to see what that situation means. So now Erigaisi and Radjabov is officially a matchup. That is done. They have played each other online many, many times in 2020 and 2021. And the rest of today, we will figure out whether Nepo will move on to face Svidler or Shirov. I mean, the truth is that Nepo is an overwhelming favorite against Muradli. I think if Muradli scores a couple draws, if Muradli scores a win, that would be a gigantic upset. I mean, it would be monumental, and he should absolutely celebrate that accomplishment. He just needs to not get out in 3. That's honestly what I feel.
Yeah, and I feel like when we've seen from the number 1 seeds of groups, Dingley Ren lost game 1 against Min, and that's what made it a match. As soon as the top seed wins game 1 and convincingly, I don't really believe in the underdog's chances anymore. So with all respect to Mohamed Muradli, he's a great player. He'll become even better. He's young. He played in the Junior Speed Chess Championship this year. He just won the Beal Swiss tournament, so that's a big accomplishment ahead of Kirill Alexeyenko, Super Grandmaster. So he has a really bright future, but losing game 1 to Yan Nepomniachtchi of all people, his chances are not 0, but they're close to it.
Yeah, you can kind of immediately see the confidence level and like the level difference, right? Some first games are topsy-turvy, some aren't. In any case, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will continue covering the games of Group E.
open to anyone, all around the world. The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best. And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
There it is.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Eric Hansen!
This is crazy.
Eric Hansen moves on to the round of 32 in Armageddon fashion.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Hey, 1 second move!
He's gonna flag!
Oh my God!
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
I'll do it. And we're back here at the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. You see two of our competitors on screen, Peter Svidler and Alexei Shirov, legends of the game. And speaking of legends, I am joined by, I was going to say Levi Roslin, but in fact, it is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, thanks for stopping by.
It is Levi Rosman. I just changed my name this morning. I'm back from the name-changing office, but it's great to be here. Nothing like starting off a day, the extended weekend, with a heavy dose of CGC.
And if anyone knows you, you are somebody who reveres the legends, the luminaries, and Peter Svidler and Alexei Shirov. They really don't need an introduction to our longtime chess-playing audience, but for some of our newer fans and people who have joined in recent years, Daniel, why don't you tell everybody who these two players are?
Well, all I'm going to say about Alexei Shirov is that he published a memoir, a collection of his best games, and he called it Fire on Board. And it's not one of those cases, of somebody, calling themselves something that they are not. When Alexei Shirov touches the chess pieces, the board explodes. He was top 10 in the world for many, many years. He played Garry Kasparov dozens of times. And Peter Svidler, Robert, if you don't know who Peter Svidler is, where have you been? What rock have you been living under?
Well, some people like SpongeBob SquarePants, and there is a rock that you live under there. So, teach their own. But of course, Peter Svidler, a renowned commentator. But before he worked on his commentary chops, he was one of the best players in the world. He still remains one of them, and he has a 1-0 lead against his esteemed opponent, Alexei Shirov.
Wow. And Shirov, he can win with either color. The dangerous thing about playing him is that he plays for a win equally with black as he does with white. And you have to be very, very careful not to get his type of position in the opening.
Well, it looks like Shirov, I'm not sure he's aware that it's his turn. The clocks have started. We'll see what happens here.
He's pondering the complex position.
There's
20 options here, too. Robert, in case you didn't know that.
He played the Sicilian after a bit of a think, so it is possible he's just trying to sit
frustrated.
there. You think he's frustrated because he lost game one?
Well, he just kind of shook his head there. I think he might have, been too focused on reflecting on the meaning of life. But now he's going to be having to reflect on the meaning of the Grunfeld.
He can expect that because you're playing one of the world's leading experts in the Grunfeld, Peter Svidler. It's his tried and true opening. We've seen a lot of H4 in recent months against this Grunfeld setup, but Shirov, he's a classical player. He is playing the long-time main line.
Yeah, bishop e3 and knight f3, one of many very reputable variations. Quite often, black puts his queen on a5 in these kinds of variations. White responds with queen d2, and then we get this endgame after c takes d4, c takes d4. The Grunfeld is a very multifaceted opening. You get a lot of endgames, you get a lot of middle games, and it all depends on the line that white chooses.
And I wonder what Shirov is aiming for. And I think he's pondering the same thing because he does play queen a5. As you were just mentioning, Danya, there's a queen trade being offered on the d2 square here. And you may say, Shirov, endgames, just because he prefers tactical chess does not mean he's not a superstar in the endgame, especially when you have a strong center.
In fact, I've told this story before. I'll say it again. At the end of one of the U.S. chess school camps with GM Gregory Kaidanov, he gave homework assignments to all of the students in the camp. And everybody was getting really fun assignments. Put together a collection of Mikhail Tal's queen sacrifices. Look at Morphy's best wins. Then he gets to me. Look at Alexei Shirov's best endgames. What? Shirov endgames? Why do I get the lamest homework assignment? I'm going to find 3 of them in his career. I ended up writing a Chess.com article on it. I had some of the best times of my life putting together that collection of Shirov's endgame brilliancies. You will not believe the amount of tactical endgames that he has played and how he's managed to carry over his style with the queens absent from the board. And I ended up producing an article on it, and I changed my mind on it completely. He's a beast of an endgame player.
He also has one of the most famous endgames of all time, his win over Veselin Topalov with that. Actually, I won't say the move. Go look up that. It's a puzzle everywhere. I won't give you the solution, but if you haven't seen it, you're about to be wowed. And well, speaking of wow, the light square pawns here for Shirov in the center. For those who are not familiar with the Grunfeld, this looks overwhelming for Black to deal with. But Danya, we know that Svidler can be trusted. You play the King's Indian, which is kind of like a more aggressive cousin of the Grunfeld in a way. But when you see this type of dynamic, do you think that Svidler, he's right at home here, or is Shirov doing the right thing, trying to punish Svidler in his main repertoire?
Well, there's no denying that optically it looks like white is better. There's this pawn on d5. It's protected by 2 other pawns. But the thing is, the Grunfeld is kind of built different. Very often, the pawn structure in the Grunfeld is deceiving because white has these long-term trump cards in the position, but black has a very clear system of putting serious pressure on white's center. And here you often see black going b6, then in the long run, maybe getting a knight to d6, putting the bishop on a6 and pressuring c4. And with the center clogged up like this, it is very difficult for white to make progress in the center. Yeah, you have the pawn on d5. Congratulations. Well, what are you going to do with it? And you often see white's initiative kind of withering away very quickly as we enter the endgame phase.
Yes, it's true. I mean, it does look like it should just be almost winning for white because of this pawn structure. But black can also fight against it with b5 at some point, especially if it's the king taking on d2. So we see Shirov, he's taking his time here. I don't know if this means he's unfamiliar with the specifics of design. He's the one who chose to play c4, but he's just trying to remember decades-old theory and work that he's put in this variation. But
yeah, well, what did I prepare for Valery Solov in the 1990 Linares tournament?
I was not expecting to hear that name today, but I can trust you to hit us with the legends of the past and some of the top players. And when Jan Elvis and I, when we duked it out in the PCA Rapid tournament.
No, that's exactly right. But king takes d2, knight takes d2, both, I think, entirely viable. Knight takes d2 has the benefit of opening up a path for the f-pawn, which might be a little up Shirov's alley.
But by the way, Danya, so their first game between these two was the Arnold Cup in 1991, and Shirov won that game. But the second game that they would decisive that Shirov also won was played in Tilburg.
Of course it was.
It was Tilburg, 1996.
Get Yasser over here to tell some stories about that particular game.
I honestly just went to ChessGames.com to see their history, and that's what I found. So he does it with the bishop, which surprises me because that bishop was attacking this pawn on c5. As you mentioned, the knight could have recaptured. I also thought the king was a feasible way to take that queen, but he takes with the bishop. So what's his plan?
I think you might want bishop c3 to exchange the dark-squared bishops. Now, it doesn't immediately strike me as self-evident that the exchange of dark-squared bishops benefits white. Because, again, in the endgame, it's not like you're going to orchestrate an attack on black's king, although maybe you are. I mean, maybe you will play h4, h5 at some point later on. Not totally out of the question. But, yeah, my guess is he wants bishop c3.
Well, bishop c3, trading off the bishops. He does have the fantastic pawn structure. So Svidler doesn't want to sit and do nothing. He needs to figure out his queen side over here. None of these pieces are developed. The bishop d7, who cares? It's not a good developing square. You mentioned the possibility of a b6 move, and that's what Svidler chooses. So what are the next 3 moves for Svidler? Like, what's his setup exactly?
Yeah, well, I guess bishop a6 to pressure the c4 pawn. Then maybe knight. I mean, you don't have too many options for where the knight goes. I guess knight d7. I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, your idea looks interesting. Bishop a6, knight d7. But the problem is rook a b8 can be met with a4. White can stop a move b5 whenever he wants to. So maybe the knight from d7 jumps into e5. Or maybe it moves on to f6 in order to put pressure on the e4 pawn. And provoking e5, Robert, in these situations can be very, very good for black because that can cause white's center to implode.
That's true. And I think that many people would refrain from playing a move like bishop a6, worried that after d takes e6, f takes e6, there is an isolated pawn. But this rook on d8 is the happiest piece once this d5 pawn leaves. So it's worth saddling yourself with an isolated pawn that could be vulnerable at some point because the opening of the file and this knight gains access to the c6 square if this pawn is not on d5. So I think that for a large part of this game, Shirov is going to want to keep this pawn right there, blunting black's forces.
Yeah, this is an endgame structure that Peter Svidler has had for over 20 years, and he just seems a lot more comfortable than Alexei here. Alexei has already spent over 5 minutes trying to figure out how to arrange his pieces, and in an endgame this complicated, you don't want to drop to 5 minutes, before you've even finished developing your pieces.
True. And so as Shirov continues to think, maybe we should take a look at some of the other games that have just begun. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Mohamed Muradli. So I think we'll switch on over to that game between the number one player in his group, Jan Nepomniachtchi, by rating, taking on Muradli, who, Donnie, I mentioned he won the Biel tournament ahead of Kirill Aleksenko. They tied for first, the Swiss tournament that's held famously in Biel, where they also have a round robin with rapid and 960 and classical with some of the top players. But he's a great player in his own right. But he's playing Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's determined as ever. He won the candidates. He won the rapid chess championship. It seems like more or less every event he plays in, he's vying for first in the Sinquefield Cup. He tied for first place, right, with Alireza Firouzja. So, yeah, Nepo's in great form.
He's on a roll right now. He's in one of those phases where every tournament he plays in, you're just expecting him to be in the top 3. I mean, and the way he's playing, he's always playing with a great deal of confidence. No matter what kind of a role he's in, what kind of a momentum he's on, Nepo's style is Nepo's style. But after the candidates, he has been an absolutely unstoppable force. He's playing so quickly. He's playing with such intensity. He's putting so much pressure with both sides that it's become just almost unbearable to play him for a lot of people.
And the clock, 14 minutes, 57 seconds for Jan Nepomniachtchi. There are 12 moves into this game. There is the 2-second increment, but he has lost 3 seconds from his starting time, whereas Muradli, he's trying to figure this out. There's an isolated pawn here. Can I remove the guard of the isolated pawn, but the b2 pawn will fall at the end of the sequence? So this is known theoretical territory. At least it's known to Jan Nepomniachtchi. For Muradli, who lost game 1, Danya, if he doesn't win this game, he's thinking, well, my chances might be behind me.
Yeah, and d4 is potentially coming. Everything is nicely positioned for black. I think Nepo has already mostly solved all of his opening problems. And Mohamed Muradli cannot afford to make a quick draw with the white pieces here after losing game 1, like you said.
And he takes an f6. I mean, Jan doesn't allow this decision without knowing his stuff. Knight takes d5 is a fork of the queen, and this bishop of b2 is hanging. So it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's feeling good about his chances right now. So while we have a moment and while Muradli's thinking whether or not to take this pawn, we should go to our third match in session, the game between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Vladislav Kovalev. Danya, you were in the process of joining the show and getting ready for that, but what happened down the stretch of that game was Mamedyarov, he took a huge risk. In fact, he made some moves that led Kovalev to have a borderline winning endgame, but it's because Kovalev did not have much time. So we're going to switch to that game between Mamedyarov and Kovalev now. So we see that it's already in an endgame where black is a pawn ahead, Danya, but this pawn e4 may not be so long for the board. And, well, what do you make of all this?
I mean, it's pretty clear to me that white is not worse here. I think because the white bishop is coming out to f4, and it's going to attack the d6 pawn, and the rook is very quickly joining the game from d1. So it doesn't seem that white is risking being worse, but I don't think black is honestly risking that much too. Let's say black plays bishop f5. White plays bishop f4, attacking d6. Then let's say black plays even like rook d8. Maybe there's a more accurate way of arranging your pieces here. Rook d1, but even this, like knight e6, bishop takes d6. And this is opposite colored bishops. Black can stick in h5 maybe to discourage g4. Maybe white is a little bit better in the way that in the line that I showed, but I think that something like this should give black virtually no problems.
I agree. Well, let's look.
I was distracted by trying to recognize the brand of sparkling water that Kovalyev is drinking. I know what it is, actually. Anyways.
What is it?
It's Naboglavi. It's a Georgian sparkling water brand. It's a distinctive green bottle. Anyways, continue.
I would have had no idea. I was just going to take us back in time to the opening where, look at this, Danya. I haven't seen this since like childhood. Bishop c5, knight g5, and take on f7. Like, this is what I learned when I was like 7 years old, where you can give this check, win this bishop on c5. But I remember learning that it's a whole bunch of nothing. I don't think d5 is something that I remember, so I won't like pretend like I know every single move here. But look at this position, just like ridiculousness. How do you teach a beginner this?
No, you can. This is something that comes directly out of experience and out of preparation. But what most people don't understand is that GMs are often just as clueless in positions like these as beginners are. They actually feel like beginners, these types of situations.
Yeah, because it's like you're on your own. Like, you haven't looked at this for years and years and years, but Mamedyarov plays the sensible queen d6, trading off the queens. And as we saw in the game position, you weren't too concerned with black's position. I mean, the eval bar does say really +1 after the move rook to e8. So I'm starting to wonder if there's like a bishop e3, knight b5, because knight c7 is a fork and d6 will be hanging.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that that's what it is. And if black's knight jumps to f5, there is the possibility of playing g4 at some point to dislodge that knight. And if knight takes c3, the f-pawn captures with a check. But I don't know when you can use that card or whether you should use it at all. I agree. Maybe knight b5 and rook c1 go down the c-file and exploit black's lack of development.
And this a7 pawn is hanging in some variations as well. d6 will be loose. So Kovalev, I mean, I think he's doing a smart thing. When you need to win a game, and here he's just coming up with something that Mamedyarov could not possibly have looked at recently, and he's well ahead in the clock.
Yeah, he is. He is, and he has as good of a position as you can really ask for against someone of Mamedyarov's caliber. Serious chances here to win this game right out of the gates.
For sure. So I like what he's doing here. It looks like a good attempt. And yeah, I like his possibilities relative to some of the other people who have lost their first game. So should we head on back over to one of the other games?
Yeah, maybe we should look at Shirov again real fast. Am I seeing this right? Does he have... How much time does Alexei Shirov have on his clock?
Not a lot. So I'm moving over to this game here.
4 minutes already?
Well, there's a reason. His whole center is collapsing. And
he's
even
crushed.
material. But everything's falling apart.
He's getting destroyed. Look at his center. And black has a passed pawn on c5, and the knight on a6 is now perfectly positioned. I wonder how Peter Svidler ended up setting up his pieces to grant himself this incredible position. How did this happen? Can we rewind like 5 or 6 moves?
It's only move 18. Like, we left off.
It's crazy.
Right here on move 13. So 5 moves ago. b6. Svidler immediately took. And apparently, look at this.
No. CD's bad. You're allowing f5.
Yeah, he allowed the bishop trade and then a quick f5. And now white's much worse. But, Danya, when we teach people chess, we say capture towards the center. ed5 is not really capturing away from the center, but having 2 unopposed pawns in the center would sound like a good thing. But black is able to just challenge it so quickly with f5, and now Svidler is much better.
No, rip to white center, and this is, you awaken the beast by going into a Grunfeld with arguably, along with MVL, the leading world's expert on the Grunfeld. And, you know, I'm pretty shocked that Shirov recaptured with the C pawn. This F5 idea is really as old as the hills, Robert. So there was clearly some sort of complete, you know, mental breakdown here for Alexei, and he's now down to 2.5 minutes. He might just end up losing this game within 5 moves. That's not an exaggeration. If you drop the D5 pawn, you're busted. I mean, a 3-on-1 on the queen side, goodbye.
And the clock obviously doesn't help matters. So Svidler, who won the first game with white, and that was a really nasty game. Now in game 2, he plays his pet line and used it with great effect. So Shirov's on the verge of being eliminated from this tournament.
Oh, man, Alexei. Yeah, losing with white here. He'll go down 0-2. And he will need not only fire on board, but a miracle on board to pull out 2 more victories against Peter Svidler. Apparently, Jan Nepomniachtchi, I heard, is also winning. Can we check if that is fake news?
Let's see if it is the truth. And we're going to go to this game. And Jan Nepomniachtchi
is not.
He's not just winning. He's completely winning. He has
Always
2 bishops
chat.
And a pawn for a rook. How did this happen? We left off here.
And 13 minutes on the clock.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no. Oh, rook takes d5.
So this rook went to b1 because if the other rook went to b1, I mean, rook takes d5 still works, but also the queen and bishop were lining up against this rook. So just rook takes d5 is a blunder.
And rook c5. It's rubbing it in.
Do you think that's what he missed? Rook c5? Because he played queen c4 pretty quickly.
And there's no other moves, I guess.
He spent a lot of time after rook c5. So he didn't realize, what are they? I mean, it's like crazy pieces, but there's like a specific...
Well, my friend calls it renegade rook.
Okay, that's actually, I like that a lot. A renegade rook distracting the queen away from the defense of the bishop on e2, and that's exactly what happened. And now Nepo just mopped up material, and he's going to go up 2-0 as well.
No, this is over. He's got 2 bishops, 2 pawns on the queen side. The d-pawn is safely restrained. 12 minutes and 42 seconds. Only Nepo has that amount of time after like 20 moves. I think White can simply resign here. And probably will in a couple of moves. Bishop.
I mean, Jan just playing out of this world. Like, I'm not just saying in this particular game, just in general, the class he has shown in recent years, it is a new Jan, for sure.
Can you explain to me why he didn't just go bishop g4? Sorry to derail the conversation. Bishop g4, queen c6, rook c8. Was there a reason, or am I crazy?
I think he's just playing quickly. He like knows he's completely winning, so
yeah, I guess he's just trying to, you know, signal to Murad Lear, get on with it, just resign, young man. Yeah,
great bishops covering the pawn, but the longer you give someone chances, usually the better it is for the side that's worse. But I think Jan, look at him. He's moving instantly. Don't take this because queen b8 check. The one blunder to... Actually, you can still do that, can't you? No, you just can't. I thought you...
Rook
for a second you
c6,
could.
Queen b8?
Yeah, no. It's a blunder. That's what I was saying. But at first, it was like, oh, if this rook gets distracted, then the e1 rook is hanging. But Jan is just going to boop, 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 boop.
Yeah,
Very
now
simple.
Peter is in the chat and making me credit him for inventing renegade rook. All right, hats off for this amazing I wouldn't have been able to explain this concept without that term. There'd be no way to refer to it.
No, none at all. Well, let's move on from this game because it's very clear that Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to take a 2-0 lead. Shirov, he's trying to fight back. He's down to 1 minute, so we'll go to that game here. It's really bad. The knight can survive and come back towards the center if needed. And are 3 extra pawns on the queen side enough?
No, I think you need a D pawn and an E pawn. I don't think Svidler is really known for being able to win with 3 extra pawns on one flank. Wait, did he play knight a2 or did he capture a pawn there? That would be pretty savage if he played knight a2. Idea knight c3, knight e4.
He did take a pawn there, so he grabbed it.
Now bishop f4. Alexei's only faint chance is to keep the d6 pawn alive and try to go after the f5 pawn, Robert, with something like knight h4. But you can just tell by his body language that's not going to happen after knight e4. You can essentially sign the death warrant.
Nope. And then the 8.
Or knight d5.
Oh, that's nice because the bishop
Even
goes to
better.
e5. You trade and you win the pawn. And the bishop goes to g3. f4 is push. d6 falls. This means 2-0 for Svidler. So, honestly, kind of surprised by how lopsided this match has been. Donnie, you weren't on the call for game one, but it was just really an obliteration.
Yeah. No, and this one is as well. Even bishop d6 and bishop takes e5 and rook takes d6. You can give up the f5 pawn and just start pushing the a pawn. That should be plenty sufficient. You can even potentially sack the knight on d5, but I'm sure Peter will probably take his time and try to find the most clinical option. Perhaps it's rook e8, perhaps it's the immediate a5, but the result of this game is not in question.
No. So Svidler, he is going to take this one. You see him in the hello darkness, my old friend, but it's getting a little bit brighter in his room, and I'm sure it's going to brighten up his day as he plays some 960 later in the Champions Showdown. But these two legends, always glad to have them on screen in the tournament. By the way, Yanupamshi has officially won his game. So let's go to the Mamedyarov game against Kovalev, because Kovalev had a nice opening. He was giving Mamedyarov some fits to some extent. And now we're in a position where Mamedyarov is suddenly completely winning a second game, by the way, Danya, where two minor pieces look like they're going to be won for a rook.
But I think what Vladislav has forgotten is that Mamedyarov can sacrifice the exchange and amass a totally devastating pawn phalanx in the center. It just plays d5, bc, bc. How did this happen? I mean, once again, a total breakdown here for Vladislav. Bishop d7. Wow.
Mamedyarov. Look at this. So I think part of it is that when bishop takes e7, to realize the backwards capture takes away.
E7.
Right. You would think king takes e7, of course. But Mamedyarov, the situational awareness, taking away all these knight retreats, and then after rook here, bishop c6, cutting off the circulation of rook and knight. This is gorgeous geometry.
Yeah, the top player is really firing on all cylinders this tournament. Some caution is still required. I would say that compared to the Shirov game, this is a little bit more double-edged. But in such positions, like, it's just a matter of time. Black's going to go d4, and then either you're going to push all the pawns, c4, c3, or you're going to activate the knight through d5. And there's too many entry points. There's c3, there's f4. One way or another, white's rooks are going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah, nice to have win king of the hill and have all your pawns around it. So now this is really wonderful tactical awareness by Mamedyarov. I'm very impressed by that sequence because Kovalev did not see it coming.
No, and he's trying to do whatever he can to slow down this process. But Shakir Mamedyarov, another guy who is not very familiar with time pressure. And here as well, he has managed his time excellently, and he's got over 7 minutes to nail the final nails in the coffin.
And he goes C. So that's kind of odd because now
first
you have you have the field goal posts over here, going on, and it just looks odd, right? Normally you want your pawns to travel together, but maybe c4 is first, d4 is next, and the king's coming to d5. You win king of the hill that way.
Yeah, normally you want to avoid this formation if white has a minor piece to stick on d4, especially a knight. But here, white can play rook d1, but his control over the d4 square is purely temporary. Black can play c3, or black can involve the knight on c6 or f5, and it's only a matter of time before he's able to play d4, as you're saying.
That's right. And just those passed pawns. Svidler had 3 unopposed passed pawns on the queen side. Mamedyarov now has a bunch of them in the center and on the c-file here. So for Kovalev, it's one of these moments, Danya, I feel like you consider not resigning exactly, but you're lost, and you're just like, how do I confuse my opponent?
Yeah, it's a terrible temptation because you know that, 99 times out of 100, the result of the game is not in question, but you're hoping against hope, and waiting for your opponent to make a move in these cases is an excruciating feeling that we're all very familiar with.
And you look at Mamedyarov, he's not entertained. He's just like, okay, so
another day in the office.
Yeah, he's leading the Champion Showdown. He's 4.5 out of 6 in Fisher Random, Chess 960. So Mamedyarov, he's in St. Louis. Is that Rapid and Blitz sweater on, I think. I think I recognize the sweater there. Yeah, that's definitely a Rapid and Blitz sweater.
The logo is unmistakable. It's in the form of the arch.
Yeah, and we had a off screen a close up of him. You could see this at St. Louis, so it's definitely a St. Louis Rapid and Blitz sweater there. And he's looking focused. He's also looking like he's about to go up 2-0. The king went to e2, but the king's not going to help out very much. I'm tempted to go d4, bring the knight into the game. How can Black not win this? Weird question, maybe weird framing, but how is Black going to spoil this if it is all possible?
I think the only way is for somehow White's king to reach d4. No, it's impossible. You just go d4. The thing is, it's impossible to lose any of your pawns. Maybe d4, rook b4. But, for example, after rook b4, if you play d3 check, and then after king d2, all of a sudden you have a hard time defending the c4 pawn. But even here, there's tactics you can play. Maybe c3, rook takes c3. That's how you spoil it. c3, rook c3, rook c3. You think, oh, I'm going to go knight d5. And you forget about the intermezzo, rook takes e4 check. This is one way. I will always find a way, trust me.
It's really important because the king will then have to attack the rook, so then the rook will take the knight, and then it's going to be an even endgame, as you see, based on the evaluation bar. So that's actually a good thing to note because rook b4 was just played, and if you're getting careless by just throwing your pawns forward, that's how you don't win this game. So honestly, it's important to point that out because even though we're not playing, once you are in a game like that, you want to be aware of what tricks and traps your opponent has.
By the way, after d3, king d2, if you go king d5, White's going to go king c3. And again, I think all of a sudden, Black has a bit of a hard time figuring out a proper arrangement for his pieces because he's tied down to the c4 pawn.
Yeah, this is
so Shakri are refraining from d3 and going king d5 straight away, which probably is the wiser option.
He can even block with his rook here because these two pawns are going to keep going up the board. But one thing that White would love is to trade these pawns, I think, because right now it's like a 2.5 on 0 because this pawn will protect the d3 square. But if you're able to trade these here, let's like just sort of have this happen, right? If you trade these off, it feels like Black has some chances to go wrong here. Whereas if you just leave all three of them here, I don't know how you're going to stop all these pushes.
No, it's over. The game is over. And I think the idea of going I think he's going to go king d6 here so that after rook b4, he can go d3, king d2, c3, and there's no intermezzo check on e4. So the same line we looked at, if White goes rook d4, then you can even go king c5 or knight d5.
Yeah. Well, that's a very important distinction. So the king on e6 allowed rook takes e4 with check. The king on d6, you can even play this, as Daniel was pointing out. You have a winning king and pawn endgame up a pawn. So that's really important. Mamedyarov, he plays king to d6. I mean, the guy is just playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah, not a chance here. He's granted to Kovalyev. c3 and d3 is coming, and he will have to win 2 in a row. In order to stay in this match, and 2 in a row against Shakra Mamedyarov is a feat that very few of us have ever managed.
Good luck.
If any.
It's interesting, though, because, you know, when you think about certain opponents, like David Paravian was down 2-0 to Arjun earlier, and you know David is going to play for, he's going to play all out, right? He doesn't mind if he loses the game, he's going to try to win. Some players, you know when they're just going to mail it in. They're like, okay, I'm down 2-0, I'm black in the next game, just make a draw, whatever. I know I'm getting eliminated. So we'll see if Kovalev has the fighting spirit necessary to even put up a challenge to Mamedyarov.
I mean, it is possible. It's a rapid time control. Anything can happen if you can unbalance the position. At the very least, to give yourself a chance. But it is just so hard to convince yourself that you have any chances whatsoever of staying in the match.
Right. And 2 pawns and a knight for the rook. I mean, that decision, where was it? I was going to go back again. This, like right here, just the awareness tactically to understand that this bishop g5 move looks annoying if you play rook d7, your rook is blocking your bishop. Just no, let me play bishop to d7. You take my rook, I take your knight, and attack your rook in f1. That's a bad trade for white. So knight c7, just what a sequence. And that was look at that. Taking a rook for a bishop is a blunder. That doesn't happen very often, but he needed to just move his knight out, save his piece. But instead what happens is this knight does everything. It protects this rook. Very important. It took away the d5 square. Yeah, and now protects the rook. So knight b5 takes. Unfortunately for white, it's protected. So that was a really cool sequence as we get to the kind of final touches of this game. King e5 played. Knight f4 check is available. Knight c3 check at some point. c3, d3. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, and what you mentioned is another calling card of top players, the fact that they just almost never punish tactical or almost never permit you to get away with tactical blunders. At a slightly lower level, you do see moments of mutual tactical blindness, like the same resource being missed by both sides. But if you watch the games of these top players, they literally, anytime you make any sort of tactical blunder, they exploit it, regardless of who they are. And we saw that again here.
You know how we were saying that sometimes you're worried about your opponent using the d4 square? This black king can just jump right into d4. Play c3 check first, sure. But the king is joining the party, and it's a party for one because Kovalev is not invited.
And one more push by these pawns is going to end the game. I would play c3 and then king d4. Yeah, in order to be able to meet rook a4 check with rook c4. Just to keep all of your pieces. Although then maybe rook takes a... Oh! Rook takes c3.
No, but this is just a lost endgame, right?
King e5 resigns. So, yeah, good try, Vladislav, but it ain't going to cut it.
Certainly not. These two pawns here, and yeah.
Yeah, we're this.
So after f3, just don't take on f3. Yeah, that's the only try.
Yeah, whatever you do.
So we can show you after this game concludes. I think Vladislav might just resign in the next few moves. He played a4 and resigned. But
without awaiting for his opponent's response.
If you take on f3, look at the evaluation, it goes to 0. So that's the thing. You're told to trade when you're ahead material in the endgame, but you're going to lose this d3 pawn after just g takes. So that's why king e5 is so important. a4, now you can take because you have king f4 winning this pawn. So you still need to be precise. You still need to calculate the endgame. But Danya, we have 3 matches, and all 3 matches have a 2-0 leader.
Yeah, and if we see even one comeback, that would be absolutely miraculous to win 2 games on demand. But, Robert, we have already seen in the first 2 days of the CGC crazy comebacks. We have seen quite a few on-demand wins with the black pieces. And, you know, if that is any indication of what we're about to see, then you should not go anywhere, because some of these players, they have the heart, they have the passion, they have the opening preparation in place to make a crazy comeback. I'm particularly interested in how Alexei Shirov is going to handle his monumental task that sits in front of him.
It'll be interesting to see, and we will find out in just a few here at the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship.
open to anyone, all around the world. The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best. And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
There it is.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Eric Hansen!
This is crazy.
Eric Hansen moves on to the round of 32 in Armageddon fashion.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
Hey, 1 second move!
He's gonna flag!
Oh my God!
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first-place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 64. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Jan Nepomniachtchi is the talk of the chess world. He's won the candidates twice in a row. Danya, I mean, he is just a superstar.
He is a superstar indeed, and he has been for many, many years. But ever since he started playing in the candidates tournament, he has been Jan Nepomniachtchi on steroids. He has been a force majeure in tournament after tournament. And just when you think that his form is finally going to be broken, he outdoes even himself. He's up 2-0 on Muradli. He's spending an average of 3 minutes out of his 15, and he is a nightmare pairing for one and all.
Yeah, he is looking determined. He won the Rapid Chess Championship finals. He looked stellar in the process. He didn't lose a single match there, and he won the candidates. He didn't lose a single game there. So there's a certain theme here that he's difficult to beat.
And did he lose a single game in the Sinkfield Cup?
He did. He lost to Magnus before Magnus withdrew.
Oh, in round 1.
Yeah.
Oh, what a scrub. Yeah, that's it. I don't think he's got any chances in the World Championship match.
No, none at all. No, but he beat Alireza Firouzja in that tournament, and he beat Levon Ronin. So let's go to the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Mohamed Muradli. And okay, King's Indian, you should be happy.
And Muradli has a dilemma now because Nepo could take on e5 if you wanted to. Like, if you really want to make a draw, you can play the exchange. But, you know, that's what I like about Jan. He needs a draw to win the match, but he's not going to, you know, he's not going to change his lines. He's going to play this for a win, and he's going to try to finish this match in style. Bayonet
because sometimes when you play for a draw, you just get into positions that you're not that familiar with or comfortable with. And Jan is saying, I know the King's Indian is better for white objectively, according to the evaluation. It's very tricky. But Danya, as you know from experience, there are plenty of lines where white can just like bail out and like just say, I'm going to force some trades and not take the riskier approach.
Yeah. But these top guys are so confident in their preparation that, you know, they're not even thinking about, you know, should I play a drawish line? Should I try to, you know, play something that's going to give me more of a probability of making a draw? To Jan, this is just another day in the office. He has absolutely no doubts that he's going to win this match. But for Mohamed Muradli, I think you know, the best possible choice that he could be making, because you know for a fact that you're going to get an unbalanced position with the mainline King's Indian.
That's right. And A4 just played by Jan. His bishop can follow the pawn with bishop A3, try to play for C5, all that good stuff. But Muradli's doing what he must. He is playing the black side of a King's Indian. He has put his pawn on F5. Danya, how should white meet this push? Because you definitely don't want to take. That's clearly out of the question. But how nervous should I be about a potential capture on E4? What's kind of the vibe?
Yeah, so generally when black plays F5, the knight already isn't on F3 so that you can push the pawn to F3. That's sort of the classic King's Indian situation. Now, if you've left the pawn on F3, you can jump to G5, which I think is exactly what Jan has done here. And of course, the point of this move is to jump into E6 and force black to give away one of his main attacking pieces, the light squared bishop. Once the pawn repositions onto E6, Robert, you get a very complicated type of situation where the pawn on e6 is both a weakness and a strength. Black needs to try to surround that pawn, but in doing so, there are tons of tactical traps and tricks that can allow white to keep that pawn alive.
I like
What are you laughing at? Tractical traps that can allow you to keep that pawn alive. For example, the one you're showing, knight d5 here.
Exactly. Although the pawn on c7 is defended, so you got that going for you. But normally knight d5 is what you immediately do, and after queen takes e6 here, I think there are many options for white to continue here. You could probably even just take and play queen d5 check and go for the b7 pawn, but white is much better at this point, even though black stole the e6 pawn.
Yeah, without the light squared bishop, black's attacking chances on the king side are exactly nil, and Jan has already managed to open up the queen side sufficiently. And Mohammed with c5. But yeah, I don't know what to think about that move.
I have a desire to take and play c5.
Same. Exactly what I was about to say.
But Jan plays the very calm rook to b1, which now makes knight e6 even more of a powerful threat because the bishop will no longer be defending b7.
Dude, this isn't even close. Jan's just blowing Muradli out of the water this game, in this match.
Yeah. Really just an uphill battle for Muradli. You know, just to qualify for this, that was a big accomplishment. And that's not to say that we're surprised that he's here, but considering the amount of grandmasters who didn't make it, like Grigory Oparin, who's 2685 FIDE, right? All of these strong grandmasters couldn't make their way through the field. So for Muradli to be here in the first place is a great accomplishment, but now he is looking like he's about to be bounced quite quickly. And oh gosh, I mean, I'm looking at this.
I think 96.
Knight 6 looks great, but I was looking at the Svidler Shirov game. If we can hop over there, because
let's do it.
Good luck trying to beat Peter Svidler with the black pieces when he plays like this. Oh, look at this. So Shirov plays a very enterprising style. He wants to take this pawn, but he can't do that because of the check that's available in the Alpine Sicilian as well. So castles and just queen c2. So Svidler is playing the driest game possible. So Shirov will have no attacking chances.
Yeah, this is kind of a Tory attack structure. And after DC, white's going to position the dark squared bishop, my guess would be on g5. Then he's going to play knight bd2. And like you're saying, white's position would survive an apocalypse. I mean, not only are there no targets, but white controls the key entry and exit points, the d4 square and b4 square, which would immobilize a potential knight on c6. Yeah, I mean, this is such an astute opening choice by Peter Svidler.
I feel like Svidler is the last person I'd want to have to win against. Right? If you give me even an opponent who's higher rated than he is, but someone like Mamedyarov, for example. I feel like Mamedyarov, even though he has been the number 2 player in the world, well over 2,800, sometimes the guy just likes to play chess. He doesn't want to make a quick draw. He's not trying to shut it down. But Svidler, on the other hand, is like, well, if this is the result that gets me to move on, you are never going to beat me.
No, this is way, way, way too solid. Of course, Alexei is going to try. And if there is someone who is equipped to unbalance the position, then it is Alexei Shirov. But I am very, very pessimistic.
Yeah, so slight advantage for Svidler to start this game. We'll see how it continues. Let's check in on Mamedyarov versus Kovalev, because Kovalev needs to win that game. And all things considered, Danya, I like Kovalev's position the best out of the 3 people down 2-0.
Out of the people who need to win with black, no doubt that I think Kovalev has managed to unbalance things. And he has done so while preserving an objectively decent position, unlike Mohammad Muradli. On the other hand, Robert, after the queen moves, white's going to go e3. And sorry to cut you off there, but I think white's still very, very solid.
I agree, but I also like Kovalev's clock management. I feel like that gives him some chances in addition to the position. E3 is going to be annoying. I acknowledge that. But with so many pieces remaining, it feels like that optimizes the winning chances.
Yeah, I mean, he's managed to keep all but one of the minor pieces still on the board. The bishop on b7 concerns me a little bit. It is currently biting on granite. There's 2 ways to try to solve that problem. You can play bishop c8, which was sort of my intuitive choice, as you're indicating, dropping it on g4 or maybe on f5, or you could try to engineer the b5 pawn push and blast your way through White's pawn chain. Both options, I think, should be seriously considered.
For sure. Although e3, as you're mentioning, will be White's next move, it would appear. But that doesn't tell the full story. The game doesn't end just because White plays e3. For instance, just to put these few moves here, this is just a position. Black will try to play h5, h4, things of that nature. And it looks like really just a situation where the players have to figure it out by themselves.
Yeah, but hard agree that, or as Danny said, population Agreetown population too, that Vladislav Kovalyov has by far the best chances here in the early going of game 3. And we see him dropping the bishop back to c8. Good stuff by Kovalyov. Gets exactly the kind of position you want to get in a must-win situation.
Yes, and Shirov, speaking of players trying to mix up the waters here, muddy the waters, he just played the move f5. Let's go over to Shirov's game because he just decided to strike with the move f5 on move 10. Danya, we see the evaluation bar sky high in White's favor, likely bishop c4 check, knight to g5. But at some point, you have to do something if you need to win the game.
And this is essentially the only pawn lever that Black has. What else are you going to do to contest White's center? At least this poses several decisions to White. The first is, how are you going to resolve the tension between the E and F pawns? There's e5. You can leave the pawn on e4. And the second major dilemma, Robert, is where White's going to castle, because I would be seriously considering queenside castle here. But that wouldn't be very consistent with Peter Svidler's strategy this game. Nonetheless, I think in order to punish the flimsiness of Black's approach, you might have to give yourself the ability to attack on the king side without having to worry about exposing your king.
I understand why bishop c4 check was a mistake. So I'm just going to take us a step back here. So it says +2 and change. E takes f5 first. There's no bishop takes f5. It comes with tempo, but you have queen b3 check and then g4, winning a piece. So that's why bishop c4 check is technically inaccurate, because in the event of king h8, you can't take here, and you want to force Black to take with the pawn on f5 to open up the king. But here the bishop could, in fact, take on f5 because the king is out the way. But either way, this was played, castles and f4, and now I'm starting to appreciate Shirov's position a bit more, even if I think White is better.
Yeah, because the king side has somewhat dried up. Of course, if White goes g4, then Black buys himself a bunch more time by taking on passant. And you might ask, well, what is Black buying himself time to do? Well, obviously, Black is trying to attack on the queen side. We might see a quick b5 by Alexei, as you're saying, rook b8, b5, maybe queen a5, b5, maybe even b5 sacrificing the b pawn is not totally out of the question to open up the b file for the rook. Either way, you could not ask for a better type of position. Knight g5 by Peter.
Good move, just going after the weakened light square. So, while we're saying that Black has chances to play for a win, we're not claiming that Black is better, right? Black is worse.
Black is still worse, no, for sure. Knight g5 was an excellent move, by the way. Covering those key center squares.
Okay, just keeping an eye out on all the games here. I think we can go back to the Jan Nepomniachtchi game. It's been a little bit of time since we've been there. And, oh my goodness.
Whoa.
How did this happen? Where did...
It almost seems like Black has made 5 or 6 moves and White, or like 7 or 8 moves, and White has made 2 or 3. Like, White's position hasn't changed, and Black now has a knight on d4.
And the biggest tell is Jan's clock. He's ahead on time, but normally he's ahead by 4 minutes. Let's go back. So what happened over here? So c5, rook b1, rook takes a5, and then queen b3. So apparently that was the first inaccuracy. I'm wondering if it was just knight e6. It was.
Yeah.
I'd suggested that.
Queen b3, a very strange move. I mean, isn't that why you put the rook on b1 to play knight e6?
And then knight e6 was stopped by Black's pieces.
But now you have to play it anyway because you're in too deep.
Yeah, but now the knight is in too deep in White's position.
Yeah, queen b3 was a very, very strange move by Jan.
Black is obviously much, much better. Queen b3? What? That is knight e6?
Yeah, knight e6, de, knight d5 is coming.
It's exactly what he was setting up.
from the perspective of having to not lose, this one's basically over. I mean, White's not losing this game if you play 96.
It's nearly +3. So a very strange decision by Jan Nepomniachtchi. And if he survives this game, it's not going to be easy. Look at Black's attack building up over here.
So I guess bishop c1 is essentially forced, because to me, taking on d4 is virtually out of the question. Allowing a recapture with tempo, it's just visually looks terrible.
And this
f3
bishop
is in the mix.
The bishop becomes better all of a sudden if you can take with the e-pawn. So, yeah, and you free up the e5 square. That looks bad. And Jan is trying to figure out what to do. He must be disappointed with himself.
I like that he's still... Yeah, I mean, the last thing you want is a situation where you lose with White and then you have to... And he does take on d4, but I guess he just didn't see. He thinks that's the lesser evil. But the last thing you want is a situation where suddenly you have to hold with Black and your opponent is full of confidence. Because once you break that initial hump, once you win a game with Black, then you're incredibly hopeful. And hope does a dangerous man make, especially someone like Muradli.
That's true. I mean,
trying to quote, remember a quote that isn't actually a quote.
I liked it anyway. And this pawn on a4 is loose. Black's not even down material for all the positional advantages he has.
No, he's not. But now Black has to decide exactly how to proceed, because d3 is a major candidate move. You run the risk of losing that d-pawn, Robert, but in return, you give yourself a lot more real estate in the center for your minor pieces, maybe bishop d4 knight e5. And if you want to checkmate White's king, that might be a worthy investment to make.
It's a great example of a clearance. It's not a tactic, but a clearance idea where d3, so you can use the d4 square for either your knight or your bishop. You sacrifice a pawn to help your minor pieces. But f3, g3, we'd love to go in here for checkmate. The bishop is going to stay on f1, made for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so it's not totally over. I mean, Black will have to massage this position for quite a while before he can get White's defenses to collapse. I still really like the prospect of d3, bishop d4. But when Muradli starts smelling blood, he also might get nervous, because he might start smelling some hope.
He had the real forehead cam going on. He was pretty much head on the table, but he's looking at this position, trying to come up with a plan that leads to a checkmating attack. He goes knight to e5, maybe d3 is in the near future. Queen d5 quickly played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Get these queens off the board. I do not want to face an attack. This queen, Danya, might go to h5 with knight g4 to follow, but I still am not seeing the knockout there.
Yeah, you'll have to... I mean, that's already 3 moves, and even after knight g4, White can play h3. So the bishop on f1 is an amazingly resilient defensive piece.
Fantastic. a4 at some point can be captured. That doesn't look so impressive. Wow. Now Jan's going to put pressure on the clock. I think that's part of his defensive plan.
Exactly what I was going to say. He's already sensing it, because 6.5 minutes, he knows that if he can erase another 2 or 3 minutes off Black's clock, that's going to start to become a major concern. I still think that Jan's probability of drawing this game, or even winning this game, Robert, exceeds the probability of him losing.
Yeah, I'm with you. Just because there's no clear path forward and opposite colored bishops have drawish tendencies. But let's go to the game between Kovalev and Mamedyarov, because we were praising the way that Vladislav was dealing with the opening stage. And in a must-win game, Danya, he might win with Black.
Amazing. I mean, and he's gotten the best of all worlds. He's gotten a6, b5, and as we had indicated earlier, he has pressure on Mamedyarov's c4 pawn, and he's got a major advantage in the endgame. I mean, he's got Mamedyarov really on his heels. So, passive rooks. The rook on e4 is perfectly placed.
And if there's somebody who does not like passive positions, it's Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. The guy has been a tactical beast ever since his junior years, when he won the World Junior Championship, I think twice, if I'm not mistaken. Wow. So, yeah, he passed 2,800. The guy has been around for a long time and is still one of the best this game has. So this is just miserable because white would like to target something in black's position. You can't do that. You would love to put a rook on f4, trade pieces. No luck for you. So when there's one kind of open file and your opponent controls it completely and is pressuring your pawns, this just feels like you're going to suffer.
Yeah, you are. And Kovalyev with a very patient move, king f7, realizing that white has no way to improve the status quo. I mean, Shakrar is basically just going to have to shuffle his rook back and forth. Rook e2, rook d2, and black can improve his position in a million different ways. You can bring your king up. You can push some of your kingside pawns up. You can play g7, g5 maybe. You don't want to overdo it though, right? You want to hit the sweet spot where everything is optimized, and then at some point you're actually going to have to try to win the game. But for now, Shakrar is suffering big time.
And at any moment, Kovalev can take on c4 and open the b file. So maybe you start with rook b8 just to make Mamedyarov think, is BC coming? But whether it's b takes c4, as you're mentioning, pawn pushes on the king side. King, maybe even going into e5. This rook can figure out, does it want to go to b8, does it e8? Do you want to go to h8? So that when you play g5, h5, h4, your rook is going to be on open file. So many options for black, and white, as you were mentioning, is forced to shuffle. And one other thing is I wouldn't play b4. Like, I know it looks great if you can get your pawn a4 as well, but as soon as you play b4, white might play a3 and rook a1. Nope, there's a1, and control the a file.
And that's the absolute last thing you want. In fact, that results in an immediate draw. The moment you let one of the white rooks get active and get around the pawn cover, pawn shell, and into black's side of the territory, then black's advantage evaporates almost immediately. You're absolutely right. You want to keep white's rooks at bay and on his territory at all costs.
And that move apparently has let black's advantage grow. Rook c1 just to reinforce this pawn on c4. I think it's time that black just starts pushing the pawns. I don't know if rook e8 first, or the reason I'm thinking of rook e8 is just to force white to defend this pawn. But g5, king g6, h5. You just have so many moves to play here, Danya. And one idea that I'm just thinking about is if this king is on g6, maybe you can play f4. Of course, the rook needs to be on e8. Let's just bring up an analysis board here so we can show this, how this might go, is that you have to protect your pawn. So how are you going to do that? Rook
c3.
Rook c3, and I'll play g5. Rook c2 or something, some random move. Rook c1. I'm just not seeing moves. And I could consider playing f4 just because when all is said and done in the square, my king gets active. And you see that if exactly this position were to happen, black is crushing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just tearing white apart. Rook f4, the other rook infiltrates to e2, and you end up just taking all of white's pawns. So, yeah, the narrowest of threads now separates white from this reality as Shakrar tries to keep his pawn cover intact. But it's 6 minutes on the clock. Vladislav still has quite a bit of work left to be done.
And I think the evaluation bar isn't very helpful right now because black can more or less shuffle. It's not about what the bar says, is that does white have an option at some point to make a move like b4 and start trading pawns, even if it costs you a pawn heading into the endgame, or like a one rook endgame, you might still have chances. But for now, Mamedyarov is going to sit passively and shuffle, and we'll see if he's able to make this work. But let's check in on our other games here because we haven't looked at Svidler and Shirov.
Yeah, let's look at Svidler's game, because it continues to heat up, but not necessarily in a good way for Alexei.
Oh my gosh.
It just seems like Peter's having all the fun here. Look at his position.
I don't even know what move to suggest. It's like knight h4, going for some kind of sacrifices.
The point of knight e7, by the way, I think is to prepare h6, which does, to be fair, trap the knight on g5. But there are so many ways to deal with that.
Like knight d4, knight h4.
Yeah. Oh, knight d4 looks great. Attacking e6.
Speaking of attacking e6.
What if knight f5?
Just take it.
Okay.
Just take it and control the d file, and these pieces are having a really good time over here.
I think it's over.
Wow.
This has been a ridiculously one-sided match.
And we were talking about this. Svidler is the last person I'd want to face. When you gave me these three options, Jan Nepomniachtchi, number 3 in the world by rating. Mamedyarov, higher rated than Svidler, winning the champion showdown that Svidler is also playing in St. Louis, the Chess 960 event. But Svidler is just a guy who's not going to give you opportunity. And if you look at this position, it looks like Svidler is just dominated the entire board.
Yeah, it looks like he's made, 5 or 6 extra moves. Like you said, Alexei's entire queenside is still lying dormant. And knight f5 is on the board. But Peter, he's going to take it, like you said. And Alexei's days are numbered here.
This game... Oh, goodness. The line is...
he's 6.
That's
Here
so sad.
Comes.
That also gives the knight an escape route on f7 with the move e6. Oh my gosh, keep pushing the pawn.
E6, he wants queen e7, actually.
Okay, and then if the queen moves like e6, the queen goes up and the queen just slides to d2.
Okay, then I resign. Then I resign. I'm going to make you find the difficult queen d2.
Yikes. Just queen e2 followed by rook d7.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
I can't really.
Yeah, enough.
Maybe Shirov will resign in a couple turns. So from that vantage point, it might be worse. Oh, Mamedyarov, we gotta go back there because just what I was asking about has happened. So we'll switch games. We'll keep you updated on the Shirov result. But look at this: b4 was in fact the choice by Mamedyarov here, giving up one pawn to open up. This was Hou Yifan's mistake, is she kept material, but then got a passive position. Mamedyarov had a passive position. He gives up material so that he has some activity. And we see the evaluation still in Black's favor. But Danya, I think you would agree with me that this feels like White has far more chances.
Oh, 100%. And just like a fish is always going to find water, the fact that Shak has managed to get active in this position, Robert, is nothing short of a miracle. And psychologically, dealing with this change of circumstances in time pressure is incredibly difficult because put yourself in Kovalyev's shoes. He's got carte blanche. He can improve his position whichever way he wants. All of a sudden, he's got to deal with this upstart piece activity, all sorts of threats against his own king, and he's got to do it within 2 minutes. I think you can tell by his body language that he's getting nervous. This is a tremendous decision by Shakhriyar, and I think it might allow him to save the game.
And for Kovalev, it's so frustrating to go from a position where your opponent can barely find a move, definitely not finding any ideas, to now it's like Black trying to figure out, are these rooks about to barrel down? And you see that move, the evaluation down to 0.6, from 2.5 to about 0.5.
So the point of rook e5 is after c takes d6, rook takes d5, Kovalyev wants to surround the pawn on d6. And also, the pawn helps him out because rook c6 is no longer a check. But the problem is that rook c6 attacks the a pawn, Robert. And if you play a5 here, I actually think you lose. Or no, I guess you don't lose.
But
because after d7, king e7, rook c8, you have rook b7. And I forgot that the rook on d5 is stopping promotion.
Yeah, that's an important fact. This is happening. Jan Nepomniachtchi. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I looked at the wrong game there. Peter Svidler has won the game, so he wins 3-0, and we still have this game going. But maybe it's possible that Mamedyarov missed the same thing that we were missing.
Is this on the board?
Yes, there's no d8.
Oh, wow. This is on the board.
Can you just go for this pawn?
I think you have to. But then yeah, exactly. No, right, rook g8, rook takes d7. Rook takes g7, king f6 forces the rook trade.
Oh, but this is now all of a sudden. What was the move here, if not for rook g8?
Rook a8, and then a4. And what's the follow? Rook b1, maybe.
Oh, I'm so focused. When you have this pawn on d7, you're always looking at what to do with it. But is it that simple? It is. You're correct. Rook b1, winning this pawn because these pawns are more dangerous, the queenside pawn. So that's actually a nice variation. What's happening in the game with rook g8, I understand that move. It's what I suggested. It's what I would play given the time situation. But now after rook takes g7, the king moves out the way, and you have 3 on king e6, a mistake somehow?
Wow. Is it because after rook g8, there's an additional check on c6 that could potentially be nasty? God, it's so hard to navigate your way in such endgames because there's always like 2 or 3 candidate moves and they all look the same.
Right.
But Shakhriyar is just...
He's making mistakes. But I was watching your commentary yesterday with David Navarro against Michael Adams, that night endgame, where you see the evaluation bar going up and down, but to actually find the correct path was immensely difficult in every single turn.
As it is here, I think he wants to take on h7 and go rook b7. But no, black's going to get connected. Connected passers. And 9 times out of 10, when they're this far advanced, it's really only a matter of time.
That's right. Even if material is even, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality, and black's pawns are too fast.
I mean, this was not a great endgame by Shak. He got himself a lot of chances, and maybe he rushed it just a little bit. He still has an eternity left on his clock.
Okay, well, let's look at the other game. While this endgame looks great for Kovalev, we're not going to necessarily trust him. The result is in the books. But Jan Nepomuchen's game against Muradli. Muradli is checkmating. It says mate in 14 off the side here.
So you need to find a way to get that rook onto h7. He's got 24 seconds, and he's looking intently, trying to figure out the mate. Is king g6 the move, followed by rook h7?
To play it, but he's probably nervous over rook check. 13 seconds. He goes knight e7, which still keeps him with a huge advantage.
That's an excellent move, eliminating white's strongest piece.
And then you go by g4. Yeah, how can white possibly get out of this? Feels permanent.
No. It feels permanent, and there's no counterplay against black's king. That's the main thing. White's queen is totally out of commission.
Considering his 4...
Not yet, Alexa.
Well, I'm getting hungry. Thank you, Alexa, for reminding me of my hunger. Mistake.
King f7.
Why is that? He didn't want to get checked. That's the thing. When you have no time, you get nervous about little things like this.
Jan has to find a way to get his queen active.
But that's the wrong move. At g4?
No, but queen a4. Queen a4.
Oh, gosh.
No, Jan's not losing this. Jan's not losing this game.
It's minus queen g4.
No, but now queen a4, bishop g3, queen e8.
Oh, my goodness. This queen is venturing over here. Whoa! Jan Nepomuchen. He might win this game even.
He totally might win this game.
He's better.
Oh, my God. How did he pull? The pawn is gone. It's like his king was never in danger to begin with.
Wow.
Bishop g2 is such a sick move. That's it. He's out of the woods.
He's could trade queens, but I think that could be a difficult... Oh, is this a forced thing?
Well, now bishop h5, I think he's just winning.
Or queen a4. It doesn't look so bad, your move from earlier.
He just wants to repeat moves.
So go queen f3 now.
King g7, 98. Bishop e6, goodbye.
98? How is
King h6.
How'd the advantage go away?
Yeah, now all of a sudden now it's equal. Oh, queen h1, queen e4. Repetition.
That is beautiful. He sees it.
He just sniffed that repetition out immediately. And that is all she wrote. Jan Nepomuchen holds the fort. And he shakes his head. He's like, I had to go through a lot to hold that position. But all's well that ends well for Jan.
He moves on, but it wasn't without some serious problems. Great game by Muradli. And right here, Danya, look at this. After queen d1, bishop takes g3 was the winning move. Bishop g2 was the one that held for white. But bishop g3 would have won for black because the queen on d1 was loose.
Oh, Muradli's going to be kicking himself for that one. But he had 5 seconds left. How are you supposed to see that on demand?
You can see on his face he's very upset. By the way, Vladislav Kovalev did win. It means we have more action here on day 3 of the Global Championship. But Muradli, oh gosh, you see it. Look at that. That's heartbreak. He's just so upset that he couldn't put that away. And it was in this moment.
He's devastated.
I mean, it said mate in 14 or something like that around here. And he went knight to e7, which honestly looked like a good move because it was scary. But I guess there was bishop takes g3 here as well.
I mean, it's bishop takes g3, and probably the idea here is somewhat different from its idea on the previous. Yeah, rook a2, just with overwhelming threats.
But that's so difficult to find when you have no time. You're so worried about your king and all sorts of checks and things like that. So I think 97, from a practical point of view, made sense. But missing it the second time, that's where it was brutal. Bishop takes g3 with f2.
Yeah, this is the one. But that did not occur to me at all. And just leave it to Jan, leave it to the top GMs to never die, regardless of the position. It's like, to bring them down, you just need, to beat them over and over and over again. An amazing effort by Jan.
That's what I was saying. Vladislav Koval has to do. He needs to beat Mamedyarov over and over again, because one time is in the books. He needs a second in a row. And, well, Mamedyarov might be a little shaken after losing game 3 with 2-0 lead. But Danya and I will take a short. When we return, it is game 4 for Mamedyarov versus Kovalev here at Chess.com Global Championship. We are back here at the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. 4 matches of today's round of 64 action in the books. 1 match remains. Danya Shakhriyar Mamedyarov at a 2-0 lead is now 2-1. But one side of the bracket has already filled out for the round of 32. We saw the top 4 players seated in Group E win their matches.
Yeah, no upsets as of now. I mean, talk about players on a total rampage. Arjun Erigaisi, yet another confident win. The guy is over 27-30 FIDE, and I think he's got a great chance of making it into the final 8. And of course, we just saw Jan Nepomniachtchi and Peter Svidler in incredibly convincing fashion, making it through to the next round where they'll be facing each other. Another match that I'm very much looking forward to.
Yeah, Svidler, while he is the lower seed in this field against Nepomniachtchi, he looked very impressive today. And Arjun Erigaisi, he's a fan favorite. But Timur Radjabov, it was a shaky first 2 games against Hou Yifan. Well, not shaky, but just very solid draws. And then game 3 was topsy-turvy, but he ultimately made it through. And in Group B, where Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Vladislav Kovalyov reside, they will have a tough group ahead no matter who makes it through, because Jan Krzysztof Duda sits atop that one.
Yeah, and he is a king of rapid. He is incredibly consistent, but he has a pretty tough first-round matchup. Mitraba is a great online blitz player. He's a solid, experienced GM, and we have already seen that there is no such thing as an easy CGC match.
No, there is not. And my favorite first-round matchup that I mentioned before this got underway is Vidit Gujarati against Alexei Sarana, because they're playing all the time online. They're both super strong, but both of these players could also make the top 8. And I'm not just saying that to, say everyone can make it. No, Alexei Sarana is a 6 seed. So dangerous.
No, I mean, he's proven himself again and again in the RCC. He has proven his ability to compete with the very top players in the world, including Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. And he's just one of those guys that nobody wants to face. And another guy that nobody wants to face right now is Vladislav Kovalyov, because he won the previous game on demand of the black pieces. What do you think's going through his mind? How hopeful is he that he can pull off the miracle comeback? After which, by the way, he still has to win the Armageddon.
He will have to if he wins this game. And by the way, we had Peter Svidler in the chat apparently saying, what do you mean no upsets? Alexei's higher rated than I am. Oh, come on. That's a 4-5 matchup. There's no such thing as an upset in that one. Yeah. Also, you were the 4 seed, and your FIDE rapid rating is very high. And you
Peter Svidler won a match. What a surprise.
Yeah, get out of here, Peter.
Who would have thought?
No, we love Peter. We're so glad to have him in this event while he's multitasking in St. Louis. So congrats, awesome. Peter. Really, really excellent display of chess.
I'm obviously a big fan of his commentary and his chess and his Grunfeld course and his class. Peter's awesome. So thanks for popping into the chat. And the knight popped into F6 before dropping back to G8. Developing was fun, but I think I've had enough of that. I think in reality, it's rerouting through E7 to F5 to put pressure on the D4 pawn.
What a decision here, because you always see this knight go to E4, but Mamedyarov goes back to G8. So
okay.
Do you think he's avoiding kind of mainline preparation from Kovalyov? What's the idea, Danya?
Yeah, in my blitz games against Shock, I think in the rapid and blitz time control, he likes to play E4, E5, and then to play offbeat variations against most mainstream openings. Now, one other thing I'll point out, Robert, is that Bishop E2, the retreating move Bishop E2 is, to my knowledge, a lot more uncommon than the mainline Bishop B5. So maybe Knight G8 is more normal against Bishop. In fact, I've never seen Bishop E2, so I can't really speak for, what's the theory here.
I'm already forgetting which. Was it Pankratov against Vichy? I think that was the game where Bishop E2 was played, if I am remembering my games correctly. But either way, it's Kovalyov here, who is deep in the think tank first. Well, not so deep, but maybe he's trying to figure out the ins and outs of this position. Knight E7 made perfect sense. And, well, for Vladislav, can he just castle?
Yeah, I think he has to develop. Maybe he's thinking about Bishop G5 to make it difficult for Black to put the knight on F5, but I don't really like that move. After H6, Bishop H4, Black, of course, has the prospect of going G5, and that may make matters even worse for White on the king side.
And his D4 pawn is
king side.
D4 is being hunted so quickly here. So yeah, I'm with you that allowing H6 and G5 expansion seems to be a mistake.
But I think I know I'm jumping the gun here already, but I already think that the opening has been a success for Shakhriyar because he has exactly the kind of position you want. Very solid, clear plan of attacking the D4 pawn. And I just don't feel like Vladislav likes, these kinds of slow, dry maneuvering positions.
And H3, speaking of slow, dry types of moves, taking away the G4 square. So a great decision by Vladislav. What he doesn't want to have happen, and now it can't, is all of these pieces going after D4. But if knight F5, he might just play bishop to E3. And even though that looks wrong to play, maybe your bishop G5 move now comes first because you don't want to play queen D7. But I was going to say that in a position like this, where you take on E3, this looks like a problem. You have double pawns, but what you've gained is an open file, and you can just castle queenside and go after the black king, which is going to G8.
Yeah, this particular structure, I think, is very unpleasant for black. You're absolutely right. Because the problem with the d4 pawn will have been permanently solved. So now it's Shak's turn to take a little while and think about how he wants to arrange the rest of his minor pieces, when he wants to play knight f5, or whether he wants to play it at all, and he doesn't. He puts his bishop on f5. Interesting.
Maybe bishop e4 is a viable option with knight f5 to follow. Just try to get rid of the defenders of the d4 pawn.
So he is just fully invested in putting pressure on that pawn. That is his singular goal in life right now.
Although white can play knight a4 at some moment, probably after castling first, but can go to remove the attacker of the pawn. And black would then play castle on f6, which is a thematic pawn break here.
Yeah, instead Vladislav castles, and there's that bishop e4 move by Shak.
I like Mamadjar's position.
Yeah, how are you going to defend d4? After bishop e3, knight f5, you might end up having to make that knight a4 move. But it might already be too late.
You know what Mamadjar was like, his body language tells me? He's like, yeah, I've already equalized. He looks so at home.
Okay. Oh, yeah, totally. He's comfortable.
Yeah.
He didn't look that way in the last game.
No, he did not. And he's not at home because he's in St. Louis, so he's at the hotel there. But he's looking like he's looking ready for what's about to happen because knight f5 is his plan and d4 is loose. And what are you going to do to stop bishop takes f3 at the end of that?
Yeah, bishop e3 staves it off. But here comes knight f5. And I'm quite surprised that the eval bar is actually not giving a slight edge for black. What is the move here? Is it bishop b5? Do you have to play g4?
You know I don't
G4
like that
knight
move.
h5.
Also, g4 bishop takes f3 followed by knight takes d4 doesn't look so bad.
No, but g4 bishop f3, I thought maybe gf.
You're getting spicy.
I am getting spicy. I think Kovalyev might be getting spicy as well because I don't see any other choice.
Well, g4 is such a risky move to play, but when a draw is equivalent to a loss, you have to take risks to win the game. So g4 does make sense to me. Your other move was bishop b5, if I'm not mistaken. But there might be some kind of bishop takes f3 in those positions.
Yeah, knight takes d4. And of course, the fact that it's interesting, the fact that black only needs a draw really does change the actual way that the game is played. It basically changes the rules of the game because certain options that otherwise you would seriously consider are totally out of the question.
Mamadjar, he's just relaxing over here. He's got so much chess to play today. So he's been in this match for a few hours now. And then he's going to play 3 games of 960 in a rapid time control against, just kind of random players. Yeah, like
amateurs.
Firouzja and Nakamura and Caruana and Kasparov, all those types.
Yeah, no, nobody pretty strong. Yeah, so it just sounds like a pretty non-rigorous chess schedule today for Shakir. Pretty relaxed. Okay, bishop b5, but now I think after black simply castles, yeah, you can eliminate the knight on c6, but that actually creates this typical pawn structure on the queen side, which could enable black to push c6, c5 later on in the game. And the pressure on the d4 pawn remains tremendously punishing.
Can never take on e4 because then the queen joins the fun against the d4 pawn. Yeah, I don't envy Kovalyev's task before the game, but I certainly don't envy it now.
Yeah, I think if Shakir castles here, and I don't see why he would do anything else. I think the only other thing to consider, Robert, is the immediate bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, knight f takes d4. But getting into those tactics and allowing knight takes d5, in my opinion, is completely unnecessary. Would be a shocking, no pun intended, decision if Mamadjarov goes for it.
Yeah, this looks pretty tragic for
You're
black.
just going to choose to ignore.
No, I got you. Shocking. I liked it. So this was more of me just like, all right, it's in the rhythm. It didn't feel like when you make
it wasn't
good puns
forced.
now. It wasn't forced. So when you make good puns now, I don't always have to react because I can appreciate them as like a common occurrence rather than something special.
Okay, touche.
I just
Touché.
really just came up with that out of my tush. Like I just really just tried to.
No, the explanation was like worthy of a dissertation.
So can I have my PhD now in BS? Thank you very much.
Hey, I've already earned one. There's a limited amount.
Yes, well, I just want to join your club. So he does take on c6. Sorry, take on c6. Pawn goes there. f6, still a possible move for Mamedyarov next. What does white play here? d4 is defended enough times, but bishop takes f3 is a pretty big threat.
It's a huge threat. It's a huge threat because bishop f3 gf is totally out of the question. After bishop f3 gf queen h4, you can basically resign.
Ugh.
And after bishop f3 queen f3 knight takes d4, you can wave goodbye to any winning chances. So how exactly does white even prevent that threat? Like, is there a move here? Knight g5 doesn't work because of knight takes e3, cutting off the defender.
So knight d2. So I just took your idea and
Bishop
made
d3.
it.
Then maybe rook e1. And maybe then you basically claim that you cannot take the pawn on d4 because the minor pieces get in trouble.
Is that true?
Although I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, this is even.
Or bishop.
Wait a second, though. If you get this position, though, I could see white being better here. Because this knight goes to c5, the queen goes to d4, and even though black's up a pawn, it's dark square domination and blockaded double pawns.
Wow. That's actually a pretty odd line. It looks like black is dominating, and then all of a sudden when the smoke clears, white's the one, black's the one who's getting the shorter end of the stick here.
Yes, and we see some of these featured chats with people talking about their brackets. Someone was lucky enough to predict a handsome win. Is that lucky or is that skill? 85% of people, Danya, picked Mamedyarov to beat Vladislav here.
Well, right now, their predictions are looking pretty good. This has been a perfectly played opening by Shak, and now he's developing a huge time advantage to boot. I mean, you need a crazy turnaround for this game to not go in Shakar's favor. Knight e1.
C5 immediately, because you can take on e3 after dc, and the bishop is alive.
What about c5, knight takes e4?
C5, knight, can I take on d4?
Oh, knight e3. Then bishop g5.
Oh, I blundered. Nice find.
But I think knight takes e3 and d takes e4 gives black sufficient activity in the center because queen g5 here.
Aha.
Yeah.
LPDO.
Exactly. Exactly. And I think Shak has played c5 without any hesitation.
And the point is that dc5 is by knight takes e3, and then the bishop gets to recapture on c5. You've removed the defender of that square. So it's minus about 1 in this position. And just the way Mamedyarov has been sitting and playing, he's been confident the whole way through.
Completely. And this decision to play knight g8, that has worked to say that that's worked to perfection is an understatement. I mean, it has given him the ideal opening setup, really just a textbook attack on the d4 pawn, exactly what you're supposed to do in this opening. Vladislav really never got off the ground here.
So I've mentioned this on plenty of previous broadcasts, but Mamedyarov's series on chess.com of his best games, I watched it. It's awesome. The guy, first of all, is super nice. Like, you can just tell by every interaction with him, he's very polite. He's a kind guy. But like, he is both making it seem like it's nothing to beat Vishy Anand and Caruana and those guys in games, but he also explains his thoughts super well. So big fan of his series.
Yeah, in general, I think the greater access that we now have to the best games collections of top players in video form is such a great privilege to be able to have courtside seats as they explain, their greatest victories on demand.
For sure. And also what I really appreciate in this series, and then we can talk about the game here as Vladislav thinks, is he does what any good content creator does, is he like pauses and like lets people try to figure out what the tactic is. So it's very sweet.
And it is, and that interactive component in video series is so important, just to keep you engaged and to really hammer home the most instructive points. In the meantime, Vladislav has spent an eon of time. He takes on e4. Oh, knight e3, queen g5 just ends it.
This kind of thing Mamedyarov does not miss. You can't really miss it because you've given white these beautiful pawns in the center, and your pawn structure is horrible. So
yep. What else are you going to do, right? And that's the worst, right? When there's literally nothing else to be found. Otherwise, why on earth would you play c5? And we have a feature chat here from none other than Mr. Svidler. I pay in dog picks. It's irresistible.
Well, I guess, can he get paid in dog picks? Because he has at least $10,000 coming his way from this tournament. So I'm sure Danny, if he were on the call, he would say, all right, Peter, if that's how you pay, that's going to be payback.
Danny would be more than amenable with that arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
Is this totally over? Can you imagine any reality in which Vladislav pulls out a win here? This reality, okay.
It's an alternate reality, but that's all the rage these days. Virtual, alternate.
Yeah, exactly. Just put on your Oculus headset and get that knight to c4.
So what do you think the evaluation would be with knight c4? Like +3?
If the knight literally would be able to go from e1 to c4 on this move?
Yeah.
Probably +3. Yeah, that's a good call.
And there's like queen d2, rook d. It's just gross.
It's over. I mean, with that bishop on b6, yeah.
What bishop?
Yeah, exactly. That was smooth. That was pretty damn smooth.
But in the meantime, you're dropping at least one of your pawns. Rook d8 comes after c6, bishop c7, go for checkmate. Yeah, I don't like this.
I think it's over Red Rover. And also look at the clock situation. 8 minutes down and counting is Vladislav Kovalyov. It was a valiant effort. I mean, he won with black, but never really gave himself much of a chance in this game.
Up and Tanya, what's Mamedyarov doing?
He's drinking water. I think he's so relaxed right now. He's just like waiting for the clock to tick down. He knows how the game is going to end. Looking to the side, he's bored. He's pondering what he's going to play in his Fisher Random Games today.
He's like, oh, do I need to shave before then? You know, just scratching the beard a little bit. But no, Mamedyarov, he's a beast. He actually had a very tough first-round opponent here. So he's the 2 seed in Duda's bracket, and Vladislav's the 7 seed. But Vladislav played every single Rapid Chess Championship. So he's in form. He's gotten all the practice in. And Vladislav was over 2,700 a few years back.
Yeah, that's crazy to think about. He has dropped a little bit, but he's still a very dangerous player, as he proved in the RCC. And that alternate reality is going to become our reality. The problem is that white is going to have a few less pawns on the board. Just a few.
You mean missing the e5 and d5 part of the equation is going to be bad for white?
Yeah, that's not that important. I mean, you still have a knight on c4. That's the important part.
This is a really bad bishop. So I would play c6.
But you can play c6.
He doesn't do that.
You can play it whenever you want to.
You're up 2 pawns. Like, even if you lose a pawn playing c6, you have another extra one. So that's the good thing about being up a point in a match. You can give away 2 pawns and be equal and then still move on.
Yeah, I mean, and you don't even have to play c6. You can just play h. You can do whatever you want here. Rook d3. I mean, the bishop on b6 is happy to chill for the time being, because in order to keep it out of the game, white must keep the knight on c4 at all times.
It's true. Yeah, rook d3 looks great. Just quick double. Mamedyarov, the thing about it is we know how good he is when tactical positions, but I think he's underestimated just because, like, it's a comparison thing. Right? He is elite of elite when it comes to tactics. And so then people think, oh, he's not that good in positional games and kind of winning without giving his opponent chances. No, he's great at that too.
Yeah, a lot of people still don't, I think, fully conceptualize the idea that to be at the top, you know, in 2022, you cannot have any clear flaws in your game. You have to be able to play literally in any style. Does that mean that players don't have preferences? Obviously they do. That's, I think, what we are talking about. There's areas of the game where players basically play like engines. But everyone is well-rounded at the top right now. No such thing as a clearly defined style in the sense that you try to avoid certain types of positions.
It's true. And what Mamedyarov needs to avoid is a4, a5, trapping this bishop. I'm going to call it a bishop once again, but b3 is hanging in many of these positions. You can always play c6 to get your bishop out of there. So I don't think he needs to be overly concerned.
Maybe now's the time for c6, but he starts with queen e7. The eval bar creeps up a little bit as a result of that.
But this knight is so important, because if you ever take here, you lose e3 at the end.
Yep. b7.
Stopping c6.
Yeah, a4 is really White's only idea. Although now it can be met with a5.
Although the bishop's hanging on b6.
That is true.
A little bit pin over here. Hey,
Shock still needs an accurate move in this position.
I was going to say queen g5 was to blunder the e4 pawn. That would not be a good start. Oh.
G6. Wait up. A4.
A4, please and thank you.
What is Shock's response to that move? If he loses this, I will be beyond shocked.
Yeah, same. I'm trying to look at. I'm looking for his reaction.
I thought maybe he wanted a5, knight takes b6, rook takes b3, but then there's the obvious knight d5. I mean, it was obvious that queen b7 is setting up a4, and all of a sudden Kovalyev is the one drinking water.
Yeah, he's realizing he has a chance, and Mamedyarov, he looks.
That is.
He's got that
unbelievably
look of,
careless.
Oh, there it is. I was waiting for that kind of full reaction of what am I doing here?
No, this is unbelievable. And all of a sudden, Shock actually might have to give up his bishop for a bunch of pawns. That's the good news, is that he's still very much okay, even if he does that. Maybe rook takes b3, Robert. Allow a5 and ab and just basically chill with your 4 pawns. But in that situation, anything is possible.
And it's easy to forget that in game 1, Mamedyarov took a monumental risk to play for a win. And he plays rook. Oh my gosh, it was a5, c6. Because the queen's under attack, his bishop can escape.
So maybe... but if white goes queen c6, then black goes a5. And maybe that's why the position is almost drawn. But that would be very bad news for white.
Yeah, if the pawn gets pushed there for sure. What I was going to say is that, Kovalyev, he was right there in game 1. And he lost because he just was down the clock. So he has proven to be a very worthy competitor for Mamedyarov.
Mm-hmm.
And Shakhriyar has to find a way to deal with queen c6, a5 being the threat. So after a5 for black here, that looks like it solves the issue, right? If you ever take it like this, sure, you'll win all these pawns, but you can see the eval bar. Black's even better here. But I was going to say black will never be worse.
No, there's no way black will ever lose that. So after a5, is there some sort of move we're missing that gives white significant counterplay, or do you have to take on b6?
Is there like a rook f4, perhaps? To go after this pawn?
And black cannot go f5 because the g6 pawn hangs with check.
Right, this pawn is needed where it is, covering g6. So rook f4 will be an option after a5. Mamedyarov's thinking. So besides a5, what does he have here? What are the move candidates kind of mind?
Queen g5. Is there anything to be said about that move?
Oh my goodness.
Ooh. Oh, he wants to push c4 at the end of the line. That's actually genius.
I wasn't even thinking about that move because I thought you just given up an exchange.
Yeah, and after knight d6, rook d6, white has a check on a8. But the rook drops back to d8, essentially forcing repetition. Queen b7, there's c4.
Yeah, you could also play just king g7. There's no more a5 threat. The knight's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So Vladislav refrains from taking it.
This has been a very interesting battle. Rook back to d7. So what else can he do? Because a5 is met by c6 very successfully. The bishop gets back to c7, and then the white king is going to be mated.
No, this is the terrible thing about having to win. The objectively best decision here, the only viable decision, is to repeat moves. He's also down under a minute. So sadly, despite his valiant efforts, I'm afraid that Vladislav time at the CGC might still be coming to an end here.
And, while he'll be upset that he didn't make it to the next round, he'll take $5,000 home with him. So a very good payday for the strong player from Belarus, former 2,700. And what now for White? How can he even pretend to play for a win?
You cannot. I mean, your dark scores around your king are also in disastrous shape, as you're indicating. Queen h4, queen g3 just might end it here and now.
And there's nothing that White can do to stop that. Okay, queen f6 is your best move. Just trade, put this bishop here, and deliver a back ring checkmate.
But bishop g3, White goes king f1.
Yeah, but then I trade rooks and go rook b1. I mean, this pawn is...
Yeah. Again, the important thing not to forget is that Shaka is satisfied with the draw here. So I wouldn't overthink it.
And what else can be considered besides this? I think he's not thinking about this move. He's considering his follow-up.
Totally.
You want to put your opponent on the clock.
Yeah, and with this amount of time left on the clock, you want to keep making moves that pose decisions to your opponent. I mean, you could play queen e8 here. I would say that even after that move, black is in fantastic shape. But when you have the possibility of trading queens and eliminating any risk, why not?
And look at Mamedyarov. Head sinking a little bit in his hand over here. Trying to calculate. Whoa.
What is the immediate bishop g3?
He didn't want to give his opponent any counterplay whatsoever. No rook on f6 for you. No rook trying to get over to the queen side. And with 17 seconds left, it's not looking good for Vladislav.
Nope. I think Mamedyarov is going to get control of the default. He can play rook d3 again if he wants. But this version is inferior, I think, after takes rook d1. You have a bit of a harder time defending the d3 pawn.
That's right.
But still.
The way Vladislav he let out a sigh. He knows that he's in bad shape here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see rook e d7, takes king f1, rook d3, and it's all over.
Going after this pawn over here. Goes for it. f5.
Yeah, rook c3 or rook c2 also possible.
I was going to f5, g5, f4. Just start sending them.
Yeah.
Your face was like, nope, don't want to look at this.
Yeah, this is...
It's kind of crazy. This knight on c4 was amazing. It has been amazing. Okay, now it has a square to go to. But I was about to say, it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, now a5, c6, last attempt by Kovalyev. The depressing thing is knight a5, if you want to be totally safe, can be met with rook d6. I think you were about to show that as well. So Shakir can safely continue pushing his pawns.
But I like what Mamedyarov's doing, not just on the board, but the way he's being deliberate. He's not just trying to flag his opponent or assume that he's winning. He knows he's winning, so he just wants to play the best moves.
Yeah, he's an artist. He pursues the truth in any position. And he wants to play as accurately as possible. It's just second nature to these players. They can't help it. You might say, just make a move. It's obvious you're not going to lose. That's not how they're thinking about it.
For sure not. And I saw the feature chats, people saying the clock is, another piece. That is true. And b4 played, trying desperately to get this rook to the b7 square and go after this pawn on a7. So Mamedyarov, once again, taking his time. He is not rushing his decisions.
Yeah, however this game ends, this has been a valiant effort by Kovalyev, even in this game, to create the chances that he has after a very difficult open. And look at that move by Mamedyarov. C takes b4, 0 chances. Rook takes b4, rook takes e3, get back to b1. And then the rook swings to a3, and the a6 pawn is won as well.
take everything. And there's not even a rook b8 check in any position because the bishop covers the diagonal. Oof.
Yep. Bishop c7 is possible. And bishop b6, f4. Choose your poison if you're Kovalyev.
I just keep having to give Mamadou credit. He's not playing bullet here. He's 4 minutes on his clock. He's completely winning. So he's just every single turn trying to ensure that Vladislav has no chance at a comeback.
Yeah, he's taking 30, 45 seconds a move. This is such a good lesson, especially for younger players who think that when they get a winning position, they can just blitz everything out. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi would be playing very quickly here with black. There's different ways of approaching this, but I like the old school method. Don't rush. Find the most precise option, and give your opponent exactly 0 chances.
I like the word.
Precise
and decisive.
Right, precisive. It's something that's it's both precise and decisive at the same time.
I like it. I'm here for it.
Now, Shaq shouldn't drop to below a minute here. Because Kovalyev has 1 second also.
Now, bishop b6, anybody? Oh,
and
gosh,
b3.
b3.
Rook d3 and bishop b6. Okay, Vladislav, resign.
Exquisite. And even bishop b6, which is incredibly obvious, he still spends a few seconds on. And there's the resignation.
Wow.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is through to the round of 32. And his day is only just beginning. You see St. Louis Rapid and Bliss. He has the St. Louis Champions Showdown up next later today. He's leading the field along with Alireza Firouzja. But congratulations are in order to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, one of the finest players on the planet.
Absolutely. And that was such a convincing final game. Doesn't panic, doesn't get frustrated with himself. He lost with white. So hats off to Vladislav for giving him a major run for his money. You mentioned in game 1, which I didn't have the pleasure of covering, but it was a close game. Game 2 was close as well, and it was only decided on the strength of that blunder where Kovalyev trapped his own knight. So it was a close match, but in the end, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov's class, his precision, and his tactical prowess carry him forward to the round of 32.
I'm bringing up that first game just because I think it's really important for people to understand that, where was it? Around here. Mamedyarov could have forced a draw. You look at the clock, he had 5 minutes and 48 seconds. His opponent 25 seconds. He could have forced a draw immediately with bishop e4, just a series of simple trades. The rook takes on e4 here, pawn takes on f5, and then rook d4. Just sign the proverbial score sheets. It's done. But what he did in this game was he traded queens, played king f1. You're about to see the evaluation go down. And so objectively, this is what you could consider bad chess, right? Like he's making bad moves, but it's won 24 seconds. And he knew that he wanted to continue this game. And Kovalyev has no issues over the board. All of his issues were on the clock. Mamedyarov was able to win this game.
What an incredibly risky, gutsy decision. This endgame looks terrible for white, but somehow Mamedyarov provoked weaknesses in black's position, got his bishop to a better square, and ultimately got his king to the promised land, breaking through with b4 and a5. An amazing effort. And that is just what these top players do. They manufacture winning chances out of nowhere. We saw Jan Nepomniachtchi do the same thing in his white game against Mohamed Moradli. He was dead in the water, and yet he turns it around at the drop of a hat.
And it's important to do that in game 1. We saw what happened. I'm going to mention it time and time again with Dingley Ren and Min Lei. Min won game 1. He was able to steal that one from the number 2 player in the world, and that gave him the confidence and the chances. But if we look at our scores from today, we started off the day with Arjun Erigaisi taking down David Paravian. That was a smooth victory for the Indian teenager. Radjabov was in a tight one against Hou Yifan. It was 2 draws, solid play from both, and then game 3 was just an absolute debacle. Both sides making blunders and time trouble. Radjabov came out on top of that one. We saw Jan Nepomniachtchi and Peter Svidler win in just 3 games. Svidler looked especially impressive. And then Mamedyarov, he wins 2, loses the 3rd game. When you think he might get nervous, no, he was cool as a cucumber, played some great opening play with knight to g8, the retreat, and then he was able to, in fact, win the 4th and final game. So, Danya, looking forward in Group E, what do you think about these top four duking it out for a spot in the round of 16?
I mean, there's so many matches to look forward to, and matches that have not happened before. That to me is one of the biggest calling cards of the CGC in general. You get to watch players from different generations battling it out for the first time in their lives, and maybe even the only time in the careers of some of these players. We're going to see Arjun Erigaisi and Timur Radjabov. Nepo Svidler is a perennial matchup they have played over the years dozens of times, but this time they are meeting on perhaps the biggest stage yet with 200K and a trip to Toronto soon to be on the line. But even the players who still are in the round of 64, who still have to win their first match, I'm talking JKD, I'm talking Vidit Gujrathi, they have a difficult match in front of them as well. If they want to join the round of 32, they're going to have to bring their absolute A game to the table.
And look at these matchups, mouth-watering. Wang Hao against Peter Leko. They're friends. They're longtime, not rivals, since that there's a specific rivalry between them, but they've played over the board. Peter Leko, of course, famous for challenging Vladimir Kramnik's title. Wang Hao, 2750-plus player, played in the candidates, retired because of some health issues, and then he unretired this year. We're happy to see him back over the board. Vidit Gujrathi, the Indian superstar, beloved in the host country of this past Olympiad. He played a match in front of 1,000-plus people against Anish Giri, and he takes on Alexei Sarana. And Donna, you may know Alexei better than anybody.
Yeah, Alexei has proven himself again and again in the RCC. I mentioned that earlier. He is also known as an opening specialist, and when he's playing confidently and he's on, he can beat absolutely anybody. We see a lot of players in the 2650 FIDE rating range who have that capacity to duke it out successfully with the top players in the world. So a very unenviable matchup for the Indian phenom.
Yeah, it's all tough here in the Chess.com Global Championship. Tomorrow's matchups will be more fun ones because the fun doesn't stop just because today's action does. You see the three matchups that we were just talking about in Group B. Those are the early matches. Duda cannot look ahead. Hou Yifan is a very strong player who's performed admirably online. And then Wang Hao versus Peter Leko. To me, Danya, that's a bit of a toss-up. I mean, who do you have as the favorite in that match?
I think I have Wang Hao, but only by a little bit. I mean, we know how solid Peter Leko is, and he brings to the table some good opening preparation. It's a total toss-up. I agree with you completely, as is Vidit against Alexei, by the way. Vidit is obviously the favorite on paper, but like we just discussed, if Alexei brings his A game, we might see some shockers tomorrow.
Vidit against Sarana, you will not want to miss that matchup. Not that you want to miss anyone, but I really think I circled that one in advance. I didn't know who to choose because I believe that no matter who wins in that matchup, they can take down Mamadjarov. Mamadjarov will be the favorite, but those two players are super strong. Alexei Sarana plays in Title Tuesdays, Rapid Chess Championships, Bullet Chess Championships, you name it, he's there. He's all over the place, and he's nearly 2,700 himself. And as you mentioned, he is an opening theoretician, renowned around the globe. All the top players have mentioned Alexei Sarana. They know how strong he is. Wouldn't be surprised if he's a second of one of these top players. I just don't know that. So, Danya, man, got to thank you for joining me today. I know you came onto the show later, but we'll be partnering up again tomorrow.
We will indeed. This was a pleasure. Robert, you are a trooper for covering the entire show. I am very excited to continue to watch the CGC matches. The first couple of days have more than lived up to their promise. And, I really hope that people are just taking this in, breathing it in, because like I said, we might never see some of these matchups ever again. Some of these generational matchups, some of these top players taking on young, hungry, talented players. Seatbelts fastened and mandatory as the CGC draws closer to the round of 32. I am getting more and more excited. What a great way it will be to start the weekend tomorrow.
For sure. We didn't have any Armageddon matchups today. You can blame the players for that, but we still had great chess. We had legends playing, Svidler versus Shirov. How could you complain? Well, if you're Shirov, you might complain about the final result, but still, it was amazing to have them both in the field, and Svidler moves on. Some top players made their way through to the round of 32, and you all were treated to great chess all around. So we'll see you tomorrow for more from the Chess.com Global Championship. On behalf of my partner here, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and myself, Robert Hess, we will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your